Hello, everyone. Welcome to day one of the May Conscious Business Showcase. We started this back in December, and we have a very, very special weekend or Friday, Saturday for you this month. We are talking about healing trauma. As Virginia and I have been getting to know each other more and building our business at the Healing Soul School, we've gone through our own healing journey and remembering some things that have been tripping us up and healing and letting that go. And, we had a conversation about why don't we bring together speakers who are helping people to release their trauma, release any childhood maybe memories or things that could be stopping them now. And it's all about what are your experiences now? What are your symptoms, your coping methods? And so that was really neat to be able to find incredible speakers over the next 2 days. So first I'll just share who I am. My name is Cardoza. I have over 25 years of business experience. I've traveled the world. The last 10 years, I have been working in the travel industry and helping people find, their great trips. And now I'm helping people through the Healing Soul School and through my own spiritual journey. I'm helping people with their soul travel and really going within, teaching them how to go within, as we do at the Healing Soul School, how to be your own self-healer, be independent, not dependent on someone else to feel better, how to end the emotional suffering and to figure out where the heck that even came from. I learned about patterns this year and being able to figure out, what's happening now and where did that come from? Let's heal that. Let's release it so that we can stand in our power and we can be really the lighthouses that the world needs right now. I know many of you who are watching either are healers already or have a business helping others, or if it's something that's been on your mind or on your heart to do, then we would love to have a chat with you, because that's what we're doing. We're helping empower people to then help others, and often it's through our own healing journey that comes from. So thank you and welcome. And Virginia, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Christine. Hi, everybody. For those who don't know me, my name is Virginia Mascal Fantasia. I shorten it to Virginia Fantasia because it's just too darn long when you start typing all that in on the banner. So I am a meditation and mindset coach, energy healer, and spiritual mentor. I have an extensive background in business, corporate business, running my own business, running teams. And in the past 10 years, it's really been about my own personal journey of finding my way, healing myself and learning how to do that. So it only seemed fitting as Christine and I came together that this was something that we wanted to bring to other people, to help other people find the tools that they can use to help themselves in one spot, right? I guess just kind of bring that into one place and because we both found, we were like, hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. You kind of go through that period of shiny object syndrome, right? So coming together with the Healing Soul School just seemed like the everything that I have been doing in my life up to this point has absolutely led me to this moment and this time to come together, to use the tools that I've been taught and use the tools that I have learned to help people help themselves. So again, we have this beautiful showcase for May, all about healing from trauma. And we have a spectacular lineup of some amazing people with some awesome tools and tips and tricks that you can use to heal. And what I think a lot of people might find interesting as we go through this showcase is what exactly is trauma. And I think you'll be surprised to know that we have all been affected by trauma in our lives in some way, shape, or form. It might be big, it might be small, it might be different, and it likely is different from the next guy, and that's totally okay, but it's really just about having the tools and how to learn to heal yourself. So that's what this weekend is all about. We're super excited to bring all these awesome people to you, and thank you for joining us. We hope you can hang in for the duration.
That's right. And I just find this really funny. Our color is blue, and we both happen to be wearing blue today. We didn't plan that.
That's so funny.
Yeah, we usually end up in the same colors. And I love that because that's just a synchronicity that we were soul sisters on another planet or life or something. Definitely.
Yeah.
I lived in Costa Rica, to go and heal myself as well. Virginia lived in Panama. That was kind of what united us a year ago when we met. And it's just been such a pleasure and a joy to work together because, I'll come up with, the next download or the next idea, the next phase of the business. And she'll say, oh, I was thinking of that too. And I'm just like, yes. And I'll point to the sky and say, thank you, God. Thank you, Source, for talking to her too.
Yeah, because it always seems like that, right? We're always on the same page in some way. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I didn't know that, but I thought this, or, whatever. Yeah. And it's funny how the synchronicities, it's really not felt like work. It's been a beautiful experience.
That's right. Awesome. I'm going to share with you just the speakers for today and tomorrow and let you know kind of who we have coming for this showcase. And I know it's 2 full days from 9 to 3 Eastern today and tomorrow. It is live on our YouTube channel, in our Facebook group, My Soul Reconnection by Healing Soul School. We have tons of free content in there on how to go within, how to meditate. That's a really big one. Virginia's doing a beautiful series of videos right now on actually how to meditate as a beginner to start there, because when you can go within and you can get quiet and you can start to listen to your own voice, calm the body down. She taught me how to meditate in October, and I'll tell you, it was a game changer because I didn't realize how wrapped up in fight or flight, actually freeze, that I was. And just by learning how to meditate and to calm myself down, I started to realize that I didn't even feel safe in my own body. That was my discovery of my own childhood trauma. And so I would say, like the learning to meditate videos are really great if that's a place, or somewhere you want to, learn more information. We teach on mindset, calming the nervous system, breath work. We want to help empower people to end the emotional suffering and then live your best life, live from joy instead of the constant worry. And if you were raised in fear, not seen, not heard, there's a lot of emotional dysregulation within our bodies. And so we're learning how to get that back. It's kind of like reparenting or basic learning living skills. And so we're teaching how to live consciously. We hear the terms, but the actual how do you do it? How do you, eat right and your mind and setting up a morning routine, all of those things is what we're here to help empower others. And the idea is that, if you heal yourself or you learn how to be your own self-healer, then maybe you feel called to help other people, or maybe you already are and you're like, I know I'm meant to help the world in some capacity, but you're just not sure how. Join us, because that's exactly who we're helping. We're building a community of like-minded, soul-led, heart-led entrepreneurs, and also teaching you how to have a strong business foundation, how to have the clarity in who you are or what you need to heal, what patterns are lurking, and just step by step how to live that life consciously, where you feel good in the morning when you wake up instead of the dread of, oh shit, what's coming today. All right, so let me just share the banner. Excuse me. So this is for today, Friday, our speakers. Just gonna make sure we can see. Yep. So coming up soon, we have Faith Jones, and I found, I was speaking to someone on Clubhouse. If you're on Clubhouse, so are we, Healing Soul School as a club. You can find us. Every Wednesday morning, I'm on there at 8 a.m. for our breathwork class with Karla, Lunaveda, an amazing healer that's working with us. And then we're on there for different classes. We will get there more, but for sure, Wednesday mornings at 8. And so I was in a room and I, connected with a gentleman who told me about Faith Jones, and she's coming up next. And she was raised in a very strict religious cult. And her story, I have goosebumps already, is so incredible. She's a lawyer and she's teaching people, that their body is their property. And she wrote a book called I Own Me, and I'm really excited to hear her speak this morning. She's our first speaker for today. Tammy Adams is coming up next, The Price of Unresolved Emotions. I cannot express how important this is, that whatever you might be dealing with today where you don't feel good or you're suffering or you just want the hurting to stop, this is probably where you're to look first, is what unresolved emotions do you have, especially if you have any ailments. What is stuck in there that is causing, it's just stuck energy. It wants to move. It wants to get out. It wants to be healed. And so, this is going to be a really great topic. Cecilia Tement is coming, and I hope I said her name right. Transform anger to love. Oh my goodness. We have so much repressed anger within us from so many disappointments at ourselves, most likely. So this is going to be a great topic. Katie Tougas is in a spiritual mastermind that Virginia and I joined back in the fall. And she's going to talk about thriving through trauma. Her story is incredible. All the speakers this weekend have incredible stories. And she's going to talk to us how to thrive through something that had happened to you. We don't like to use the word trauma necessarily or throw it around or, to own it like I have trauma. We're not saying it that way, but we wanted to bring you titles where you could relate and you could say, oh yes, that's me. And I have that. And maybe I could listen to this and learn how to release some of that. So big T's, little T's, trauma, big trauma, little trauma. We've all experienced something or had a need that wasn't met, and was just figuring out what was yours and is it holding you back? Cool. Recognize it. Let's heal that and let's move on. Julia is coming up next. Swaigen, she's from Toronto, healing intergenerational trauma. I found her. What an amazing story she has. And she's teaching families how to regulate their emotions and attune to each other, attune to any children. Attuning to ourselves is like reparenting. And that, I learned that word, even just putting the showcase together of what it means to be attuned. And that is emotionally stable. Karla Lunaveda, one of my favorite healers that we work with, she's coming on at 12 today and healing trauma in the body. She has been an Ayurvedic healer for many, many years and knows so much about the body, the connection to the moon, the sun, the elements. She is just a phenomenal healer, and I'm excited to have her on again. We had her on, I believe it was last month. Evelyn is coming back again as well. We've got some really incredible people in our community. So we've asked Evelyn to come back too, to talk about her trauma growing up from two different families. I don't want to say what they are because I can't remember, but I think one's Jewish and another one is a different culture, and just the stigma that goes back and forth and so much judgment. And I could relate to that so well because I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and we were in the religion, out of the religion. I got to leave at 13, thankfully, but I still have some family that are in it. And so it's been very much in my family face, my family life, my whole life, where there's that separation of where the, that side of the family, the black sheep side of the family, and they're the, good religious side of the family. Whatever, each their own. But I have also felt that, where there's that split in the family, we don't get together. We don't have those loving family get-togethers. And there can be a lot of pain and a lot of hurt with shunning and judgment and all that, crap that goes with that. So she's going to talk about how she healed from that. And she owns a school where she's helping students. So it's one-to-one. And so if you have a child that is maybe struggling in school, or maybe you want to upgrade, or you have a child in college, university, younger, her school, actually, you can have a full degree going through her accredited school. And the kid is in with the teacher an hour a day. And then they're given some independent work. Oh my gosh, that is so much better than homeschooling right now. Like I am 5-6 hours in front of a computer. Like the kids are just, their brains are on meltdown. And then they want to play games after. And it's like, oh my goodness, you can't be on a computer or device for 12 hours a day or 10 hours. Like, so if you have any children, or, even for yourself, if you're looking for something, she's a really, really great person to get to know and to follow. Evelyn Educates is her name on Instagram. And then we'll have her on later today at 12:30. And I asked her to talk about, what she has noticed in the schooling, with kids and through trauma. Because anyone with ADHD or any of those terms that they've been given, she works with those kind of kids. So I'm like, great, let's teach our parents, how we can help our children now. And then today for our Ask a Healer session, because we are spiritual and we feel that energy healing is something of teaching to go within, connecting to our spirit, God, creator, whatever your comfort word is. We have two healers today, again, for trauma. Carine is going to come on, and she helps people with childhood trauma. She's talking about self-love to heal trauma. And then Elaine, we're having her back on today, healing womb traumas. If you know anyone who's had any kind of sexual abuse or any sacral issues, or you're creating a business or you're having trouble in your business, that's all created, and that's men and women, in our reproductive organs, then definitely tune in, catch the replay if you can't make it live, because she's offering womb healings, and that energy will still be there if you watch it as a replay. And I'm going to stop there because I realized that, we don't have our next speaker yet. Can you check if she's got the link? Okay. All right.
Yep, I've just sent her a message, so.
Very cool. I'm gonna, I'll just keep talking then, and I'll share tomorrow while we're waiting for her to come on. So let me stop this one. So tomorrow we have a very unique kind of day. As I had mentioned, I was raised Jehovah's Witness and third generation. And our family has had some divisions, but this year through, I just said to Source Spirit, I'm like, show me what's hiding. Because I went through another major depression in January. And I said, just show me what's hiding so that I can just heal this, once and for all. And it was the childhood programming. Because I know, having taught mindset this year, is that what we learn from 0 to 7 years is in our subconscious. That is, we didn't have a bodyguard on our brain from 0 to 7, and really 0 to 12. I think it's longer. Whatever we were told, whatever we saw, whatever we felt, our parents and their energies, anger, arguments, all of that stuff, is that we took that on and we adopted that within us as our core coping methods, how we view the world, the lens that we're wearing. And so when I started to look at how I felt and the low self-esteem that I had when it came time to selling myself and my services, it was like night and day. I could sell anyone else. I've been in business for over 20 years, but I learned that business and those business skills through survival. And so I'm going to talk more about that tomorrow. But tomorrow's speakers are all heavy, either ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. We have one Mormon who's coming on at the end tomorrow. But these are people who were in very high control kind of situations. I feel that, a lot of religions, when there's a lot of control of, if you don't do this, you're out of the tribe or you're going to die. And there's so much fear programming, is that goes into our brain. And now we're afraid to trust. We're afraid to trust ourselves. We're afraid to trust God. Or, I grew up with God being mean. If I didn't do this, then, there was a punishment. And so that really affects how you live your life and your finances, and not feeling safe to be in the world. There's also, if you were raised in any kind of fear, or you didn't feel seen, or you didn't feel heard, tomorrow is going to be really powerful. Their background just happens to be Jehovah's Witnesses, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about how they healed their own trauma, and now how they're living today, either spiritually or how they connect, how they use their mindset to overcome the things that they grew up with that they didn't have a choice on. So it's going to be very interesting. If you've ever wondered about this is where I think I could do a comedy stand-up show, like the Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on your door and you were running and hiding. Tomorrow's going to be some very interesting stories, learning all about that. And Virginia and I will open. Then I'm going to talk about healing childhood trauma and really the brain and what is hiding in your subconscious. That's really, I'm going to do it from a teaching purpose or point of view, so that you can take something away and you can learn how to reprogram any kind of experience that's happened to you that maybe has given you some harder emotions. Sorry, I have a new kitty and she found the plastic toy. the food. She's playing with a plastic piece of chicken. I'll get that after. Jan Kristen King, we had her on. She's coming on again, and she's talking about cult deprogramming. She's been speaking in universities and teaching how to deprogram any kind of that heavy, mindset that's been given. And I feel that even comes from a controlling parent, a narcissistic person. And I again, don't want to use any term or labeling, but that is a very high controlling person. Someone who is or has those tendencies really is a hurt inner child. They are deeply wounded and they don't even realize or know, because they've gone in so far and so deep for protection from whatever their trauma was or their pain, and they've most likely left their body. That happens in trauma. And so she's going to talk about that tomorrow, and she's really funny. We love talking to her. Cyndi's coming on. She is a coach, and she was the first one that I had met in this ex-Jehovah's Witness, empowered ex-Jehovah's Witness group that I'm in. And as soon as I went on the Zoom call, this is really important for understanding your emotions and what you feel. So these are two ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that I was meeting on the call. They're actually healers, energy healers, which is cool. We have so much in common. But because my body was holding on to the trauma from my childhood, as soon as I got on the call, I felt my knees go weak and I felt this flush of judgment immediately. And I didn't even know them. And I was like, wow. And I'm so grateful that I can observe like what I'm feeling in the moment. So she was the first one who was kind of my introduction to this beautiful group of over 7,500 people teaching people how to heal. One second.
Yeah, and there's just going to cut in for a second. Amadeus is in the comments and asking if they can ask a question. So yeah, we can see the comments. So if you have a question or anything, please go ahead and ask. And I did answer in the comments, but yes, these are recorded. The recordings are saved in the guides tab in the My Soul Reconnection Facebook group.
Thank you. That's one of my coping things, is if there's a noise that's like beep, 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 whatever, it just drives me crazy. That's from my childhood trauma, and it was this dang piece of plastic bread.
Oh, that's so funny.
If she comes close to me, I'll bring her up. She's so cute. And then so we'll chat with Cyndi, and what a lovely soul. Like, I just started to get to know her and to release the judgment that I felt immediately that was totally uncalled for. But that's how deep my pain is. Like, whenever I would speak or see an Jehovah's Witnesses on the street selling their magazines or whatever, I would have so much anger because of my childhood. So anyways, it's really important to know that stuff and to heal from it. Here she is.
Hi, Kitty.
Kitty. Sabrina is coming on next. Her story, oh my gosh, wait till you hear the story. She's going to talk about escaping narcissism. She has a program for people who are in a narcissistic relationship and are being controlled and it's not safe for them. She has a 1 year program teaching you how to get out of that relationship safely and securely and on the down low, like how to set up a bank account and start socking away money, how to start, set up your own PO box, like those kinds of things. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I never even thought someone would need that kind of a service, but it's really powerful what she does. She's a coach. Dawn and Faye Milton, I found them through a contact on Clubhouse again, and they're going to be talking about their experiences. So she was raised Jehovah's Witness and has been out. He wasn't, but he's a mindset coach. We had a lot in common there. And she wrote a book called Metamorphosis of a Butterfly, and just kind of her healing journey of, a very high controlled situation and how she found herself out of that and her healing. Really, really lovely lady. And then Lonnie is going to come on tomorrow, 11:30. She's a healer as well. Waking up to your intuitive nature. She's going to teach us how we tap in. And the thing I love about her being an ex-Jehovah's Witness and a spiritual coach is that we're very skeptical when you're talking about anything that's woo-woo or spiritual, because of how we were raised. We were taught that, that it was evil, that it was something that you weren't allowed to talk about or even entertain. So she learned intuition from the science part of it. And I love that piece of it, because she gives this, the science explanation of what intuition is, and now the spirituality, where she's mixed science and spirituality together, which is really cool. And that's what we teach at the Healing Soul School. So that's going to be a really awesome chat. 12 o'clock is Rodney Allgood. He is the mastermind of a group of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, the Empowered Group, 7,500 of us in there that have found their way out and are looking for healing, looking for a place to find how to rebuild your life after all of that heavy programming. And he's going to talk about the mind of a champion. He is a professional speaker, and he's going to talk about mindset and how to, rewire your brain. Really, really important information. 1 o'clock, Jonam is coming on. He is teaching people how to heal through hypnotherapy. He has a beautiful program on deprogramming, Jehovah's Witness programming, and like the high control. So does Rodney. 2 programs that I did, absolutely phenomenal. And so Jonam's going to come on and speak. He's from the UK, really lovely soul. Kimberly's coming on, another energy healer that was a Jehovah's Witness. And she teaches all about the Taurus energy field that we teach as well, and our aura, and that the electromagnetic signature that you're giving out, which, is really important to understand. If you're feeling down or you're not feeling worthy, that's what you're giving out. So now imagine you have a business, or you're asking for something, or you don't know how to create a boundary, or you're dating and you've got this electromagnetic signature that says, I'm not worthy, or, whatever from your past when you weren't seen or heard or loved, then that affects everything in us. And so she's going to talk to us about standing in our feminine power, which is really important. Shannon Rowland is going to come on and talk about cycle of rejection stops with me. She has some family that are still in the Jehovah's Witness faith, and she's out, and grandbabies and children, and all of the hurt and the shunning and the shaming, so much of her story and how she healed. That's going to be really, really powerful. Then we have Fifth coming on tomorrow afternoon at 2:45. He's a musician, and he is teaching people how to heal through music. And so he's got some music that's out already, really powerful. I just love reading the comments of people who listen to his songs, and they're like, me too, or thank you so much, that helped me. People who are hurting and who are looking for a way to ease the pain. That's what this 2 days is all about. We are here to help you to ease that pain. Stevie Lang is going to come on, another healer, really awesome lady, rediscovering and empowering yourself. Her family is really high up in the religion, and she's that black sheep of the family. She got out. Oh, it's another piece of food. I'm almost done. And then Wendy Jensen is coming on. She's a Mormon, and she's going to talk about healing from her time as being a Mormon. Just another high control group. It's not even just about, our religion. I married into a Baptist family. Another, fear-based programming. If you don't do this or tithe 10%, like you're going to die, you're going to go to hell, or you're not going to have the love of God. It's all of this fear programming. And so it's really just learning how to remove any of that fear programming that we all grew up with, just even in society, right? And figure out a way to help ourselves to heal and to really just stand in our power of who we are and who we're meant to be. All right, so we had a speaker for about 20 minutes ago, and I don't know.
Yeah, she's not responding, so I have to assume something's happened and she's not going to be able to make it.
Yeah.
I do have her YouTube video. If you want, I can play her TED Talk.
Perfect. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now, do I have to do anything funky with the sound, or is it going to play it okay?
We're going to try, and this is live TV, folks, because you try and play, because I don't know if we're able to transfer the sound. I had tried it already on a different showcase, and no one could hear the sound, but let's see if your computer maybe has the right setup. Okay. Or if someone watching knows how to get StreamYard to play sound. We have the paid account, so we should be able to.
Yeah, I've just got to find it here. Hang on. There we go. Oh, hang on. Let me go back. I just saw where it said share sound. I can do that. Hang on.
Good.
Hey.
So I did watch the TED Talk. So just to kind of introduce her a little bit, she was raised in a very strict religion called the family, or so she's going to mention it in the TED Talk. But it's where your body isn't even yours. You know, everything is God's. Money, your body, to everyone who's in this community, like a commune. And so she was raised in it and got out at 22 years old and became a lawyer. And she's teaching people how to empower themselves, how that, you know, they are their own selves, their own property.
Okay. Can you see that okay?
I can see it. Yeah.
Are we up? Okay. And play.
I can hear it.
A 40-year-old uncle halts my happy dash through our communal kitchen and shoves his tongue in my mouth. I'm 10 years old. As I resist, he scolds, "You need to be more willing to share God's love." Let me ask you something. Have you ever thought about what it means to have the right to own your own body? I've thought about this question a lot. I was born into and lived the first 22 years of my life in a religious cult called the family, with some shocking similarities to the now popular TV series Handmaid's Tale. It had thousands of members all over the world. We lived communally, isolated from society, our lives dedicated to the service of God and saving the world. Two of the key beliefs were, one, everything belonged to the group, communist style, our money, possessions, families, and even ourselves. Two, free love. But what this actually meant was that sexual freedom was not just encouraged, it was enforced. For many young teens and women in the family, this created an environment of sexual coercion and abuse. From the age of 16 to 22, I was pressured through fear of God's displeasure and public punishment to share my sexuality with multiple men in the cult. I was told that my body did not belong to me. It belonged to God, and God wanted us to share his love, meaning sex, with men who needed it. Oh, and we were not allowed to use birth control. Many nights I woke in terror at 2 a.m. to spend hours kneeling beside the toilet, weeping, begging God, please don't let me get pregnant. I was terrified of becoming a single mother or having to marry a man that disgusted me. Thankfully, I didn't get pregnant. I managed to escape that life. And for the past 15 years, I have been trying to understand how idealistic, even fairly smart people could engage in and submit to such terrible abuses. I now believe the key is to get people to believe they do not own themselves. When people buy into this, they can justify all kinds of violations against humanity. Because when you turn over ownership and control, you also turn over your sense of moral responsibility with the excuse, I was just doing what I was told. But now, I don't buy it. I own me. And I can prove it. I've been a successful attorney for the past 10 years. And a few years ago, I came across the unique idea of property rights as the foundation for morality. That seed sparked my creation of this empowering yet simple framework that I hope will change how you see yourself and relate to the world. I, as an aware, conscious being, have a full property right in my own body. In legal speak, my body is my property to control and benefit from, and no one has a right to access it without my freely given permission. Now, some people may object to my use of the word property because they feel it demeans the nature of the body. But to me, and in the law, property is anything which has value. But unlike other property, we cannot give up our fundamental right of ownership in our body so long as we are alive. It is this inalienable right that makes it so that, give me a second. Without this inalienable right, there would be no moral wrong in, for example, slavery or murder. Violations of our property right in our body are crimes, horrific crimes like murder, rape, assault, and seemingly small acts of sexual harassment, like someone grabbing my butt. Why? They are intentionally trespassing on my property without my permission for their own benefit or pleasure. When I finally saw I own me, I was free. I stopped blaming myself for being raped. I stopped letting men push me to go further than I wanted to on dates or even touch me without my permission. I now know that I never have to justify my right to the exclusive use and protection of my own property. It doesn't matter if you leave your wallet out on the table or you paint your car a sexy red. That in no way justifies someone stealing it. Now, if I own me, I also own everything my body does. I own my thoughts, actions, and emotions. I taught this framework to a group of teens, and one young man came up to me at the end and said, "I get it. If I alone own my body and my emotions, then I alone am responsible for my happiness and choices." By blaming someone else for my current situation, I am putting my power and happiness into the hands of my abuser. Not the smartest move. I can only take back my power by accepting full responsibility for my own happiness, regardless of what happened to me in the past. I find this is critical to heal. I also own what I create. If I own a fruit tree, I own the fruit it produces. Similarly, I own my reputation, my inventions, the services I provide as a lawyer, and the books I write. Violations of this property right in our creations are crimes like theft. Slander is a violation of our reputation through lies. Patent, copyright infringement is stealing our ideas. When I own something, I get to exchange it for something else I want. I can make a deal. Law school taught me something that I believe every person should know: the 5 elements of a valid deal or contract. These are critical because our entire society is based on property rights and exchanges. Every relationship, every business deal, and every contract. The 5 elements are an offer with a clear object, willing acceptance, an exchange of value, mental ability, and no undue pressure. If you are missing any one of these 5, you do not have an enforceable contract. Violations of the deal are things like blackmail, fraud, and breach of contract. Today, I am just going to focus on the last element, no undue pressure. This means applying negative pressure to force someone to do something they would not otherwise do in relationships and emotional exchanges. I realized that when we use manipulation like guilt and lies to pressure someone into doing what we want them to do, we are in fact stealing from each other. The cult used an extreme form of this manipulation. But how often do our daily lives get overrun with things other people guilt us into doing? Bake cookies for the bazaar, join a book club, attend a concert we hate. I realized that if I fully own something, I don't owe it to anyone unless I make a free agreement to provide it in exchange for something else I want, not manipulated by guilt, fear, or lies. Bang! What freedom! All my life, I have been guilted into doing things. Now I got to decide freely. Anytime you feel pressured and obligated, let that be a red flag that someone may be trying to steal from you. If your boss is asking you to work overtime for free as a good team player, have the conviction to say, I'd be happy to, if you'll pay me for the extra work. Either way, your decision won't be clouded by guilt or resentment. Finally, we have effect or influence. In the law, violations of this principle deal with how much responsibility you bear for things you contribute to but are not fully within your control. For instance, a leader tells his followers to kill someone, but he doesn't actually pull the trigger himself. Did you notice something? Violations of each sphere of property rights are crimes. With this understanding, I can simplify all the law onto a single page. In fact, I can simplify all the don'ts into one easy-to-remember rule. Don't violate property. How's that for a clear, logical standard to teach our kids and for ourselves to live by? When I left the cult, my life improved dramatically. But in one area, I discovered a sad similarity. Many of my female friends had also been raped or were molested as children. The difference? They're all from normal, mainstream, middle-class American families. I was shocked when I read the official statistics that 1/3 of the women in America have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 5 experience a completed rape. 25% of our college women are victims of forced sex, and nearly 70% are sexually harassed. As I saw in the cult, this kind of systematic abuse cannot happen unless there is something wrong with the core beliefs of a culture. So what's going on? For thousands of years, women were considered property. And although the laws have changed in most countries, norms persist. A sense of entitlement to a woman's body, ignoring her boundaries, and dismissing her contributions. As women, we often feel uncomfortable in these situations, but we don't know exactly what line has been crossed and why, or how to respond. And men are confused too. Behavior that they have been taught is acceptable, even manly, by movies and role models, is now seen as sexual harassment. The Me Too movement has done a good job of exposing these abuses, but the solution is not just more punishment. We must replace the false idea that is causing the problem in the first place through education. Understanding our property right in our body gives us all a clear standard. Now, either you believe that murder, rape, slavery are morally acceptable because you have no property right in your body, or you believe that each person has a full and inalienable property right in their own body. I believe that we must claim our right of self-ownership in order to rise to the next level of societal development, where we will be more powerful, more free, without violating others. I invite you to stand with me. Will you stand with me against oppression and violence? Will you stand and claim the sovereignty of your bodies? All together, say it with me. I own me. I own me. One more time. I own me. Thank you.
Wow, that's really powerful. That's a great video. I'm really sad Faith couldn't make it today because, yeah, she was a powerhouse, man. It would have been awesome to have her with us, but maybe we can reschedule for another time.
We will, definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
So Christine is stepping back for a little bit and passing me the baton. So we'll see you back here in a little bit. And we have our next speaker, Tammy Adams, coming up. And I'm just finding the banners. There we go. Oops, Christine and I are clicking on the same things at the same time. So Tammy, let me bring her up here on the stage. Hi, Tammy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. So Tammy is, your business is Intuitive Understanding. And I had to shut one of my other windows, so I don't have the description up again, but you have so many titles. When I was making the banners up, I'm making the banners and you're like, pick one. I'm like, holy smokes. So, but they really all need mentioning. So I just put Intuitive Understanding in your website so that people knew how to contact you. But really, you know what? Tell us about you have so many titles, like go through them all because they're all relevant.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate this opportunity. Well, my career, it's interesting. My traditional career, I spent most of it in either the field of education or human resources. And I just found that I was really limited by what you were actually able to do to help people within the corporate environment. And so I decided to step out on my own And part of that was making sure I had all the paperwork to go with it. And so, initially I started doing energy work. So I was certified in Reiki and access bars and tapping, that sort of thing. And, I had spent most of my life coaching, both in the educational field and in human resources. So I went and got my life coaching certification. So that kind of fit in nicely. Years ago, probably 1995, I was first introduced to personality assessments. And, for me, not only did it give me permission to be myself, but it actually, I felt like somebody had been looking over my shoulder the entire time. And so I thought, oh, this would be a great tool as well. And so when I opened Intuitive Understanding, that really is where I was going. Life coaching combined with personality assessment, and then kind of adding in the energy work. And a surprise to me, probably more surprising than anything, was I found my way to grief recovery. And I found my way here because I was working with a client that was stuck, and I just didn't know how to help them move forward. And it was a colleague that said, I think you'd be really good at this. And I'm like, just like everyone else, I hear the word grief, I put my feet down, I'm like, no, not going there. Yeah. It is probably the most rewarding work I've ever done. You see someone come to you in a place where they've lost all hope. And in a few short weeks, you can see them flip that and, come to the other side of their pain. So even though in Intuitive Understanding, I still do all of the things, the energy work, the coaching, and the personality stuff, the grief work has really moved to the forefront of what I do.
Yeah. And I've been watching you. And I reached out to you because I've been seeing that grief recovery and seeing some of your posts and how you're helping people. And it's beautiful. I mean, it's a beautiful way to just show up in the world, and kudos to you for doing this, because this is the point for this whole weekend, right? It's just to shine the light on the people who are helping people through this. So with the grief recovery, so I guess, because you and I had a conversation a while back, and you had talked, what was it we were talking about then? Identifying the emotions and healing that. And we had specifically talked about calling it emotions. Forget now, it was healing from that, because a lot of people don't necessarily associate grief with maybe something that they're experiencing. So I don't know if that was, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going off of what we were talking about, but maybe you can tie that together for us.
Well, and no, that makes perfect sense to me, because see, now I just lost my train of thought. We are so afraid of the word grief, first of all, that we don't even want to talk about it. And we don't want to talk about it because it goes into that area that all of us want to avoid. We want to avoid the death of a loved one. We want to avoid a broken relationship, a broken heart, a divorce. And so, the way our human mind is wired, we want to kind of skirt around those things that might harm us emotionally. And yet, when you actually step into grief, it's like any of these things from a mindset perspective. When you step into it, it's not as scary as you thought it was once you're there. And once you get into the whole, what is grief? There are actually over 40 reasons why we might grieve. And a lot of them are happy, because what grief is it's a normal and natural reaction to an emotional loss. But it's also the conflicting feelings brought about by a change in something that we know. So getting married, getting a job promotion, having a baby, all of these things, even if there are a choice, there's still a change in something that was really familiar to us. And those conflicting feelings, we don't know what to do with. Just like our feelings of sadness, we don't know what to do with, because we've never been taught. And in fact, if you go back to when we're like 3 years old, our bodies naturally know how to process grief. It's just a normal and natural process. But somewhere after the age of 3, you know, the things that we're told, the experiences that we see, you know, what we hear other people do, we start to internalize that. And they're not intentionally trying to take away those tools that we had as a child. They're just teaching what they know. And like most things in human history, you know, we pass down what we know, but it isn't necessarily the tools that are going to allow us to heal. I don't know. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's beautiful. And that comes back to what Christine was talking about earlier, right? That a lot of these things that are formed are in our subconscious are from the ages of 0 to 7, right? And then, or in this case, like you said, knowing and understanding how to grieve and what that is. Because I even think of my granddaughters, you know, they, you know, there's been a bunch of changes going on for them and in their little world. And they're just so matter of fact about it, you know, and again, they're 3 and under. So it's just like, you don't have to get into a full on, you know, adult conversation. You can they just have a way of taking the simple thing and summing it up. And it's like, okay, that's how that is. And they, you know, they're, and I agree 100%. They're able to just process that a little bit easier, right? And as we get older and our parents or our family or our friends or whatever, like you said, they're teaching us, and, you know, and I am just as guilty as everybody else, right? But you only know what you know. So like you said, you're teaching what you know, even though, you know, it might not have been the best tool, or it's affirming a belief that really isn't a good belief, you know? So yeah, that's beautiful. So
Virginia, can I just jump in here for a minute? Because you just triggered a really important thought. So when someone comes to me, so let's say they've come to me because a parent has died. So that's first and foremost in their mind. That's why they've picked up the phone and called me, because they just can't possibly process these emotions. And during the discovery phase of the grief recovery method, what I find over and over and over is where these emotions started is way back when they were 8 or 10 or 11, and they stored those memories. They don't even know that they're there. And so each of these memories is stored in our body in a particular order, and we must heal them in that same particular order. And people are so surprised to find out that that big issue that brought them to me, while yes, it's important and we still need to heal that, they realize how many of today's experiences have been filtered through the pain of when they were 10, when they were 18, when they were 25, that is still affecting their capacity for happiness today, because those emotions were never complete. And therefore, you know, every conversation they have with a partner, a coworker, a boss, a friend, subconsciously gets filtered through those experiences that were never healed. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you said that, it just triggered that thought. And I think it's so very important, because it doesn't matter how deeply we are hurt, we're taught to distract ourselves and bury that pain, and we think it's gone. But it hasn't gone anywhere.
Exactly. And that's often when we start to see illness and things happening within our physical body, and that, right? Because we are storing that is emotion that's stored on a cellular level. Sometimes it, you know, all the way in there. So, and it's interesting that you say that. I had that, my own experience of awareness of that, where my sister passed away a few years ago. It was rather sudden, and it was a pretty big deal in my world. She was, you know, my person on the ground in Canada while I was in Panama. And so it was very difficult. Of course it would be for any family. And so she passed away. And my mom was still alive, and she and I worked to take care of mom's stuff and her and everything. And, it was just kind of, although it was sad and I cried but I did, like you said, I stuffed that away. It was like, I don't want to cry anymore. And I ran off back to Panama and I didn't deal with it. And I just stuffed that down. And that whole next year was about healing, but it was more about me realizing that I had to heal and letting go of that, because I just kept stuffing it down. But then I was getting sick and I wasn't feeling good, and and everything like that. And then I, almost a year later, my mom passed away, and that did it. That was the floodgates opened. And I mean, and my mom was 86. We knew that day was coming. She lived a beautiful life. We all loved her. She had left such a legacy, so I was like, what is your, I'm a blubbering mess. And I'm like, what is your problem? Like, and here I had come to realize that it was all of that I had not let go of, that I had not healed, that was just like coming out, and then, a whole other level of healing ensued from there.
Yeah. There's a book called When Your Body Says No by Dr. Gabor Maté, and he is a Toronto physician. And that's exactly what the book is about. At the end of the day, these suppressed emotions, our bodies will whisper and they'll nudge us and they'll prod us. And if we're not listening, our bodies just have to keep turning up the volume. And eventually we get sick to the point where we're going to have to deal with this. Yeah. And what I found really interesting in his book was he said, doctors, since we've moved into this age of diagnostics, doctors don't rely on their intuition the way they used to. And they don't rely on family history the way they used to. My family doctor, until he retired, knew my grandparents, my uncle. He delivered my kids. He knew my parents. He had the entire family history just by knowing us as a family. And Dr. Maté said, doctors have lost that, and they rely so much on the diagnostic element of medicine. And he said, one day he was working with a patient and he said, I couldn't save her, but she changed the way I did medicine, because he said he booked an appointment with her to just come in and have her share her life story. And that's when he realized, oh my goodness, look at all the emotional pain that was never healed. And it was stored in her body since she was a little girl. And her body had just reached the point where it just couldn't handle it anymore. And he said, from that point forward, I changed the way I interacted with my patients.
Yeah. Because it really, you're right. I find not all doctors, but a lot of doctors, from my experience, even when I would take my mom to the doctor, or, you would see different specialists or whatever, right? And when you're in that position, I could totally observe what was happening, in the room. And I'm grateful for her family doctor, because he truly was and is that genuine person that would hold her hand and just ask her how she is. And like genuinely listen to the answer. You know what I mean? And I've seen so many that were involved in her care, just as an example, that you were just that next person on the appointment list. And, you're in and out of the room. And I felt it myself, that I was just a number. And then I walk out. How many times have we walked out of a doctor's office and gone, shit, I wanted to ask them this, or whatever. And it's like, oh, but you think you're going to be in there a little while. And it's like, man, you're just like, get out here, right? And you're gone. So, that's beautiful. So what I found interesting, and for myself, because when we talk about trauma and all of that stuff, a lot of people don't associate grief as a trauma. And guilty myself, years ago, if you had said grief, the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, I didn't lose anyone, a loved one. And we often, box that into that's only when we grieve is when we've lost a loved one. But you pointed out beautifully there, it can be a divorce. It can, it can be having a baby, a marriage, like all happy, beautiful things can be grieving as well, because you're right. Any new beginning is the end of something else, right? An ending to something else. So how, I guess, like with the grief recovery method, how does someone, work with you? How does, what, you've been doing this for a long time. So what kind of what kind of people come? I mean, and again, I'm even kind of thinking, oh my gosh, in my head, I'm boxing this. I'm making it, that only certain people, and that's just not it. It's all of us. And I kind of said that when we were first opening, was that and we had talked about that we find that many people are going to be surprised that they really have experienced a traumatic event in their life, or something that has caused a trauma in their life, and therefore then also held in their body if they've not released it. So how do we know that? And how do we fix that? And, how does that program help us? And, tell us your story.
Okay. Well, I think let's start with the definition of grief. Let's start with kind of the grief recovery textbook definition of grief. And I'd like the listeners to just, as I'm explaining what grief is, just filter some of your just past life experiences through this definition. So the first part is grief is the normal and natural reaction to an emotional loss of any kind. So that can be those traditional things that we think of when we think of grief. It's also the conflicting feelings brought about by a change in something that was familiar. So that's where we talk about those happy things. Maybe not all of them are happy, but anything that's a change in what was familiar. So for example, what we're experiencing right now, look at all the changes in what was familiar. Just stopping and getting a coffee, having a water cooler conversation, visiting grandma and grandpa, going to school, like all of those things that we just took for granted as normal and natural and regular parts of our routine. Grief is almost always about things that we wished had been better, different, or more. So I think we all have experiences that fall into that. Unrealized hopes, dreams, and expectations. And also about the things that were left unsaid. So maybe things we said that we thought weren't heard, maybe those things that we wished we'd said that we didn't, or maybe those things that we wanted to say one more time, only with somebody listening. And what happens with our mind is it doesn't matter what the experience is. We need to complete that thought, that experience, that emotion. Otherwise, our mind is wired to keep searching for the ending of that story. Or the other thing we can do is we try to rewrite a story that has already finished. We may not have liked the ending, so we continue to rewrite that story to make it end in a different way, which we can't do. And what the grief recovery method does is it allows you to identify those stories, those events, those loops that aren't finished, and we complete them. So let me use a personal example. When I was about 18, my grandfather was dying. And I loved my grandpa. And I was really insecure back when I was 18. And I went to the hospital to tell him all those things that I wanted him to know. My grandfather was a man of very few words. I bet I heard him say 30 words in the 18 years I knew him. He was just very quiet and stoic, but I loved him. So I went to the hospital to tell him all those things that I wanted him to know. My aunts and my uncles and my cousins, everybody was in the room. And I didn't have the courage or the confidence to ask them to leave so I could say what I wanted to say. And I certainly didn't have the confidence to say it in front of them. So I left, not having said what I wanted to say. I got up in the morning. I drove to the hospital to tell him he had fallen into a coma. And by that afternoon, he had died. I was 18 years old. I didn't find the grief recovery method till I was in my 50s. I carried, and this is important, I carried what I thought was guilt for 40 years. But one of the things I learned in the grief recovery method is the actual definition of guilt is an intent to harm. Well, I didn't intend to harm my grandfather. What I actually was feeling was regret. And it comes to that last part of the definition that I said, the regret of things unsaid. I played that over and over in my head for 40 years, and it haunted me that I never was able to say what I wanted to. But through the grief recovery method, I was able to identify all of those things that I wanted to say, and I was taught a method in order to be able to do that. And almost instantly, it was gone. And then all I had left were those positive memories of my grandpa. And just like I said earlier, that thing that you think is going to be your starting point, a lot of surprises as to where that goes. And I remember one of the really good things about grief recovery is you have to go through the program yourself before you can be a facilitator.
Yeah.
And so I remember driving to class, and I was so excited that I was finally going to be able to kind of wrap things up with my grandpa. And so she said, all right, I want you to choose somebody, and you just choose intuitively. Well, my grandfather ended up being 6 people down the list. I was shocked that he wasn't the first. But I can tell you with 100% certainty that it was almost instant relief. And I have a picture of my grandfather right, and I can see it right here. He's right there looking at me. But when I look at him, there's no regret, there's no pain, there's nothing but happy memories.
That's beautiful. I love that. And with the program, what's involved with the grief recovery method? Like what does that look like to somebody who wants to get into something like that? And how to identify that is a program that you will benefit from? Is there markers? Is there something that, like let's use me. I still struggle with some pain and inflammation in my neck, my back, my hips. I'm working it. I've told myself this is my year that I'm healing, so it's all going to be gone and it's going to be great. And I mean, I don't take medication. I don't, anything like that. I know that it's inside. I know that I'm working stuff up. Stuff is coming up, and it's got to work out. I get that. Is that a trigger? No, I shouldn't say a trigger. Is that a flag to me to say, it's possible you might have some unresolved grief going on in there, or and I'm just talking, obviously there's some people out there that are well aware that they've experienced grief and trauma and whatever, and that they need to get that. But maybe for someone who's like me, who's still trying to figure out what is my next step, to help me to the next level, like how do you think that would work, or how to apply that, or how do you know?
Well, I think one of the things, is physical signs can be an indicator that you've got a lifelong, storage capacity of all these negative emotions. Is it a guarantee that the pain will go away? No, it's not a guarantee, but I've seen it happen many times. Mm-hmm. I think the first way I want to answer that is the longer I do this, the more I realize that I don't think the question is anymore, do we have grief? I think most of us have grief that we're unaware that we're carrying. And so it can show up in those obvious ways, a change in your eating, a change in your sleeping, those are kind of the initial things, maybe some depression, some, some roller coaster of emotions, and then it kind of settles in a little bit more. And that's kind of the symptoms I see when it's been there for a long time: fatigue, irritability, lack of tolerance, lack of patience, especially in a relationship. So say I was in a negative relationship before I went into this relationship. If I haven't healed the emotions or the pain that was left from the previous one, and I've just kind of shoved it down, convinced myself I'm okay, this next relationship stands a very low chance of success, because it doesn't matter what my partner says or does. Subconsciously, I'm going to filter it through what the last guy did or the last partner I had did. And that's going to be a trigger. And so you're kind of starting off behind the gate, before you've even walked through it. One of the things that I see with men is there's a low grade anger, because, women are encouraged to talk. We may not necessarily always talk in a healthy way to get us to the other side of these emotions, but men aren't encouraged to talk at all. So I see this low grade anger, and, they just don't know where that's coming from, but they know it's there. And usually the low grade anger dissipates after they've done the grief recovery. One of the things people could do is they could go on my website, and there is a questionnaire there. They can do it online where it goes right to me, or they can download the PDF and do it in private. There's 21 questions. Have you experienced this? Have you experienced that? We usually say, if you answer yes to one of these questions, there's a good chance that you might be carrying unresolved grief. Most of the people who take that questionnaire score anywhere between 8 and 15. So 8 or 15 yeses out of 21. And yet somewhere along the way, most people convince themselves that they're fine.
Yeah.
But they're not necessarily fine.
Yeah.
When they work with me, they spend about an hour with me. Right now, I'm doing them on Zoom, and it doesn't affect it at all. So they spend an hour with me on Zoom. There's a handbook that goes with the program that is essential to getting your subconscious on board and allowing you to really embrace the process. Much like you, I've studied mindset stuff for years. I don't know how John has done it, but as soon as you start reading that book, whether you want to or not, you're on board, And so they have about an hour of homework every week. And what we do is we identify those losses. We identify the ones that feel unfinished. And then I take them through a process to complete those emotions. And what's hard for me sometimes is I can see someone, change right in front of my eyes. I can see it happen. I see the peace come. I see the release come. And yet at the end of the program, they'll say to me, well, I feel fabulous, but it couldn't have been this program because it was too easy.
Wow.
Right? And so emotionally, it's not. Emotionally, you're looking at this stuff probably for the first time with these eyes, but you're not alone, because I'm there every step of the way. But the process is fairly simple, and it's hard for us to wrap our heads around the fact that really, and now I'm okay. But I see it over and over. And for myself, I'm one of those people that pretty well lived in a constant state of fight and flight. I can remember having anxiety attacks as young as 8. I remember walking home and feeling like someone had shoved a knife in my heart, and the only way I could stop the pain was to hold my breath. And then I would hold my breath until I had to breathe. And as soon as I gasped for that breath, the knife went back in. And so I would spend, until the anxiety passed, I would hold my breath, breathe, hold my breath, breathe. I had no idea at 8 and 10 years old that I was experiencing a panic attack. Then fast forward to, when I found grief recovery myself, by that time I had understood about adrenal glands and stress and all this kind of stuff. And I thought, I don't even think I have adrenals left anymore because they've been on high alert in my entire life. And yet you are looking at someone who can say with 100% honesty that I have an inner peace that I have never experienced my entire life.
Yeah.
And, it's knowing how to identify and heal those emotions. And, like you say, I have been doing this for several years, but I still use the process on a regular basis because, things happen, shit happens, right?
Well, there's still changes happening in your life too, right? With the good or bad, there's still a grief that's associated with that, right?
Yeah. And so I know now better than to convince myself I'm okay and push them back down. And so what I do now is I just willingly just go through the process and let it go.
And that's beautiful. So it's really about teaching people the tools because, once they go through this, you just shared that great example. Once you do the program, you've got the tools.
For a lifetime.
Right. That's awesome.
That's what I love about it. They go through the program. There's some people that if something happens to them, a year later, a couple of years later, they might call me and say, could you take me through this again? It's been a while. And yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to. But I find for most people, once you've learned the process, they may come back to me because they feel safe with me. It's not because they don't know how. It's just They feel safe and they want that safe environment, that safe person to be able to go through it. But it's not because they don't understand it. And once you've got it for a lifetime. And I just had a client contact me actually just this week. And she was saying, here's what happened to me. I just experienced this, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, you've got the tools. You know what to do. She said, oh, I've already done it. And you're right. It worked. So she did it on her own. She knew exactly what to do. As awful as this experience had been, she knew how to heal it and she knew how to do it on her own.
And I think a lot of people, when they've experienced something that they're trying to stuff down and guilty.
Yeah.
Because I remember having a conversation with my holistic practitioner, and this was several years ago, and she was teaching me tapping, emotional freedom tapping, right? Yep. And she was teaching me tapping, and the water works. Just the releasing of stuff. It was incredible. That was my first experience with tapping, and I love it. And she was like, you can do this more often and blah, blah, blah. And it just helps to bring stuff up. And I remember looking at her and going, yeah, I'm not so sure I want to do that. Like I stuffed that shit down there for a reason, and she, and she was like, yeah, but it's got to come up, it's got to come out. Right. And I think that a lot of people feel the same way. I don't want to relive that. So is it, is that with the grief recovery method? Yes, they have you with them, but you're going to experience the emotions, but I know a lot of people because I was there once too, and was just like, I don't want to go through that again. And so how do you respond to somebody like that to be able to give them the confidence that they can do this?
Anyone who's done the program with me will attest that right from day one, I keep saying, just trust the process. Just trust the process. And that first relationship or event that they go through, they're very anxious. They're overwhelmed. They want to run. They don't, but they want to run. And that's where they'll hear me say, trust the process, trust the process. John's been brilliant in creating this system that does support people through it. But once they've done that first relationship, it's almost always the same. It's like, I can't wait to do the next one. And by the time they've hit the third one, it's like, I was so excited to come because I know how this ends. So, you know, when somebody's doing that first relationship, and if they're not anxious or overwhelmed, I would worry, because it is scary to kind of open all of this up. But after they do the first one, they realize how supported they are. They realize how freeing it is to be able to actually look at this stuff, you know, this unfinished business, and finish it.
Mm-hmm.
That then it almost becomes exciting to go on to the next one and the next one. And then almost always, remember at the beginning when I said some important event brought them to me? You know, at that point in time, healing that pain just seems to be so unimaginable. Like, there's no way I can get to the other side of this. And yet when that person shows up in the rotation, and again, they can show up anywhere in that rotation, but when they show up, there's no fear about addressing that relationship, because they've learned to trust the process. They've learned to trust me and the support that they have. And they're always surprised in the end at how easy it was. That first one isn't. The first one, because they just don't know what to expect, right?
Yeah. Like my dad used to say, that first step is a doozy.
It is. It is. And I think that's a really good point too. You know, asking for the help is the hardest thing you'll ever do. Everything after that is never as hard as picking up the phone or sending that email and saying, you know, I can't do this on my own. And it's interesting, you know, in for transparency, you know, you can get the Grief Recovery Method Handbook. Chapter 7 is all about how to do it on your own. And the steps are all there. You can do it on your own. Yeah. But every person that has bought that book eventually calls me and says, okay, so what's the difference if I do this with you or I do it with the book? And my question will be, do you have the book? Yep. Have you read the book? 3 times. Have you done any work? Nope, nothing. Don't even know where to start. Don't want to look at it. Don't want to do it. So in the end, I never really like the word, but it's the only one that works. It's that accountability. It's that, you know, you've got to show up.
Yeah.
You've got to do the work, because you know somebody is there holding that space for you. And the people who call me, who have sat on it for years, when they do pick up the phone and say, all right, I can't do it on my own, I'll do it with you. You know, a couple months later, they're on the other side of this. And it took them a couple years to get there, because they thought they could do it on their own. And I'm not saying you can't, but it's a really disciplined person, because these are very personal emotions that it's hard to have perspective without that guide.
Yes. Yeah, it would be. Absolutely. That's beautiful. What a fantastic process. You know, just when you were saying about, you know, that first one was a bit of a doozy, but then after that, the excitement and the change, and, you know, I can only imagine what that person feels, you know, getting to that level. And I think that's really been the whole point of these conscious business showcases and of this special weekend for, you know, healing from trauma, is just to remind people we don't have to do this alone. We often, and again, guilty, you know, you think that you're in the trenches. And, you know, I spent many years myself in fight or flight and just surviving. And, you know, I got 3 kids I got to raise. I gotta work hard. I gotta, you know, and you're just constantly going and doing. And it was all me. And then I had my mom that needed my support. And then, you know, my family, although that nobody ever put any expectations on me, I put these expectations on me, and of what I felt I needed to do for my family. what I needed to do for us as a group, and or whatever, right? You put these expectations on, and I just drove myself further down the hole, because I was staying in fight or flight and trying to do it all alone. And it wasn't until I finally said, okay, I'm open to receive, I'm open to help, that healing process could begin. And yeah, it really is a process, but wow, that just sounds like such a beautiful way to go through and to clear maybe some shitty negative stuff, right?
Well, and I think, just to follow up on what you said, just to add just one more layer of complication, is we compare our losses to someone else. Yeah. So we may have gone through a bad breakup, but our best friend's husband may have died. Well, how can I possibly, or, somebody's dog got hit, somebody's dog was stolen or ran away. We always add this comparison. And I think I think that keeps us stuck in our pain and stops us from asking for help in a lot of situations, because our pain is 100% our pain.
Yeah.
And comparisons just teach us to push that down, because we don't feel comfortable being honest with how we're feeling. And if we could just stop the comparison, but yet we're taught that again as children too, so just to add that second piece to what you said was really important. And then there's that next layer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. Well, Tammy, it has been an absolute pleasure having you here with us today. What you're doing is magnificent, and you are healing so many lives. You're such a shining star in the world. So thank you for being you.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. So if anyone wants to reach out to Tammy for some help, you can go to her website, TAdams.ca. And on your website, you have, like you said, you have the questionnaire. So if you want to do the questionnaire privately or have it emailed to you. And then you also have some self-help, some ebooks and stuff like that, or something I believe you said as well, right?
Yeah, I'm proud of my website in the fact that it's not a sales website. There's a lot of information on it, and there are several ebooks that people can just download for free. There's some video testimonials. There's some information about John and the actual program and that sort of thing. So, if people are hesitant but they want to know more about what it is I do, please go to my website. And sometimes the T.ca doesn't work if you don't put the HTTP in front of it. I don't know. Sometimes the search engines are really sensitive, but definitely go there and look around, because the intention is not to sell; it's to inform and educate.
Beautiful. I love that. Well, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure having you with us, and we will stay in touch. That's awesome. Thank you again.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Bye now. Okay. Wow. That was awesome. That was so beautiful. There's lots of comments about that. So Tammy, if you have a chance to go in the group and go to the comments, there's lots of stuff happening in there that you might feel good about answering. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. Probably shouldn't do that. All right. Our next guest. We have Cecilia Tement. Let me bring her up to the stage. Woo woo. Hi. Oh, hang on. You're muted. There
we go. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, we're good. Can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm amazing. It's so good to see you.
I know. You too. You too. You look great. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, it's my honor.
Cecilia and I met, it was probably about 4 years ago now, right?
I would say 4.
4? I'm going with that too. And we met when we were getting our life coaching certification.
Yes.
And although we were in the same class, hey, we both had this conversation a while ago, because we were both in the same class. And although we weren't directly working with one another, because we had to partner up on some things and stuff like that, we both had this feeling that I don't know how this person is supposed to be in my life, and hey, we've both been on each other's, tail wing, or kind of just watching one another for these past 4 years, because I think we were both stepping into a big healing and growth part of our journey and stuff at that time. And look at where you are, you have healed your story, and here you are coming out and making a huge difference in the world, helping other people to heal their story. So talk about you and how you got to where you are.
Wow. I grew up in child abuse, and it was very severe for about the ages of 8 to 14. And it stopped when my dad he left and moved to Hong Kong. But basically what happened was I stayed with these memories of this child abuse for my entire life into my adulthood. I'm 44 now, almost 45. So right up until I turned 40, basically, I was still in deep trauma. I was still suffering from the same repeated memories that kept coming up for me over and over again. The not enoughness, the lack of feeling anything good, attracting and manifesting and almost curating toxic relationships in and around me, whether it was in work or intimacy. It did not matter. I just sought out the yuck. I did. Yeah. I thought, that's all I'm worthy of. I'm a piece of garbage. And on the front, I was very confident. People would have been like, wow, she's really got it together. I had nothing together, honestly, Virginia. Like, I was a hot mess, and deep down inside, I would go home at night and I would suffer. I wouldn't be able to handle anything inside of myself. I was in constant anxiety, constant worry. I was like, what does this person think of me? Does this person like me? Does this person love me? How do I get their love? How do I win their affection? How do I win their attention? And I did not care who it was. I did not care. Why? Because growing up in child abuse, you feel not enough every single day.
Yeah.
And I could not connect the fact that my inner child was unhealed, and that's why I was exhibiting this destructive behavior. And when you met me, I was just beginning my healing journey, and I had literally it was funny because I had all these fibroids in my body, about 19 in my uterus. I had one that was the size of my uterus, 8.8 centimeters. And I remember, and they said to me, it's really big, you can leave it there, but we don't know. So anyway, literally the day after we got certified, I had a total hysterectomy. I had to have everything removed. I healed for 6 weeks and I started coaching right after that. So what brought all this on? So basically, in 4 years ago, I confronted my abusive dad. After years of just pushing it down and tamping it down, he had come to visit from Hong Kong. And I said, you know what, this is it. I'm going to let him know how I feel. I'm going to tell him I'm angry, I'm hurt, I blame him. I've suffered greatly in my life because of the abuse, and he doesn't get to invalidate me by saying it didn't happen or he didn't remember, because he tried doing that before. So I got brave. I got brave as hell, and I sat in front of him and I just let it all barf out like you would not believe. Yeah. And it was funny because he literally was like, he just started to cry, and I started to cry, and I just said everything that was on my heart and my mind. And I was like, basically, I don't care if you understand this or not, but if you don't change, this is the last time you're ever going to see me. You're never going to see your grandchildren again. I'm done. And if you don't change for real and acknowledge what happened, I'm going to know, because I'm going to smell bullshit a mile away. That's pretty much how I said it. And so, yeah. Right? And I was shaking. I remember shaking. And so this is again, something else that changed my life. So we had a beautiful, honest conversation, maybe for the first time in our lives. He admitted to everything. He apologized sincerely. From there, we started rebuilding. But that same day, literally, I want to say maybe 10, 15 minutes after we finished this conversation, I had texted my very best friend in the world. And she had asked me, so, what happened? How did it go? And I'm like, oh, went really well. And I thought to myself, oh, I should call her, right? But I thought, no, I'll call her later, we'll connect later. And basically she walked out and she got hit by a drunk driver and killed. 15 minutes after.
Oh, wow.
And I'll tell you something. She's 40 years old, and she's a beautiful light. Her name was Karla. And she still brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
She was my heart. She was my heart. She is somebody who just connected with me on the deep, deep level. We talked 4 or 5 times a day. When she didn't reply, I knew, I should have known. I kind of felt, oh, that's kind of odd, you know, because we never left. It was one of those people, you message right away, get back to me, right?
Yeah.
I didn't think of it. Her sister messaged me that night and said, hey, I need to talk to you. And I'm thinking, oh, maybe she wants to do something surprising. It was right before Christmas. So then I spoke to her in the morning, and she's like, she's gone. And I lost it. Yeah. And after that moment, Virginia, after that day, I was like, I'm not going to waste one more second of my life sitting in this toxicity. I'm not going to waste one more moment not living the way that I'm supposed to be living. I'm not going to deny myself happiness because of my trauma. I'm not going to not heal because I'm scared. And so after that, my entire life turned around. You know, it's funny because you met me when I was just dreaming about everything that's happening in my life right now. You met me when I said I wanted to become a sought after coach. I wanted to publish a book. I wanted to change lives. I've done it all.
Yeah. Good for you. Good for you.
You know?
Yeah, you're a powerhouse. And although that is an incredible story and breaks my heart to hear of that loss, what a huge loss, but what a beautiful friend to have in spirit given you the catalyst to be that push that you needed to step into who you are now.
She's my wings. I actually feel like I fly on her memory because every day I wake up and I'm like, thank God I have to get a tissue. I'm like, thank God for her. Thank God for the lessons she taught me to not be. You got him. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
I happen to have a box close by. Oh dear.
I like crying now. It's very releasing. You know, to not listen, you guys, I'll tell you something, okay? Healing is very deep and healing is very important. And we deny ourselves the healing because we feel like we're not worthy. And that is just not true. And what I know in the base of my soul and in the bottom of my heart is that everyone deserves to feel love. Everyone deserves to receive it, to be of it. And when you come from a place of soul, there is nothing you cannot do. There's nothing you cannot handle. There is nothing that you cannot remedy, because that is what life is for. Life is for the feeling, the being, the healing. And as long as we keep motioning in that direction, we're always going to come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting. I don't know who the Facebook user is, but somebody had posted that, or they don't know how to release it. Yeah. And you know, the whole point of this weekend is to help people gain some guidance in that and find
Symbia. That's who is.
Is that okay?
Thank you, honey. Thank you for saying that. You know what? And I get it because I was steeped in my fear for a long time. And what I did is, the reason why I had to get a total hysterectomy, you guys, and also I had a breast cancer scare at 24. Like, when you hold toxicity in your body, when you don't release your painful emotions, you get sick. You get sick, okay? And the one thing someone said to me it was the lump I had in my breast was the size of a walnut at 24. Who has breast cancer at 24? You tell me. And I know there are people that do, but I'm just saying, right? For me to be a generally healthy young woman, to have had to deal with that. And you know what? Someone asked me once, and this helped to change my life too. She asked, whose name is on that lump? And I was like, oh shit, it's my dad. It's my dad. And you know what's so crazy now? The amount of healing that I've done, that he has done, that is so beautiful, is that he and I are in such a good place that I cannot think of him with anything but love now.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Nothing, you know, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And he wrote in the end of my book, you know, and that's this is my book, by the way. You guys, it's a children's book. Yeah. But in the end of it, he wrote a letter, right? And he talks about the importance of knowing that we impact our children. We impact our children with what we say, what we feel. how we communicate, right? And if we are communicating from our old pain and from how our parents raised us, we're going to screw our children up.
Yeah.
We're going to screw them
Because
up.
we only know what we know, right? We only know what we know. And there's how many people are walking around in the world not understanding or even seeing how they're showing up in the world.
Yeah.
So you know?
True. No clue. And you won't know until someone tells you. You won't know until you see it for yourself. And part of the work that I do with everybody, each and every person, is I go back to the roots and I dig them up.
Yeah.
And we wash them off and we plant new roots. Because if you don't address why you keep running in the same hamster wheel, you are never going to get there. Yeah. Because you're not learning the lessons. You're not embodying what it is. We stay in trauma. And I hate to say this, you guys, but this is I'm going to rock people's boats a little bit. We stay in trauma by choice.
Yes.
But it's not and it's not anybody's fault. It's because we've been conditioned to be this way. Yeah. Our ego mind. Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. And the ego holds us there, right? Yeah. Because especially if it's a trauma and a way of life that you've been living for many years, we come back to you only know what you know. So that becomes the only way that you know how to live your life. Yeah. And it can be in yelling and screaming and fighting and arguing and blaming and making things bigger than it is. And because even though it's shitty, even though when you're in it, you don't like who you are and how you're showing up, it's the only thing you know, and it feels comfortable.
Yeah, it's familiar.
Because as soon as you start digging up that dirt and you start to step into being that better person and just exactly how you've got it, transforming that anger to love, it takes a little work, and that anger is still going to come up. So it's true. How to work through that.
Yeah, it is.
And not fall back. Not because the ego goes, see, I told you couldn't do it. I told you weren't worthy.
Yeah, it's true. And, and this is the one thing I discovered this the other day. I thought about it a lot, and I was talking about it with a friend of mine. But the reality is this: every emotion is just love in disguise. Every single emotion. If it's fear, if it's guilt, if it's shame, if it's anger. Because we are love. We were not born with this. You know what I mean? We weren't born to be predestined to not be of love and give love. It was our cultural, societal conditioning, projected values, all of this crap that's been put upon us that we've taken in, because that's what we've been taught to do, right? And if we were to strip it away and go back to the base, what are we really? We are unconditional love. That is all we've ever been. And when we come back to love, when we come back to ourselves, when we look within, that's where we find our power. That's where we become, that version of ourselves that is peaceful, that is able to live in calm, that is able to feel comfortable in being in serenity. Because before that, it was just like, I need the chaos to feel like I'm okay, because that's what a human being does.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's interesting. Because I'm trying to find my words, that familiarity of the chaos and, those uncomfortable feelings, make it challenging and make it hard. And my personal experience, my first marriage was abusive. I have long healed and, love my first husband for who he was. Yes. And totally understand that he only knew what he knew. But the interesting thing from my perspective of all of that was I did not know that I was in an abusive relationship.
Why would you? Why would you? Right? Seems normal.
It was like, oh, well, that's, he's my husband and that's just what we do. And, and then it was after a while when the controlling started to get, a little tighter and I wasn't allowed to do things.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden it was like, okay, hang on, wait a second. That doesn't feel very good. What do you mean I'm not allowed?
Yeah.
And then, and I started to question and started to, hey, wait a second, what's this all about? Well, if I'm not allowed, then guess what, pal, you're not allowed. And So then, then
start to figure it out.
But I really, even until I actually showed up at the women's shelter, had broken away, taken the kids, gone to a women's shelter, and sat in with a counselor to discuss what life was for me. At the end of a full hour of me just spitting it all out, at the end of that, I said, I don't know if I'll be allowed to stay here or not, but if it just for a couple of days until I can find somewhere safe to go. And I'm pretty sure the woman's jaw hit the floor, because she said, Virginia, just because he didn't hit you doesn't mean that that's not an abusive relation. And I was just like,
you didn't know.
No idea.
No, and you think that because these people are your intimate partners or your family or your friends, that it's okay for them. Oh, they're just, it's just constructive criticism and I can grow from it. Bullshit. You know what I mean? Like bullshit to every story that has ever been told to us that says that you have to be tampened down, that you have to be pushed down, that you have to obey anything or anybody. Like, I think the challenge now is recognizing that you have the freedom to make a choice every second of your life. What do you want for yourself? What do you choose? Yeah. What do you choose? And at the end of the day, it's like to know that you even have the ability to do that. That's the difference, right? And that's what you were learning that day, is that it was actually not okay for you to be treated like that.
Exactly. And mind blowing. I mean, rocked my world. I was like, oh, like it was incredible to learn that and to experience that. And again, come a long way since then. Lots of healing and growing, and but yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. Coming back to love, really, it's gaining that, and this last year, if it has done nothing, it has been yelling, and the universe has been yelling at us. Go within, reconnect.
Yes.
To yourself. Yeah. And because you're absolutely right, you can. Once you heal, once you find that connection and you make the choice to show up from a place of love and joy and happiness, any situation that comes into your reality, you have the choice to look at that with judgment, with anger, or with love, or with 1,000 other emotions, but you know what I mean? Like you can choose to look at what I always say, the bright side, and understand that that person is coming from a place that they're in, and it's not a reflection of you, or whatever, but you showing up and coming out to them in response from a place of love can absolutely change their world.
Changes everybody. I am a walking light of love everywhere I go. And all I ever ask myself is, how can I love this person more? Whoever it is, even if it's a perceived enemy, which by the way is an illusion, people, that we create. Okay. Like, I used to have lots of enemies. I have no enemies now. Why? Because it's the meaning we put on them. It is our conditioning that says that. So now I unconditioned myself. So every time I see someone who has a crappy behavior, I think to myself, what is it that they've been through that is causing them to behave this way?
Yes.
And I always look at the layer behind the layer. We are an onion people. That's just how it is, right? So I never now look at somebody and go, I can't believe they said that. I can't believe they did that. I just ask myself, why are they saying this? Why are they doing this? Where is it coming from? What is it in their life that is causing them to do this in this moment? And then I have compassion. And then I say, it's okay. You be you. You do what you need to do. You be where you are. You're on your journey. I'm on mine. And I can fully hold some space for anybody in this neutral place of unconditional love. Because guess what? I want that person to learn to love themselves too.
Yes.
It may or may not be my job to help. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
But my presence can teach them something.
Yes.
I may decide I'm going to move away from somebody because they're not in my flow or my energy in that moment. But can I leave them with a legacy of love? Yes.
Yes. Good for you. Hell yes. So I'm just going to bring you around in my pocket every day.
People say that all the time. It's funny. Like sometimes when I finish with a client, they're like, so how do I have you coach me for life? I'm like, no problem. We can be once a month. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we need, listen, I have coaches too. This is what I want you guys to understand. You cannot, it's great to do it by yourself, but it's so nice to not have to go through it alone. You know, it just takes somebody else sometimes to give you that little bit of different perspective, to uplift your spirit, to connect with your soul in a way you haven't before. And when you have that, it can change and transform everything. You know, and I want that for everybody.
Yeah, same. And that's what I keep touting and ringing that bell, right? You don't need to do this alone. It's not about you figuring this out by yourself.
No.
And you know, there are, yes, you can go through stuff and healing with family members or with friends, and you know, absolutely. But game changer.
Yeah.
When you actually hire a coach, or join a group, or you know, a membership or something with like-minded people, that you will heal faster.
You will. Collective energy is very powerful. This school that you guys have, like everything is about collective energy. When you are surrounded by a million other people who are there for you, to support you, to cheer you on, it makes a massive difference. And when we raise our collective energy and our collective consciousness into the level of love, then what are you going to be fueled on? Love. Nothing else.
Yes. Yeah. That's awesome. I love that. So I think I have, I didn't put up all of your places because I know there's lots of places that people can find you. I thought, okay, if I put all those up, the whole banner is going to take up our face, and we're not.
No problem. Tell them to come find me, like on Facebook. Come and, you know, message me or whatever. Go onto my website. I have a free 15-minute session there. Feel free, Cyndi, feel free to book, sweetie. And in those 15 minutes, you'd be very surprised what can happen in a short amount of time. And at the very least, you're going to walk away feeling a little bit lighter.
Yes. And now, just to, I know your business partner, I know you're doing coaching and one-on-one coaching and helping people transform anger to love and healing their story. And you also have a business partner, and the two of you are doing some pretty awesome things. Do you want to talk about that a little bit too?
Yeah, sure. So we have a Facebook group community. You can find us at Successful Soulful Women Entrepreneurs. And basically what we do is, both of us grew up in trauma, my best friend Cheryl and I, and then we have turned it into a business where we combined our skills. So I do the healing aspect, and Cheryl is an organic marketer and intuitive branding artist. We basically threw our businesses together, and we actually help soulful, heart-based women entrepreneurs to scale their businesses from a place of authenticity. And we've scaled to 70K since December, all organically. But here's the thing, it's not even about the money, you guys. If you are in business for yourself, you have a healing business, a spiritual business, anything at all, there are ways for you to put the word out there using your own magic. You know, people always worry about, oh, I can't be like that other person. We don't want you to be. Be like yourself. Be who you are, and just ignite yourself from that place of soul. When you do that, you will never, never fail. I don't believe in that. I believe in the goodness of your heart. And so that's something that we do that we're really proud of. So come join our community. It's free, beautiful things in there. Would love to see you inside.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. You're just continue to do great things in the world, and keep showing up and being that shining light of love, because the world needs it right now. So thank you for everything you do. And Christine made a comment that we definitely have to come back. You have to come back with us. So maybe when Cheryl, because I know Cheryl just had a baby, so we're going to bring her on today too. And
I know.
Baby decided otherwise.
That's
so
right.
That's okay.
She's
so
beautiful.
Yeah, so maybe we'll have you back another time when she's back in action again, and we'll have you on another showcase. It'll be awesome.
I would love to. Thank you so much, you guys. It's been such a pleasure. What an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Take care. Have an awesome day.
Take care, you too.
All right. That was so awesome. I just love all the speakers that we have. All right, our next speaker we have coming up is Katie Tougas, and she was, I think Christine, if you recall, at the beginning, Christine was talking about we are all in a spiritual mastermind together, and Katie has a really awesome story about thriving through trauma, and so I'm going to bring her up onto the stage. There we go. Hi, Katie. How are you? Oh, sorry, you're muted. There. Oh no, it's not unmuting. I'm asking you to unmute there. Okay.
There we go. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Awesome. Thank you.
Good.
Thanks for being with us today. It has been a powerful day so far, and we're not even halfway through. So tell us. I mean, Christine had kind of did a little bit of an intro at the beginning of the day today that we were all in a spiritual mastermind together. Mm-hmm. But you have a really big story, so I'm just going to kind of pass it over to you, and you take it away. Tell us about you and who you are, what you do, and how you got to where you are now.
Thank you. Yeah, we were all in a spiritual mastermind together, and that was what kind of like helped remind me who I was and have always been, to be honest with you. So I actually am kind of an anomaly of a person in the sense that I remember my birth. I remember the first 3 years of my life. And through the process of integrating my trauma and healing, I have remembered my past lives. I've remembered like chronologically everything that's happened in my entire life, which a lot of people unfortunately can't really say. So it's I'm proud of myself.
You're a medium, you're a channeler, you've got like some seriously big intuition and all of that stuff going on too, right?
Yeah. So I've wanted to be a doctor since I was 5. So I specialized in neuropsychology when I went to university. I'm working on my second degree in chemistry and physics, and I would like to combine both of them into an MD, PhD project in the future, so that I can eventually teach doctors how to be doctors. Because I've lost 3 family members now. Thank you. I've lost 3 family members to malpractice, including both my parents and my uncle. So there's something systemically wrong with our allopathic system in the sense that we are not treating an entire human being. We're just treating physical symptoms. And we've only now just started looking at mental health in the last 20 years. I mean, we still lobotomize people in the 50s, for God's sake. And we're not acknowledging our spiritual health in the allopathic system, which I think is a huge flaw and impacting a lot of people on a grander scale. And like then people are wondering why they aren't healing. So there's nothing inherently wrong with allopathic healing modalities, holistic, shamanic, whatever type of medicine resonates for you. It's just in order to cultivate true health, all parts of self need to be honored. And that includes a vast range of types of healing. So I specialize in dying and grieving consciously, and more so as a guide or a coach rather than an explicit healer, because it like doing the actual physical healing work, even though I'm very skilled at it and have, for instance, known how to do lymph drainage since I was 12 due to my upbringing, but it actually drains me physically to be doing like massage or reflexology or Reiki type of things. And I'm well versed in it, so I'm able to be like, hey, you can go to this. And I'm very resourceful in terms of being able to guide people that way. But I specialize in like systemic guidance and helping people understand what an intuitive yes or no actually feels like so that they can be their own spiritual guru by the end of session with me.
Awesome. I love that. I love that. So now you talk about your story on thriving through trauma, and I guess, if you feel comfortable sharing a little bit about, whatever kind of brought you to that realization of trauma or whatever in your life, and how you were able to thrive through that and heal.
So I've been thriving through my childhood wasn't awful. It was just misguided, like a lot of people's. So I was very spoiled. I was like an only child, but my love language isn't gifts. And so if you're not being communicated in your healthy love language, you don't actually feel loved and you don't feel recognized and you don't feel seen, which was a huge thing for me. And it felt as if nothing that I did was actually good enough, despite how many qualifications I ended up backing myself up with, or how much logic I was able to put up for my own defense when it came to speaking with adults and my own peers. So I've kind of, at 4 years old, because of my dad coming back into my life, and he kind of brought a lot of infidelity with him as well in that I witnessed growing up. When I was 4, I had asked my guides and spirit to turn off my abilities, because I remember when I was like 1 to 3, lost souls would often come to me, say, "Hey, I lost my body. Can I use yours?" And I'd be like, "No, vessel occupied. But I can show you how to get home." Most of the kids my age are eating glue, so I can, like, we can hang out and socialize a little bit, and then I will show you how to get back to the light. It usually took me about 2 weeks to a month or so, and now I can do it in a half-hour session. But I turned off those extrasensory abilities for a long period, trying to kind of more or less step away from who I inherently was, because I was taught and conditioned to believe that it wasn't the right path for me.
Right.
My mom always tried to encourage it, but at the same time, whenever I would try to step into it, there would be her own inner critic that would counteract. And my mom had undiagnosed dissociative identity disorder, so it got very confusing for me as a child. So growing up, I really just tried to focus on myself and do what I needed to do. My mom thankfully did nurture the genius within. So by the time I was 5, I was reading in a grade 2 level, cursive writing during carryovers in math. So they put me into a 1-2 split, and I skipped kindergarten. I was able to bypass grade 4 curriculum as well, because my mom was taking me to travel with her. So my teachers would just give me work to do, and I would do it. And I kind of got very quickly ahead. But leading into that, it was just like, "Oh, you're the same age as the grade 2 ones, go play with them." And I never felt like I fit in properly. Yeah. So I've gotten very used to being alone for most of my life. And now I'm living alone, and I'm just like, "Oh, why didn't I do this sooner?" Now that I'm done my nesting phase, I'm so much more grounded and in my element, and grateful to have gotten myself to this place. So my life has just been absolute chaos leading up to now. And now it's funny because I'm observing all of the chaos around me, including in my friend group, and it's not touching me. And I'm just like, this is awesome to have gotten to this point. And I have a much deeper understanding of what generational trauma and integration actually means in the healing process. So that's where I like to put my focus. But I've run multi-million-dollar sales locations. I started in door-to-door when I was 16 years old. That actually got me out of my shell and launched me on this network marketing, ridiculous sales journey. And then I realized that I really hate sales. And I'm able to market myself. I understand the purpose of it, but I don't. I enjoy the psychology of sales, but now that I've learned what I've needed to learn from it, it's like it got too boring for me. And I was like, I want something deeper. So I dove more into quantum science and chemistry and physics. And now I'm a tutor. I'm teaching this kind of curriculum all the time. I'm seeing how it's changed from when I was in high school to how it is now. And I'm able to kind of attune to this current generation that's growing up, as well as the adult generation, and kind of bridge the gap between the two, and explain to adults my age what it is that our future generations actually need, because I work with them so readily. Yeah. So, despite the past, despite what happens, it is not the event that defines who you are. A lot of people really get stuck in the story of their trauma. And if you've noticed, I haven't really dived a lot into what the trauma story actually was, because it's not important. Yes, there's things that happened, but how I perceived it at the time is very different to how I've perceived it now, after I've called those parts back to me and allowed them and welcomed them back to the system.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm getting fidgety. I can't sit still. I said that to Christine before. I said, I don't know. I watch these videos and people are they sit there for a whole hour. I'm like, man, how do you do that? Anyway, sorry. Distracting.
I've got my tourmaline in my hand, so it helps to kind of keep me a little settled.
Okay, good. Okay, apparently I need some of that.
Tourmaline, onyx, or black obsidian.
Okay.
Very grounding stones, and any of the three, or shungite. This one's shungite.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to get some. So that's awesome. So, okay, so how are you, I love how you explained that you're bridging the gap between and helping, the adults understand these kids and what they need. So what do they need? So say how, explain that in a way, like to how are you bridging that gap, and how are the adults taking that information? Like, is it being received in a positive way? I'm just curious to see.
When I speak to the parents about my students and kind of what I'm observing with them, it is very well received, and they're kind of like, they've been very grateful and thankful of what I've been able to share with them about their child. And then I do kind of throw a little bit of human design in there, because I do find it very valuable for parents to know what energy type their child is, whether they're a generator, manifesting generator, projector, or reflector. It just depends on their aura type. And so there are non-energy types and there are energy types. So for me as a projector, projectors and reflectors, and a lot of manifestors who have less definition, even generators who have less definition, because it's like, it gets very finicky and like vague between when the certain energy centers are defined and not defined. If there's a lot of non-definition, your child is a mirror. And so it's like, you have to kind of understand that when they're reacting, and this is just children in general too, that when a child makes you feel a certain way when they're upset, they're making you feel how they feel.
Yeah.
So it's actually a lot easier to understand your kids than people think it is. And just through like observing what's going on with them and then talking to them like they're another human, because they are. Trying to have an adult conversation when, and I understand that like the context of an adult conversation and not putting that in front of a child, but if a child comes randomly in and wants something, speak to them like another human, not like they're your pet that they're bothering you type of thing. And even my pets, like my dog, my cat, I speak to them as if they're babies. I've had Queenie since I was 7 years old. She's 22. I have a 22-year-old cat, and she's living this long because of the attunement that I've been able to extend to her. So these kids, all they need, just like any other human being, they want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to be loved. And how they want to be loved depends on them. And if you don't know, ask them. And sometimes it's hard for them to articulate that. But like, as a parent, that's where your responsibility comes in, to educate yourself on the different love languages, how to actually communicate love to somebody else. And then have a conversation with your child. They're going to be more open to that. And in all honesty, watching my parents grow up, I was not watching. Technically, everyone's a child, watching them grow up, but watching my parents as I was growing up, I realized, I'm like, all I ever wanted was for them to be happy, because if they aren't happy, I'm not happy, because my needs as the child are not being met. And instead, I'm being criticized, I'm being like reprimanded, I am being trying to be controlled, and nobody wants to be controlled.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right, because I think about that just going back in my own life, being in a marriage that wasn't working, and staying in it because there's many women and men that stay in a relationship for the children because you think you're helping your children and you are not. And I have said this to more people in bad relationships over the years, that it's not for your kids. Don't give me that excuse. When you're happy, your kids will be happy. So if you're happy in that relationship and you're working on that relationship, more power to you. But don't stay in there for the children, because you're not actually helping them at all, right?
Yeah. And this goes for any parents experiencing like marital issues. If your kid says something in observation, like when I did when I was 12 and told my mother that she needed to leave my father, please listen to your child, because it not only will help them develop better, it will help you heal. And you won't hang on to all of these things that don't serve you. That was both of my parents' issue. They were incredibly strong individuals, but the true strength is being able to let go of what doesn't serve, so that you can actually call that energy back again and step into the power that you've always innately had within you. The longer you hold on to things that aren't good for you, and you know they aren't good for you, or like long term, the more detrimental it is to the system, and the harder it is to heal. Like when my mother was passing, she died of sepsis, right? So, but it was because of an infection in her toe. This is like a long story. Again, it's a whole malpractice issue regarding her hip surgery initially, but during the actual death period, the only injuries that she had was a splenic thrombosis due to the overage of heparin. They dosed her twice in heparin in an hour and a half. And then on top of that, she had 3 strokes, and the 3 minor strokes in her. So she had two, one in the frontal, one in the parietal. That was the size of a hockey puck and extended into the frontal lobe. And then they had one in the cerebellum as well. But she also had damage to her mitral valve, where my dad had his second heart attack with damage to his mitral valve. And her kidney output started going down, where my Uncle Chris had his right kidney filled completely with blood and was in ICU for over a year. So my mom literally, and I could feel it energetically. I had just been at level 2 Reiki. I saw my father beside me, saw him go into her heart, and then I felt him there. So she held on to him there, and she held on to her little brother and her kidneys. And God, I'm sure she also held on to her little sister, Tina, who had a hole in her heart as well. But these organs were not issues that my mom inherently had. It was things that she was harboring that manifested physically. So what I specialize in too in my session is I sit down with people and I help them attune to a part of their body that's causing them issue, finding out why it's there in the first place, and helping them transmute that, holding space for them to transmute it. That's all I do. Because it's their process that's healing, but people don't know how to hold space for themselves. So I show them what it feels like, as well as what a yes and no feels like to them, so they can continue that process moving forward on their own.
Yeah, because we really do have the ability, each and every one of us, to heal ourselves. We really do. It's just a lot of the time, it's understanding how and remembering that power that we have within us, right?
Kids know how to heal. A kid falls down and then they're just they're back up again a lot of the time, and then they have a boo-boo, but it's healed within a few days. They understand, they trust their body that it's going to heal because they know. Kids, we underestimate the child's intelligence because it's oh, you're little, your brain hasn't developed yet, but it's the soul has.
Yes.
We come here with our memories, and if we can nurture that, then we've heard countless stories of children coming back with past life and being able to find where missing bodies have been buried. All of these weird esoteric, this unexplainable stuff. It's real, but we're just now starting to actually study resonance science, and we're going to be grounding that in over the next decade, and we'll see more progress in science in the next decade than we had the last 2 centuries combined. I guarantee that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I've read a couple books about, kids coming back and experiencing a past life, experiencing how they died. Maybe it was a wrongful death, or it was an accident, and there's that guilt or that shame or, whatever that they're holding on to. And I forget the name of the books now, but this one doctor, and maybe it was a storyline, but it was kind of based on true. But it was about this young boy and how as a single mom, this boy was terrified of water and freak out, terrified, of the bath, washing the hair, couldn't, difficult for that child to be left with daycare because they would start saying other things and then started saying my other mummy. And my, and things like that. And about this mother's journey on how to help her son, because immediately when she took the boy to the doctor, he's paranoid schizophrenic. Here's some prescription or, whatever. And it was just that journey of understanding that that child was actually experiencing his past life, and he was shot and thrown down a well or something. And it was really it was his journey back to that. And just like Tammy was saying in the previous interview or two ago, whatever, about having to finish that story. Mm-hmm. You've got to end that emotion or that feeling or that story to be able to allow you to move forward. So that's really interesting that you brought that up. That's very cool.
Yeah, speaking on past lives and everything too, like that is part of our generational trauma. Like it's from our previous generations and previous incarnations. So sometimes the patterns that a child is eliciting may not necessarily be from this life at all. It can be from a previous one that wasn't finished. And that is the goal, is to go back and not like, because you can't change the past, but what you can do is like, how would you rewrite the story? How would you open up a different alternative timeline that creates a different reality for you now, if that like didn't happen? If you could go back and you could re-embody what happened, because what happens in the moment of trauma is people will dissociate. It's a coping mechanism so that they can function. But a lot of the time at these times of the traumatic events, people are not in their bodies. And this included me when I was 4 years old. Like I went back and I allowed myself to go into my body because I astral projected for what was going on when I was 4. And I was like, can you please turn off my gifts? Instead, I went back and I'm like, no, I'm going to feel this fully. And it was probably one of the most painful experiences, like emotionally, of my life. It was because I was 4 and your brain hasn't fully developed yet. So this is why it's so painful. And funny enough, too, like during neural development, even the stress of the mother, particularly in the 3rd trimester, will impact how the baby's amygdala and hippocampus actually grow and function. The hippocampus is the part of the brain that contains your explicit or external memories, and the amygdala is what contains and creates your implicit or internal emotional memories. So when the mother is stressed, there's an influx of cortisol in her system, which causes an influx of adrenaline in the baby's system, and thereby increases the size of the amygdala and shrinks the size of the hippocampus. So our implicit or emotional memory increases, and you usually end up with a very anxious baby who has like struggle to self-regulate when mom can't get to the crib right away, which only further impacts that negative cycle that has been created in the first place. And the baby's implicit or explicit memory and ability to remember the external as it's actually happening is impaired. So this can go back all the way into utero. And so like people may simply their realities may be simply too painful or overwhelming to have integrated ever since their nervous system first began developing. And so I use neurobiology, trauma-informed coaching, human design, numerology, and more to again help people feel empowered and understand that it's there's nothing wrong with being traumatized. It's just simply how your nervous system has functioned and what's going on. And there's the new awakening of polyvagal theory in psychology has done leaps and bounds for the trauma community and healing it.
Beautiful. Wow. That's incredible. So when you're working with clients, do you do group work, or is it more one-on-one? I know you're kind of stepping into some new stuff too. So tell us a little bit about that.
So my business right now is very ground level. I've been doing a lot more one-on-one. I don't have a large enough following to really do group sessions just yet, but so I'm trying to build the following right now. And as a non-energy type, I tend to rest. I took a 4-hour nap yesterday, a lot more than most people. And then I was up until midnight recording the 2nd episode of my podcast, which is out now officially on iTunes. So that's exciting.
All right.
It only took me 2 years to record it.
Oh dear.
But I would like to do that more because I actually had a lot of fun recording it. I didn't have a lot of fun uploading it, but that's a whole other story.
I hear you there.
And I'll deal with that on later on. But yeah.
Yeah,
So I
I
do
totally
more
get that.
one-on-one work right now. I have a 3-hour session, a 1-hour session, and then for anyone who needs help with somebody else's transition, there's the death spiral that I do offer as well. And all of that's available on my website, along with my qualifications and kind of like a little bit more about me and who I am. And then I've got my blog and my podcast up there as well.
That's so awesome. And I apologize. I would have put your website up, but I didn't know what it was. So
it's just my name.com. I guess I can can I put it in the comments?
yes, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how to. Oh, I guess. Okay, there we go.
You know what? Here, yeah, I've got my comments up too.
Did that work? It just says private chat, but I tried.
Oh, that's us. Yeah. But you know what? I can do it. I've got my phone up here. So it's TAdams.ca.
Yeah, TAdams.com or .ca. Both of them work. And then I was going to buy the other handles for Thriving Through Trauma as well.
That's beautiful. Okay. That's awesome. So everything is on there, on the website. And sorry, I know I just wanted to touch quickly on the spiral. Sorry, I forget what you called it. The great. That was just kind of cool. I wanted just to touch on that for a minute. And this is helping spirits who have passed but are in transition and haven't gone to the other side.
Exactly. Someone could have died with unresolved trauma, and we always know when our loved one is at peace or is not at rest, kind of thing. So if there's any kind of inkling that it feels like they're lingering or they're latching, because I actually experienced my mother latching. The night she died, I felt her come up through me. And I realized 1.5 years later that I never felt her leave. And when my last relationship ended, it hurt more to lose that man than it did to lose my mom, my best friend, and my mentor. And I was like, there's something weird here that's going on. And the pain that I was feeling was the grief from her having lost my father in 2011. And then I realized that it was the same feeling that was happening. And I was like, oh no. I was like, I love you, sweetheart. But I'm like, with all due respect, I'm like, you need to let me fight your case and live and handle this situation in my way, not through me. So please leave and please get out. And then I left. I felt her go, and I was like, huh. And I hadn't felt like that since I was 18, since before my dad passed. I hadn't felt fully like myself until that moment. And I know that it was out of protection and as well as my own non-desire to let her go, because she wouldn't have been able to latch if I wasn't open to it, if I wasn't consenting to it in some capacity. But when I actually set them down and buried them in October, I did sit down and do the Great Death Spiral. So that particular service is a shamanic practice, and it doesn't require your direct participation, aside from being an informant about who I'm working on. And so basically, if somebody has passed away or is in transition and you deeply feel that they are not at peace in that transition, then this practice comes naturally to me, and I'm very well versed in it, having helped many souls release that anything that no longer serves. So basically, I do a chakra illumination, eliminate anything from their chakra system that isn't serving them, ground it back to Mother Earth, and then I fill up their chakra system and with light, seal the chakras, and unhook them so that it can be sent. So the soul and spirit can be sent. It basically calls all soul fragments back to that individual across all physical realms and allows them to move on in a whole unionized kind of way.
Wow, how beautiful!
Yeah.
That is really, because you said it right. Sometimes we die with some unresolved trauma, and what a beautiful way. You're helping people thrive through trauma, both in physical form and in non-physical form. I mean, what a gift to be able to help people on the other side, just to release that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, we allow the luminous energy field to be released, seal the chakras, and this is definitely not something to be performed on anyone who's alive. The final rites are performed immediately following a person's death or within 40 hours of their final breath, and then there's surrogate death rites that can also be performed many years afterwards. And it's just similar to the Munai Ki and attunements in shamanic practice to like the Earth Keeper's rites, the Seer's rites, and all of those. This is just the death rites, and it's like the transitionary process that helps the soul move forward.
Wow. You're an incredible person, Katie. That's amazing. You're helping people everywhere. I mean, I'm just amazed. You know, I knew that you helped souls transition, but I suppose I didn't understand it on that level. And I love it. I love
Thank you.
What a beautiful gift that is. And to be able to stand in that power in life and helping people transition through trauma and thrive is just incredible. So thank you so much for being here today. It has been such an honor having you with us. And I love doing this. Although we're in the same mastermind, we don't always get the chance to really kind of talk about who we are and stuff. And you have a beautiful story, and you're a beautiful person, and you're doing beautiful things in the world. So thank you for being you.
Thank you for having me, Virginia. My content releasing over the next little bit is going to be focusing more on the neurobiology of trauma and just kind of helping people understand the why behind everything. And eventually I'll migrate into the more esoteric things. I'm actually going to be releasing a novel in the fall called Past Life, Stories of the Past and Present, a collection of past life memories, retold myths, and rewritten truths.
Wow. Awesome stuff coming by Miss Katie Tougas.
Thank you.
That's so awesome. And so anybody, you can message Katie if you want to reach out to her. Again, going to her website, Tougas.com or .ca. And she's got, and that's going to keep people in the know. Do you have a group, a Facebook group or anything, or that people can kind of stay in the know?
Yeah, I have on Facebook. I'm Thriving Through Trauma podcast, because Thriving Through Trauma was taken, and then on Instagram and TikTok, it's at Thriving Through Trauma. I haven't released a lot of TikToks. It's like kind of blank there, but Instagram is more my main platform right now, as I try to get my life more concise and succinct. So
yes, I hear you. Right. All right. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much for showing up today. It was a pleasure to have you with us. And I'm certain we'll be talking again more soon.
Thank you so much again. Take care.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Wow, that's incredible.
Hi. Wow, what an action-packed morning, hey? Wow. And perfect timing, because I got ants in my pants. I got to stand up. I can't sit here any longer. So I'm really happy that it's your turn. I'm passing you the baton. How do we do that, by the way?
Awesome.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. StreamYard's backwards for those who maybe haven't been on StreamYard, the platform where you
yeah,
awesome.
Doesn't hurt to say. So,
cool.
All right, I will pass the baton. We have our next guest coming up, and Miss Christine is taking it from here. So I'll be in the comments if anybody needs anything, and looking forward to hearing the rest of our special speakers today.
Awesome.
Take it away.
See you.
See ya.
All right, let me bring up Julia. Hello. How are you? Oh, you're still on mute there. How about now? I can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you are. Hi.
Sorry about that. It's great to be here. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm super excited to hear, what you do and how you help families, because I think this is so needed. That, just learning from my own childhood trauma and how much emotional immaturity we just didn't know. You don't know what you don't know, and you are helping to empower families, not just people on their own, but a whole family, which is amazing. So I love, I can share what we have on our banner here, but then please tell us, who you are, your story, and what you do, and then we'll just continue the conversation. So you are, we're going to talk today about attuned families and what that means and how powerful that is in interrupting intergenerational trauma. So true, right? Of what's been passed down through generations. And they can reach you at attunedfamilies.com. So share with us, how did you get to your business, Attuned Families, and maybe weave your story in there?
Yeah, sure. So I've been working with children and families for 16 or 17 years. And I started and my background is in the education system, doing work with children and families in schools. And, I've always had a passion for that. And at the time that I trained, there were certain political influences that steered the way that people practiced. And when I had my own daughter, my first daughter, and returned to work, my first daughter unfortunately experienced a little bit of her own trauma in a childcare setting. Nothing that you would, it's all relative, right? Nothing horrific by the average person's standards, probably. But she was very young, and she started acting out a little bit when I was pregnant with my second. She also there was sort of a variety of challenges that we encountered as a family, and she started acting out, and I started doing what I was taught to do, 10 years before in my studies, in my master's, and it didn't work. And it actually made things worse. And it didn't sit well in my gut. And so I stopped and I started searching for answers, because I could see that my little one was struggling. I was struggling. I had another one on the way.
Right.
And this, of course, continued after welcoming a sibling, of course, right? Because that's a stressor for a little one. And I came across a bunch of newer, actually, a lot of it's not new, a lot of old stuff, but that wasn't able to get out there as effectively as a lot of the behaviorist research. And I retrained while on the side while parenting. And it has been, I'm always training. I feel that ongoing education is absolutely crucial, and it fills my cup. It fills me up, and it allows me to continue to really thrive in my work and enjoy my work. But to do it while parenting gave me so many insights, and I just became desperate to share this, because once I did it everywhere, it just made things so much easier for everyone. And everywhere I looked, I could see just, normal average families having so many common struggles that are so unnecessary.
Right.
And so I started Attuned Families because in my agency work, I don't have the space to practice the way that I want, unfortunately, because of a whole bunch of structures that are not conducive. So at Attuned Families, I get to do it my way. I get to serve families in a much deeper way, and it is absolutely lovely and rewarding.
Oh, right on. That's amazing. It's so interesting. I feel many, many businesses are started because of a need in their own family, right? Or in themselves. And it's okay, I can't find what I'm looking for. I'm going to create it. That's what we did.
Yeah.
Right. At the Healing Soul School.
Absolutely.
What does attuned mean? I think that's really important for people to understand.
Yeah. So attunement is sort of this magical it factor in parenting that is really hard to pin down, but it's a psychological process. It is very key to developing healthy attachment relationships. And I want to make a distinction here. The word attachment parenting was coined based on a variety of behaviors that were said by a medical doctor to lead to secure attachment. I want to distinguish, when I talk about attachment, I'm really talking about the science behind attachment. And while there are some behaviors that will support better attachment, no set of behaviors guarantees attachment. And not doing things like extended breastfeeding, co-sleeping, carrying your baby is not necessarily detrimental to attachment either, okay? So a lot of parents live by these rules that really can tap them out. And I did a lot of these things, and I wanted to. That's what came naturally for me. But some people can't breastfeed. That doesn't mean you can't have a healthy attachment with your baby and your child. Right. The other thing I want to say about attachment is not only, we talk a lot about attachment in infancy, Attachment is a lifelong process. We have attachment relationships. I have an attachment relationship with my husband, and each of my children who are now 6 and 9. And it's a lifelong process. A person's attachment needs never go away. Okay. And like you said, when you talk about emotional, I'm going on a bit of a tangent here, but bear with me. When you talk about emotional immaturity, right? When our attachment needs go unmet in early childhood, an unmet need never goes away. So that's why parenting is so, so important. But attunement is this psychological process where you come to resonate with the internal experience of another person. So when you are attuned to your child, all of this mystery of why is my child doing this? Why isn't my child doing this? How do I get my child to do this? It goes away. Because and attunement is really the process through which attunement and responsiveness are like the two main processes through which healthy attachments are built.
Right. And what would be, just so the audience can maybe understand, like what could be some unhealthy attachments that we may have had as children and what that looks like as an adult?
Right. So, well, I mean, there are different ideas around different adult attachment styles, but simply put, there's secure attachment and insecure attachment. And an insecure attachment means that you don't feel secure. Like if you don't have secure attachments, you don't feel secure in yourself. You don't feel like the world is a safe place. And it can lead to all kinds of mental health problems, addiction problems, chronic illnesses. Whereas the secure attachment is a sense of safety, that your needs are going to be met, that the world is a safe place, that it's okay to trust. It doesn't mean that you trust just anybody, right? But that it's okay to listen to your instincts and trust the right people. And so in short, yeah, those are the two main distinctions. That's the main distinction that we make, is between secure and insecure. Right.
And I've heard, like we have some mental illness in our family, and it comes down to the attachment from, as a child. Can you talk a little bit more about attachment in children? And there are disorders, I think, that kids can be diagnosed with. And what's your take on that? Kind of what is it first? And what is your take on, what our medical system is saying about that?
Yeah. So, I mean, attachment problems can be diagnosed. So children can be said to be attachment disordered. It's actually a very uncommon diagnosis for children to receive. The more common diagnoses are anxiety, ADHD, oppositional defiant disorder, which I am not a fan of that diagnosis whatsoever. I don't find it helpful in the least. Right. And so what we know is that there are about 8 contributing factors that contribute to the development of mental health problems in children. So and 6 of those are totally out of our control. So things like genetics, right? Like and epigenetics, right? The 2 factors that we know contribute to the development of mental health concerns in children that we do have control over are basically the parenting, right, and family environment. So how we deal with emotions at home, and how we enhance that attachment relationship. So it's really important to note that if there are people in the audience whose children are struggling, that is not your fault. It is not the fault of parents that children develop mental health conditions. And we are looking at a statistic right now of about 1 in 4 children being diagnosed with a mental health disorder. The statistics vary. Sometimes we get 1 in 5, but even with 1 in 5, that's a crazy proportion, excuse my pun, of mental health disorders in children, right? Like That's a really, really scary statistic. And with what we've all been experiencing through this pandemic as a collective trauma, the statistics, like referrals to, I'm in Ontario, it's like McMaster Hospital, have doubled and tripled for things like eating disorders, self-harming behavior in kids. It's a really scary time. And although parents are not, I always say to parents, this is not your fault. You are not the cause of this, but you are a big part of the solution. And so, because we know shifting parenting can shift trajectories for children, even little changes in parenting can shift trajectories for children. We focus heavily on parenting, but I never want that to be misconstrued as parent blaming, because parent blaming helps no one.
Right. Yeah, I agree. The blaming, you end up in the spiral, and then you're angry or resentful, and it doesn't help the situation. It's like, I feel it's more of how to stay present. So if you have children, it's being present in their lives, and really looking after their needs. If they're having an emotional breakdown, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. I raised an 8-year-old, so it's life experience, but I'm in parenting classes. I'm taking the same parenting class the second time because I know that I didn't even understand what trauma was and attachments and its circle of security, if you know that parenting course. And it's really just learning when the kid goes out to play or they go out away from you and then they're looking back to make sure you're there. If you're not, delighting in them or watching, or they feel secure in how you are, then they can't even go out on their own and feel safe and secure, as a toddler or as they're growing up. And I think a lot of kids end up, with maybe some emotional trouble or mental illness later on because they didn't feel safe. They didn't feel safe at home. They didn't feel safe at school. So then where do they go? They either go inward or, they're the class clown, or, getting into trouble because it's some kind of attention. It's some kind of a call for love. So what would you say to someone like, who it's going to be adults watching us, not kids. So what do you say to the kid who did not feel safe at home growing up, and now they maybe don't trust themselves, or they don't trust others, or, even having a connection with a higher power like spirit, God, source, creator?
I think that it's very hard, and I work with children directly, and I work with families and parents, of course. So what I say to parents is, it's very hard to give something that you didn't get. Yeah. It takes a greater level of consciousness, and as you said, presence in your parenting, in order to try to be something for your kid that no one was for you. And that's hard work. It can be all consuming. And I never want a parent to do that work without support, because it's not going to work, first of all, but also we need connection. We need community. We need a village of support. And so that's what I would say, first of all, to a parent. To kids, actually, I don't say much of anything about that because they're kids. So with kids, we do indirect therapies that really focus on their strengths and create space for them to process. But I will never sit a kid down and talk to them about intergenerational trauma, because it's not their problem. And that's exactly what we want. We don't want it to be their problem. We want it to be our problem.
Right. Absolutely. What does intergenerational trauma mean? Let's talk about like the kind of a definition, and then we'll speak more to that.
Yeah. So intergenerational trauma is trauma that lives on in families through the generations. So, and it does that on a cellular level, really. And it also does that, I believe, through the establishment of attachment patterns. And so if my grandmother had trauma, the way that she attuned and responded to my mother would be affected by that. And my mother couldn't give me what she didn't get, for example, right?
Yep.
And so that pattern lives on in me. And then so now I can be here, and we now know about this stuff. There's so much amazing science that has come out, and we now have a different view about how to raise children collectively. We're shifting. We're working really hard. Many of us are working really hard to shift that and raise a generation of kids who did have attunement, who did have their needs met. So we have the opportunity to break that cycle. But it takes work, and it takes support, and it takes consciousness, and it takes healing. I often say to parents, your transformation is your child's transformation.
Awesome. Yeah. I have been following the holistic psychologist for a number of years online, and I had said to her, I was really afraid. I was like, oh my gosh, how do I not mess up this child? Because, you know, of our well, I guess my mom, and then my grandmother, but her mom, right? All those generations not really knowing and understanding, like, we grew up spanked, right? And then I learned in the parenting class that really is shaming the child, and it's not helping them. You're really just pushing that wedge further apart. So I was like, oh my goodness, okay, I'll stop all spanking, but now how do I not mess up the child? And she simply said, just you focus on you heal yourself. And then that's automatically going to happen for the child, because they're now witnessing you as a more healthy, whole, complete adult, instead of, you know, the worrying or the stress. And so we can't mess up our kids. We also feel that, you know, we come into this life to learn certain things from a soul level and to evolve. And part of it is choosing our parents and choosing the life situation that we've come into. We go a little deeper at the Healing Soul School, you know, even just with, yes, past generations, but also even past lives, where there could be some kind of energy that's not even ours that we've been carrying. I mean, in epigenetics, they can trace, you know, I think it's 3 generations. So for example, anything that my grandma was experiencing is what I can be experiencing today, because I was in her eggs and got carried down. And so, you know, there are so many neat things that we can look at of what's going on and what's happening with ourselves, and then even with the kids, and really whose energy is that, or what is that from? That it's not this heavy burden of you have to go through all of the hard things that happen to you, or, you know, this is your lot in life. Absolutely not. It can be released, and you can find some reprieve, and really just learn how to live from within that inner consciousness and that inner joy. That's so great. Like, I think this conversation is so important, because a lot of parents, they look at the child and they're acting out, or they have, you know, ADHD or trouble at school. And I'm telling you, it's very hard when the school's calling or send you an email of this is happening, and you kind of feel like your hands are tied a little bit. But, you know, just saying that there's ways to figure out what that is. And a lot of it comes down to the emotions and to how present the caregivers are. If we're constantly on our phone and the kids are asking for something, and we're just, you know, we're not present with them, then that's giving them a message that they're not worthy. And so there's going to be that fallout of, well, let me make a noise. Let me, you know, create some kind of behavior, because then I'm going to actually get the attention. So I think it's, you know, really important that we as parents, or even for our own selves, or parenting ourselves, is to learn how to stay present.
Absolutely. It's huge. And present and attuned, right?
Yes.
And they go together. And in children, it's important to note that children are instinctively and biologically driven to get their attachment needs met.
Awesome.
So if those needs are not being met, you will see behavior, right? And then what do we commonly do as parents? We shame or punish that behavior. Yeah. And these are their survival instincts. And it can be ugly and messy the way that they go about, and obnoxious. Okay, let's be real here. The way that they go about getting those needs met. But the true answer isn't in looking at the behavior in front of you and trying to correct that. The true answer is finding the root and getting to the root.
Right.
So if we think of our child as a plant, right? If you're trying to grow a beautiful orchid, and it wasn't growing properly, you wouldn't touch the orchid directly or yell at the orchid. You wouldn't do anything to manipulate or change the actual plant. You would work on the surroundings of the plant, the conditions, the sunlight, the moisture, the soil, the nutrients, right? And it's the same with our kids. When you let kids be kids and you focus on what's around them, so your routine, your structure, other important people in their lives, you see tremendous results, and it makes parenting so much more rewarding, right? I want to pick up on something you said about past lives. There's a really, really interesting book called It Didn't Start With You, and it is about intergenerational trauma.
Awesome.
And the author tells a story about, I might get the details slightly wrong, but about a young man who suddenly starts being completely unable to sleep and freezing cold for fear. He is afraid to fall asleep at night, suddenly in his early 20s. They were able to trace back to an uncle who was stranded outside in the cold and ultimately died. And that this need to not fall asleep, and that like as they broke it down, they realized he was very, very cold at night, right? So this wasn't his. This trauma wasn't his. So if you find yourself, I find so many clients find themselves trying to make sense of like, why am I struggling? And they blame and shame themselves. There's nothing happened that I can figure out. I have this, I have this, I have this. I didn't have such a bad childhood. I shouldn't be having such a hard time. I think it's important to be able to trust in what we don't know, and to trust ourselves that our feelings are real and our children's feelings are real and they're valid, whether we can figure them out or make sense of them and where they're coming from or not. And when we can give our kids that grace and ourselves that grace, it's such a relief, right?
That's so important. And someone wrote in the comments, we are a cycle breaker generation. And I think that's so true, and because we're understanding more things, right? From the science, the spirituality, the things we don't know, that are new to us, but are very real, and you can feel it. And like being raised was in a couple of stricter religions where spirituality was all about going to church and God, not of anything that was esoteric. We were taught it was evil and not to look at that stuff. But since I'm out of them and I can actually, make that choice for myself, there are some really cool things out there, and books and stories of people who are alive right now, not old stories of people who are feeling these kinds of things, or that story that you just mentioned in the book. And thank you to Virginia for posting it. It's so amazing. What an incredible time to be alive, just, with everything that we're discovering. And just super grateful for the conversation. The time is going quickly, so I want to give you an opportunity to share, where can people find you, or, what does it look like to work with you?
Yeah. So, like on a clinical level, I'm a registered professional. So clinically, I can work with anyone in Ontario. If you're not in Ontario, you can still reach out to me for other ways to work together. I run a parenting group called the Attuned Village, and I do child and family therapy. And I have two amazing associates who also do this work. And I have a digital course as well called Getting Through to Your Kids, how to influence their values, choices, and behaviors. The website is attunedfamilies.com. I dabble on Instagram at Attuned Families, and there's a mildly neglected Facebook page up as well where you can get some information too. I mostly really enjoy the direct. Right now it's over secure video, right. But that or in person, I like interacting with people more than I like posting things.
Are you on Clubhouse yet?
I am on Clubhouse. Yeah.
I think you would do really well, because just the knowledge that you have and the answers that you can give to people right there, it's such a great platform for coaches and for healers and for professionals like yourself, because they can hear exactly, you know, that help for their question right there, but then they can have the opportunity to follow you. We've been having a lot of fun and success over on Clubhouse because people are so hungry to figure out, okay, I'm done, you know, reading the books and trying to figure this out. I'm going to get some help, right? Because we definitely
you need someone who's read all the books already and can, like, you know, you used to go to the library and say, I need this information, and someone could give you the book. Now you read all the books and you get conflicting information and you leave hopefully inspired by certain books, but then sometimes confused. And isn't it nice when you just have a person? And it's also what I do is about information sharing and skill development. But that alone, I find, is what many parenting programs offer, is like, you should do it like this, and here's why. For many parents, that's not enough, especially parents who are struggling with trauma. So the other pieces that I work on are self-care and processing. So let's get to the bottom of this and clear the path to healthy attachment relationships.
Yeah. Awesome. I just want to ask you one last question. So from what I'm understanding is, you know, we kind of become aware or conscious of, we have these heavier hurts, or, you know, this feeling that needs to be healed. And it's then looking back to, where did it happen? Right. I think Oprah wrote a book, What Happened to You, as opposed to like you know, yes, you have something going on right now, but where did that start? Where was the earliest? So is it to get to being attuned? Is that from like kind of a conscious awakening or awareness of some heavier stuff that is looking to be moved, to being able to understand emotional regulation, emotional maturity, how to, you know, look at your emotions and different things you're feeling, and that moves you into being attuned? Is that
often? Yes. Often there's some stuff that needs to be cleared away to free you up to being attuned. So like there's a consciousness, and yes, there's a behavioral component of like just remembering that this is important to you and this is something you wanted to do, if it's not going to come automatically. But there are also things that get in the way, because it is a psychological process. So you can't, it's not always true that you can say, okay, I'm going to be more attuned, and then you just go off and you're more attuned. Sometimes you need someone to look after you and help you clear away these intangibles that are getting into the way. And we can draw them out and make them more tangible, and then we can process them, and we actually clear them. I use a form of therapy called emotion-focused family therapy, where we actually work through clearing those, like identifying and clearing those blocks.
Cool. I heard an analogy. It's like a garden, right? You have to pull out the weeds so that there's room for the flowers to go in. And when we've got that heavy, you know, junk from earlier on, it's being able to clear that out so that you can make room for what you want in there. Yeah.
And until you're engaging in this type of work that everyone here is doing, you're not even really aware of how much is there bogging you down, right?
Yeah, totally. Thank you so much. Such a joy. I'm so happy that I found you and we connected, and I really appreciate this conversation and that you created the village. We've done the same thing, but for entrepreneurs, because, you know, it does take that village to raise a child and an entrepreneur.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we all need community support, right? And for those who are in Ontario, just a quick note that the services we offer are often covered under extended benefits plans, in case that is helpful information to anyone. But thank you for creating this opportunity as well. This is such a lovely event that you're doing, and so helpful to so many people.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. Let me flip up the banners here. Next, we're going to bring up Karla. And Carla Lunaveda is a good friend of mine. Hi, Karla. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Good. Good. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. This has been such an incredible morning. and we're going to continue on. Karla and I have been hanging out and working together probably about 2 months now, I guess. So, and I am just so amazed every time we're in a clubhouse room together or we're on a call, just how much she can pull out. She has so much knowledge. I swear you are one of the oldest souls that I'm conversing with, because you'll just say something and I just start crying, or I just feel, I feel the release, and I'm like, oh, thank you, and I'm just so grateful for what you know. So share with us, tell us your background and all of the things you studied, because I think that will just kind of help explain how you know so much about so many things.
Thank you so much for edifying me. That's beautiful. And I also have to give back to you. You're an amazing person, also so much information, and all the things that you're giving back to us by bringing us all together. I mean, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you in Virginia, So I love you both, and thank you so much. And I appreciate, this platform. It's so important. It's really so important. So thanks. So my background quickly is, my first love is Ayurveda. It's Indian holistic medicine.
Can you explain what that is? Yeah, it is at spas, but it's not.
It can be done in spas, but it's actually the sister science to yoga. So yoga has all the postures, all the asanas, the breathing, and all these things that are like, can really pinpoint if you have specific like thyroid or back or any kind of physical issues. The yoga can really target, and then you use that in a whole sequence, and you can really liberate your body, right? Mm-hmm. And then Ayurveda is more the medicinal side of it. So it really looks at your constitution, what is your dosha? The dosha is more like the imbalance you're born with, right? So if you're, for example, a very fiery person, so then your goal in your life is to keep that in check, really manage your temper so that you stay more balanced, as opposed to like flying off the handle and just being completely angry or whatever all the time, right? So that's one of the part of Ayurveda. But Ayurveda is so huge. Like, it's the precursor for all of like modern medicine. It's like the same as Tibetan and Chinese medicine. It's based on the elements, and every living thing has these elements. So we have to really learn for ourselves. It's very, very specific. And we learn how to really manage it depends where you're living, right? Like, you manage the weather, you manage food, you manage time, energy, athletics. What are you doing in your life that's best suited for you to really live a fulfilling and balanced life? So we come into this world with a certain constitution, and our life takes us going up and down and up and down, and trauma and experiences and whatever might happen can really affect us deeply. And so we need to try and figure out, okay, what is my original constitution? So if I'm over here somewhere and I'm fiery as hell, and I'm up here, or scared or depressed, how do I get myself back to who I was originally, right? Because when you're born, you're like perfect in every way. Even if you have physical dysfunction or whatever, you're still perfect. You're perfect.
Right.
So as you move through life, you're still perfect, but, you can find a balance to get you back to your original perfection. And so from there, I learned breath work, craniosacral energy work. I work with essential oils. And then the last thing that kind of brings it all back together for me is quantum flow. And this is like my baby. My baby now.
What is quantum flow?
So quantum flow is the amalgamation of breath work, pranayama, so breath work, right? But originally from Ayurveda, it would be called pranayama, movement, yoga, working with qigong, ecstatic dance, meditation, intention, clearing. Like, it's got everything in there. It's totally a really very well-rounded practice. So,
right.
Yeah.
I think it was, it was so beautifully designed because it's a whole bunch of modalities that was put together in one. So it's one session, because I've had a few quantum flow sessions now with you, and it's really just incorporating all of that together in one session. And man, do you release? You release. You feel good. Your muscles aren't as tense, but you're also relieving those heavy emotions that just want to get out.
Yes, exactly. And that's really the whole thing when we look at having trauma in the body, anything that we've kept stored in the body. So the whole goal is really to release that. And when we release that old CD or record, I'm like aging myself now.
I'm like,
record, cassette, or chip, right? Once you take that chip out and you're like, I am, maybe if you're thinking you're not worthy or lack of confidence or whatever, I'm not beautiful, blah, 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 I'm not smart. You take that chip out, but you have to replace it with a new one. Because if you don't replace it with a new one, which is where the intentions come in, what is the greatest vision I have for myself? What is my highest and best qualities? How can I stay in this space? If you don't replace it with a new one, the old one's going to be like, yeah, I need my space back and take the space. And so you can do like a whole bunch of work on yourself and be like, yeah, I'm working on myself and I feel so much better. And then something triggers it and it's like, zoop, right back to where it was. So that's like the gray zone, right? We really have to be super clear and very committed to releasing old energies, experiences, traumas, and then, it's not easy. Some people have very, very, a lot, right? So we don't want to go through every single one because that will be like, oh my God, rip my heart out. And that's like too much. So would be try to like, not lump it together, but try and keep it together so that it won't take 15 years. Like it'll take you hard work, under a year, you can do a lot. Under 6 months, you can do a lot. Like it depends what you're ready for as well, right? Sometimes it's too much. It's a process depending on where you're at and what you're open to and how tired you are of being tired, how tired you are of being sad, how tired you are of being, I don't know, anxious or stressed or angry. Like, depends on where your level of fatigue of yourself, That's
right. Yeah.
Sometimes, and that's really the catalyst, right? That's the thing that'll really make you like excuse my language, but haul ass to get to like where you want to go. Because otherwise, it can take a long time, right? We really have to kind of feel like we're not necessarily pushed to the wall, but it's like enough. It's enough now. How do I heal myself? How do I get myself out of feeling, sad or scared or anxious or whatever it might be, right? Depressed and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And the cool thing is, like, I feel once you start and you're like, okay, I would like to get rid of this. This is a feeling or a depression or, this cycle that I want to release. The cool thing is once you come and you're ready, you've made that decision, you're like, I'm getting rid of this, I'm healing. The most amazing people are going to start to come into your life, or you're going to read an article, or you're going to see a YouTube video that is just so perfect. So it's just ask. If you have something that you want to release, just ask that, you're ready to let that go, and just trust that the right people or articles or whatever are going to come your way. But I think it's just so beautiful that we don't have to take years and years and years to heal. Often it's just being aware that it's there, and it's like, okay, I see you. I don't need you anymore. Thank you for protecting me, or for, whatever the gift was that you learned. That was what I needed at an earlier stage, but I'm stronger now and I know more things, that I got this now, right? I'll protect us from here out. You can let that go. And I think that will really help people, even with the weight loss, women especially holding on to that weight. It's a lot of stuck energy and a lot of shit that's just wanting to be released and let go, and really connecting to who we are. I love how you talk about the divine feminine, the divine masculine, right? And incorporating that together. Do you want to share a little bit about, kind of how you learned that, or how that works into the practice of how you help people?
Sure. I to be quite honest, I don't really know how it came to me. It just like whoop, was there one day, and I was like, this makes a lot of sense to me. You know, it really resonated so deeply in my heart that I was like, wow, this is our future. This is the direction that we're moving in. If you're not open to that, it's going to be hard for you. It's basically my whole take is raising the feminine. So as we look back in history, women have been put down. The feminine has been put down for across the board in all kind of historical contexts, including, as you know, religion and everything. So we have now to heal the planet, heal Earth, heal all of ourselves by releasing the masculine energy that is like control, but not in a good way, right? So when women are highlighted and like seen as this beautiful power of love, forgiveness, consciousness, awareness, vulnerability, like it's not a competition, right? It's like we all fit in. We all have a big piece of that pie. Like there isn't no like, no, I'm taking this and you can't have that, right? And then it's a big fight and that's done. We're done with that. We really are. It's like we really have to find that place of compassion in ourselves that says, okay, you know what? You know, and all this racism and cultural racism and all this, it's like really you put like 20 women in a room or 100 women in this room from all different cultures. Like I bet you within 5 minutes, we're all talking about basically the same stuff. If we have kids, if we're married, if we have what are the problems? And, you know, like everything comes together. Party. We're not going to sit there. Yeah, we're not going to sit there and counter each other, you know, and be like, well, I'm not talking to her because of this or because of that. Like, really, it's nonsense. We're not of that. We don't come from that. We come from the opposite. And we have to actually allow for the feminine to rise. But in doing so, we have to let the masculine really understand that they can let their guard down so that we can rise, right? And while we're pushing in our own way to rise, masculine energy is being like, what the heck? What's going on here? And you're like, yeah, I'm here. And I look cute and I'm here. And you have to like let your guard down too, because it's not going to work. It just won't work. The actual masculine energy is the container. And so the container being protect your feminine. And that doesn't mean you're a woman. That also means your own feminine within yourself. Right. However you want to subscribe to whatever sexuality, you have feminine and masculine energy within you. And inside of that, the masculine protects the feminine. And the feminine is like, yeah, babe, I love you. And so the masculine be like, oh, nice and gentle. And then there's time for the masculine to come out and be like, okay, I'm here. I'm like guarding, I'm protecting you. I'm going to be here to heal you and watch you. You can fall, but I'll be here. Whereas the woman is then like the opposite, right? The feminine is more like the gentle, more kinder, like, okay, relax, we're good. What's the problem? Let's figure it out. How do we solve this, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of the traumas that we have inside of us, it's often because we're not able to express it. Mm-hmm. And so the expression of trauma is either, there's multiple reasons why. Either we were alone when the trauma happened and we had nobody to express it to, or we weren't allowed to express it, right. Or maybe didn't, blocked it out, didn't want to deal with it, kept it inside, and didn't realize until many years later that was actually, oh my God, that's actually trauma. And so whatever feeling or emotion that you keep stifled inside of you, it's like any energy. It isn't created or destroyed. It's still there. So the more you stuff it down and stuff it down and stuff it down, it's going to show up in your body. It has to come out at some point. And it can take 6 months, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years for it to show up. And or you have different physical things that show up for you, right? Like maybe chronic migraines or a stomach ache, or it all comes out physically, like it has to. You can't keep like water that comes down a river or like a little creek, and you block it because you're like, oh no, you're not getting past me. And so what happens, it keeps building until it goes over stones or over the dam or over whatever, or finds its way around and still magically shows up. The thing is with trauma, stuffed trauma, caught trauma, or emotions, experiences, is that it doesn't go away, right? We can ignore it as much as we want. It doesn't go away. And because it doesn't go away, it rears its ugly head, and it keeps coming back, and it shows up in your life multiple times, either through experiences with other people or your own, then self-confidence, doubt, fear, anxiety, anger, frustration, all these things, right? So what do you do with this stuff that just, you're irritated, you're angry, and you're like, why am I angry? I don't even know why I'm angry. What do you do with that? And so that shows up specifically in your body, and there's the organs that correspond to those feelings. For example, excuse me, like in Ayurveda, we have the 3 constitutions, right? So we have Vata, which is air and ether, Pitta, which is fire and the movement of water, and then Kapha, which is earth and water. So all of those individually have their own emotions, right? So Vata, it has to do a lot with on the unbalanced side, anxiety, fear, you're kind of like ungrounded. But on the positive side, you're creative, you're awake, you're alive, you're like, yeah, oh my God. The one thing with Vata is you have 10 things going and you don't finish anything. Right? So that's Vata. But those emotions are very real. Like you'll feel like the fear or the anxiety will stay with you, and it will show up in your kidneys or in your colon. So if you have issues with like adrenal fatigue, constant fatigue, and have this thing in the back of your mind, or something happened to you and you have that feeling of, or fear. It's really fear in the kidneys and anxiety. And so the colon shows up as like too much gas or bloating or, not being able to go, or too much stool or running, or, so it shows up in different ways. And so the same thing happens with Pitta. Is all about anger, frustration, getting it done, power, moving fast enough, and so you become like almost dictatorial. Whereas on the balance side, you're like, all right, I know how many things I can do. I'm very powerful, but I can, spread the wealth. I'm not going to get angry. I'm going to disseminate my information, delegate all my stuff, and I don't need it to get it done yesterday. Like I give people deadlines ahead of time, and I am calm and cool, right? And then Kapha is more about sadness and grief. So if you experience sadness and grief in your life and you can't let it out, you can't really express yourself, then that shows up in your lungs. So asthma, and anything that has to do with constriction, not being able to breathe, pressure, so that's basically how it shows up in your life. And those are the basics, right? There's more. There's tons more. There's anxiety also shows up in your mind. Like your mind doesn't stop. It keeps rolling all the time. You can't rest at night. Right. You can't fall asleep, or you wake up, and the moment you wake up, you're like, oh my God, so many things, and you get scared, and you're like, oh. Yeah. So actually, like meditation, yoga, proper food, for example, for Vata, to really ground Vata so that they feel safe, is they need grounding foods. There's 6 tastes: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, astringent, and pungent. Huh. Okay? Yeah, so Vata needs sweet, sour, and salty. They're heavy. Sweet is heavy, salty is heavy, sour is a heavy taste.
Is that a comfort eater?
Exactly. It's totally all comfort food, right? So sweet can be like potatoes, pasta, you know, all those yummy things. Because when you digest it, the grains it's sweet. It digests as a sweet, and also like ice cream and, you know, all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Pitta is more fire. So to balance pitta, it needs astringent and bitter, which is all the greens, right? All the greens that are available to us in the spring. Why? Because summertime is coming, and summer you need also sweet. So watermelon, cucumber, nice and watery, cool, but then you need your astringent and your bitter. So all the lettuces, all the kale, you know, oh my gosh, I can't think of anything right now. Even the berries are very like astringent, that kind of stuff, right? So you eat that way. And then kapha, for sadness and grief, you don't need more comfort food. It's just going to compound it, right? It's gonna, like, more sweet. You're going to be like, oh, weighed down by so much, like the sugar and the salt. So, you know, you need the complete opposite. So it's pungent, bitter, and astringent. And so you have to make yourself light, because kapha is usually heavy set person, a heavier person. You retain the emotions, you retain your feelings, you hold on to everything, you never forget anything in your life.
Right.
Pitta's body is more kind of athletic, and they just can fast, 200-meter start, start, go, let's do it, hurry up. And then Vata is like, hey, how you doing? Squirrel. You know, so you get distracted a lot. Yeah. So
I'm a squirrel.
So each distraction or each anger or each like sadness and grief, like they all have their the ways that you can help the body release. So kapha, because it's more heavy set and more ingrained, you hold stuff in a lot, you need exercise. You need to move, which is the hardest thing for a person who's a kapha. They're gonna, let's say they're depressed. They're the hardest one. They're gonna be depressed and they go down the rabbit hole and they'll be there like 2 years, I don't know how long, and they're just like, what's the point, right? Just,
Yeah.
like they physically can't get themselves off the couch. For them, physical exercise, you know, get yourself moving, dance, all kinds of different things. Anything that makes you kind of like gives you endorphins, right? And the pitta is like, stay away from being challenged and being pushed. And everyone's like, I bet you can't do it. I'm like, I bet I can, you know? So pitta is like, I'm going to get that done. I don't care. I'm going to run over whoever I have to get there. So stay away from that kind of like challenging, you know, arguing, you know, kind of atmosphere where they really push your buttons and stuff. So you can stay calm and really be like, cool. And then Vata is like, just needs to be loved and grounded and just be like held in one place. And just
how do you know? Like, how do you know what you are? Are we? So that's one question. And are we born into one, and then we move depending on what happens to us in life, or are you always just one set?
Well, everyone is different, right? So the idea behind Ayurveda is that you have a little bit of your mom, a little bit of your dad, and a little bit of the universe, of source, right? Of God, Buddha, you know, whatever you believe in. So you have that time a little bit, and it all comes together. From the moment, some will say even conception, that's when it all comes together. But let's say the moment you're born, right? When you're born, that's who you are. And yes, depending on the experiences you have, bring you up, bring you down, bring you all over the place. And then one day you're like, oh my God, I don't feel good. How come I don't feel good? And so it's in Ayurveda, you can do 2 different things. You know, there's all kinds of tests online that you can do to figure out your dosha. And so if you wanted to go that route, you could do the dosha being, you do the dosha answering all the questions, how you are today, and or you do it also how you normally are. And so then you can see the difference in where you are supposed to be and where you are currently. So then you can see what the difference is. And or come see an Ayurvedic practitioner, and we get to see you through like your body type, how you speak, even like your lifestyle has a big impact on what you're doing. And then we check your tongue, we look at your eyes, we take your pulse, and we put it all together. And we're like, okay, do you, da 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 da, are you doing this? How is this working out for you? And then we figure out the whole thing. And
Right.
so it's all about really basically like being able to, when we speak about emotions and trauma, it's really about being able to release those emotions and trauma. So if you really know yourself, like if you know you're susceptible to depression, if you know you're susceptible to being angry, if you know you're susceptible to being like scatterbrained all over the place, then for Vata, it's like keeping a schedule and being super on point with that schedule. For Pitta, it's like give yourself a bit of time in between stuff so that you're not going to be frustrated because it doesn't get done. Or circle yourself with people that are really calming and understand you and won't push your buttons, right? And so, and both ways. And then Kapha is more like, okay, don't buy the chips. Like, don't allow yourself to watch, you know, Netflix if you're gonna, you know, if you have stuff to get done. Like, it's gonna dissuade you from really staying on point. Like, you're like, everyone obviously has issues, but you're worth it to make the effort to know what direction you've been moving in that counters your ability to move forward in life. So don't go there. Try something else. Avoid buying the chips. Avoid, you know, having, I don't know, being around a lot of people if you're very scattered. Like, try and stay more grounded. And for Pitta, like, it's okay if you lose once in a while. Okay. So
Right.
There's a lot of information. I mean, there's so much. I'm just trying to be like really like basic info.
You know
But
so
even
much.
that is like a lot.
That's what's so awesome about having a session with you, is because you pull in all of the modalities that you've been learning, you know, and what just all of your tools in your toolbox. And it's so incredible. I want to ask, like, Ayurveda, is that like from the Vedic, like original way of how our ancestors looked at our bodies? Is that right?
Yeah, it comes down from the rishis. So they were like enlightened beings, and they, through meditation, received all this information. And so it was passed down through word of mouth, and then it was eventually written down, but a lot of it got destroyed in a bunch of wars. And so there's some that was retained, and so, you know, even moving forward, learning from that. Like, there's so much. It's so much. It's like all the specialties that you have in medicine. It's like the precursor to everything. It's like even psychology and anything mental. It's already, you know, even when you know, it's not only Ayurveda, but it's also Tibetan and Chinese medicine as well. They're the precursors to everything, right? Like, what existed before we had hospitals?
Right.
It was I call it traditional medicine. You know, that to me is more, it's not like, I don't know what other people call it, like some other kind of medicine, but it's the real deal, right? This is where we really have to understand ourselves. We know ourselves better than anybody else does. So it's to do the work. It's really to allow yourself to be free and face yourself. And I would say the most important thing to do before you learn to love yourself. Just, you know, it's sounds super simple and like, oh my God, I do love myself. Do you really love yourself? Because if you did love yourself, there's certain things that you would not want to keep repeating. You would want to let go of. You want to really look at yourself in the face. Look at yourself in the eyeballs, okay? Completely naked in the mirror, and just ask yourself, tell yourself, I really love you and I accept you as you are and I trust you completely. Because we lose that ability to use our intuition, right? When we're so caught up in like life and doing things for other people and like not really taking care of ourselves the way that we could, or we have the answers but we pretend we don't because we don't want to face ourselves, or anyways, there's so many reasons why. So at the end of the day, it's like, if you truly, truly can say that you love yourself, like how you express your love to your children or to your partner, your best friend, you would protect your best friend and your children at all costs.
Right.
I would do that yourself. So that's like bar one, where you start. And then from there, you start to like, okay, oh God, I really got to look at myself really good. What am I doing? And so then you move forward from that. And then you just kind of like let the ball roll. Just let it roll. And so it's a lot. It's a lot. It's hard. I mean, I went through it and I had to tell myself I love myself. And I'm pretty sure I told you, I cried for like 10 days straight looking in the mirror. I couldn't even look myself in the mirror. I couldn't even do it and be like, first of all, you feel stupid because you're talking to yourself in the mirror. Second, then you're like, oh my God, someone going to walk in on me while I'm doing this to myself, talking to myself. But then when you really get past that and you're like, okay, I'm totally avoiding looking at myself in the face and telling myself that I love myself. So when you start to realize that, then you're like, oh shit, man, I don't really love myself. That's insane.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one step actually a little easier is if you cannot say I love you in the mirror, is to say the word trust. So just look yourself in the eyes. Our eyes are like the universe, right? And just say the word trust and work yourself up to that if you know you're feeling really low. But yeah, you're right. It is, you know, that relationship. We are the ones we've been looking for. And so it's going within. I have to wrap up for now. We could talk for days and days and days. But if you want to catch Karla and I on Clubhouse, Wednesday mornings at 8 a.m. Eastern, we talk breath work. Karla walks us through a breathing exercise. And oh man, next to meditation, this has helped me so much because I didn't realize how much of my fight, flight, and freeze, mostly freeze, I was holding on to. And even you and I have been doing that room, I don't know, over a month for sure. And I came on this last one and I couldn't take a deep breath. And you walked me walk me through how to do that. So you just love you so much. And we'll continue the conversation. Glad that you're helping us on Mondays, teaching people how to heal themselves. So you guys will be seeing more of Karla and her magic. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Love, love, love. Okay. Have a great talk with Evelyn.
Will do. I'll bring her up next.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
All right. Let's bring up Evelyn. Hi, how are you? Can I hear you? And you're on mute, hon.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I am wonderful. How are you, my sister?
Good. Thank you. I love your glasses. You always have something fun.
That's right. Life is about having fun and being your best self and just embracing joy.
Right. You are a beautiful find from Clubhouse. I love Clubhouse. And we're so grateful that you're here again. We loved how, just who you are and what you do, that we asked you to come back again and to share today about how to heal trauma, our theme for the Conscious Business Showcase for May. And so I'll just, I'll let you start, maybe share your story and how that kind of relates to trauma and how you healed yourself. And then we'll talk about what you do after, because I think that's really important too.
Okay. So yes. So to get to know me, I first want to talk about when I was a little girl. And I come from a family that had two faiths. And half of my family is Jewish, half of my family is Christian. And I want you to know how confusing and troubling and painful this experience was, because both sides of the family had so much just emphasis and just power in their beliefs. And on one side of the family, they completely disagreed with the other. And on the other side of the family, they completely disagreed. And there are times where I was shunned as a little girl, where I would have family members not speak to me, not speak to my sister. And that is so traumatic, trying to navigate that journey as a little girl. And that continued on into my teenage years. And I even felt that in friendships. I became super close with a friend of mine who was another faith. She was a Jehovah's Witness, which I know you and I have talked about before. And she became, you know, there was a point in our friendship where she wasn't allowed to be friends with me. And again, because of this religion, because of these differing beliefs, because, you know, having family that's supposed to love you unconditionally and be there for you, and having best friends. And I mean, she lived with my parents and me in high school. You know, that's how close we were. And so time and time again throughout my life, this trauma of different religions just kept recurring.
Right.
And yes, so it took really reaching in within myself and losing faith, exploring faith, studying different things, trying to find what fit makes sense to me. And I will tell you that through this trauma and through this confusion, I found spirituality.
Cool.
And my religion accepts everyone. My religion is love. And I have gone through the darkest of times, and we're not going to go greatly into this, but I was in a severely abusive marriage in my 20s, and it was just the darkest times of my life. And, you know, speaking of trauma, and were it not for faith and that higher power, that just that little voice inside of you that says, keep going, keep fighting. And through all of that, I have learned how to embrace every human, my religion of love, and I bring that into what I do. And so what I do now, after teaching for 12 years in public schools in a variety of roles, now I'm living my passion and my purpose through homeschooling support and tutoring support and emotional support for our kids. It is so important to me, and this is something that we have talked about before. We've talked about mental health, and so I want to share this with you guys. I am a successful bipolar woman and entrepreneur. And speaking of trauma, yes, the trauma, thank you. The trauma of having something with such a stigma stayed with me for so long. And it's just in the past 2 years that I have come out of the closet and I'm open and helpful to women that have not only been through domestic abuse and sexual abuse, not only to those women, but to women that are bipolar, women who struggle with depression, women who struggle with anxiety. I want you to know my heart, and I want you to know that my business, Mrs. Evelyn Educates, is a safe space. No judgment, welcoming to all cultures, all faiths.
That's amazing. Oh, I love, even because we've had many conversations, you know, even just the part of, you know, the diagnosis you had of being bipolar and saying, you know what, I'm not going to be a victim to that. And no shade to anyone who's dealing with anything, you know, of any diagnosis and going through in the healing. That's part of your journey. But saying, okay, you know what, I still have this inner voice within me that's a fighter, that's saying I'm meant for more and to keep going. And you kept going. I feel most people have had some kind of a depression, something that didn't go well, and then you feel like crap, you know, or it just depends on the levels of it. But I really do feel that, you know, in life, pain happens, things happen, traumas, you know, or situations and circumstances but is what do you do with it after? Suffering is a choice. We don't have to continue to suffer. It can be, find the help that you need and whatever's out there. And I think your story is so empowering because you came from, these really heavy things in childhood, which I think is just a pattern of the worth that you didn't feel you had, right? From the family shunning you. And like, how do you not talk to children, as their little selves, right? And the message that gives them. And it was your journey, and what you were here to go through, but like being able to take what happened to you and to learn from that and to excel and to leave your 9 to 5, as a teacher, and that the school system really wasn't helping the kids that were struggling. And
That's right.
Your experience have taken those kids under your wing, and I would say even young adults, right? To be able to see them for who they are, and so that they feel seen and heard and loved. And I think that your business is so beautiful, and that I feel it's going to grow, because especially after this year, and I'm homeschooling, and the trauma and that the kids have experienced this year of depression and not seeing their friends, and all this uncertainty. And my little one, she's 8, and she talks about the future if COVID's not here anymore. And I'm like, oh, this is so crappy. Like, let's just let the kid be the kid. But it's just, it's part of our life and what we're going to grow through. But I just want to, can you share what it is that your company does? Because I think that anyone who's watching who either has children who could be suffering in school or maybe will be after this year, I think you are such a valuable resource to the community on what it is that you do and your services.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, my belief is that every child needs that go-to champion, that trusted adult, like you were saying, that sees you, that hears you, that values you. Right. And what makes us so different is not only are we homeschooling support to take that pressure off of the mamas, but we are a safe, we are a safe space for children and teens to really confide in us. And everybody has been coping through our pandemic in so many different ways. And we've had a lot going on in our country. We've had a lot of tensions through racial circumstances and difficulties and tragedies. And in my company, not only do we help with homeschooling, we help with tutoring, and we also offer mentoring in a way that, again, it's a safe space. And I want to talk to parents. You set the tone in your home. And there are some things that you can do. We need to think about turning off constant media. That's something that I want to let you guys know as families. It's very traumatic for children to see these very difficult things in the news. Like we were saying, kids need to be kids, teens need to be teens. Let's shut these things down, especially a good bit before bedtime. If your child is showing symptoms of trauma for 6 weeks or more, that is a time where you need to reach out for professional help. Oh, wow. If your child is having suicidal commentary, thoughts, tendencies, behaviors, things are looking really abnormal, and you have that gut feeling as mom or dad that something isn't right, you need to seek professional help. That is so important. Nature. Take your kids outside. Nature is so grounding. I'm a spiritual sister here. Walk barefoot, play in the grass, hug a tree, play in water. Yes. Go spend time as a family. And now, as much as you can, spend time socially. We have been cooped up for a long time, so many of us, and we're getting back out there. And if you're not comfortable getting back out there yet, reach out to me. I will provide you Zoom friendship dates and provide you the safety and comfort of the most diverse, compassionate team of educators. I lead a team of 12. We are international and we are so loving. And I want to make an offer. If you guys shoot me a message, evelyneducates.org, you can message me through there. If you shoot me a message and you say healing, we will have a free 30 to 45 minute meet and greet conversation. I will learn the ins and outs of your family. It will be me personally with you, holding space for you, providing time for you, and seeing how we can best serve and best fit in your family. So please send the word healing to evelyneducates.org.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you. Definitely take her up on it, even if you don't have kids. It's just worth to have that a second pair of eyes, you know, especially with her background on maybe what some of your next steps could be. You know, I think that's so powerful. One thing I want to share, you know, just from what you and I have talked about, is that all of your teachers and those who work with you are also spiritual. And I think, you know, we're the spiritual healing soul school, but I think that's just really important because, you know, when you see the whole person, it's also seeing energetically who they are too. And sometimes it's not in the physical that needs to be looked at. It is something that's outside of the physical. And I think just your teachers being able to recognize that, you know, that's one thing I think that's really good for the audience to know. Can you also share, like, what does it look like for a kid to work with you or like with one of your instructors? What does that look like?
Absolutely. And before I answer, I want to throw in one of my teachers in her interview with me said that there is a certain air about all of our teachers. And I have to say, yes, there is a magical air about all of our teachers. So here's what it looks like. Just like we are having a conversation right now where there are two faces on the screen, that's what it looks like when you are working with us. Sometimes we have printables, sometimes we have a lot of special needs kids, so we share a screen and we might put a minimum amount of problems or questions on the screen so you're not overwhelmed. It's a variety of conversation, mindful moments, dance, feelings, learning, and you are one-to-one. And that is the model that I believe in. Now, we are offering summer camps every week of the summer. That is not one-to-one. I'll have to share that with you guys. That is social, that is group, and it's online, so you can learn from anywhere. But to be in a traditional one-to-one setting is not only academic, it's spiritual, it's emotional, and you have that safe person who sees you.
It's I feel like it's like you've taken the education system and big brothers and big sisters and you've meshed it together.
That's right. It's everything that I would want for myself, for my children, for my loved ones. And the last year that I was in public school, I taught in an 8th grade classroom. And you guys, I had 8th graders who could not read. And there were 30 kids in the class. And I did everything I could to help my teenagers learn how to read. It was overwhelming. It was traumatic for me. It was emotional. It was emotional for them. They're going into high school. They need one-to-one support. We had a 2nd grader homeschool with us full time this year, 2nd grade level, reading 2nd grade, 3rd grade, but with math, he went all the way up to 7th grade math as a 2nd grader. And so you just can't do that in a traditional setting. Do public school, do charter school, do Montessori school, do whatever you want to do. But I want to encourage you to also consider us, if not your full-time option, but as your supplement. And here you can see we have so many summer camps starting the week of June 7, thank you so much for sharing that. Everything from money management to mindfulness to computer science to writing, so many different things. Reach out to me again. Facebook, Instagram. My Instagram, you can see right there, is Evelyn Educates. And I am evelyneducates.org. We're elated to serve you. We are the best, again, spiritual, most loving, compassionate, and we have diversity on my team. We represent such an array of ethnicities and backgrounds, and that's really important because children need to see themselves in the adults. And so it is with purpose and intention that I have hired a very diverse staff.
And can someone complete school with you, like have their diploma?
Yes, we provide at this time homeschooling high school diplomas, which if you are college prep, we prepare all of the college prep classes for you, the 4 English, the 3 math, the 2 science, all that you need professionally to prepare for college. We are in the process of becoming accredited. So I know that's super meaningful to so many people, but know that we also offer an unaccredited option, which means if you are a special needs learner or even a severe special needs learner, we have paths for you where, yes, you can graduate. And we will work with you where you are and take you to the highest of your potential. So we are homeschooling part-time, full-time, tutoring, and mentoring. Those are the big things that we do. And in all of our things, we offer mindfulness and love and spirituality.
Oh, I love it. And I love that you say that, they're given a champion. Because just imagine, like, if there's something heavy going on at home, and it might not even be like anything traumatic or abuse, like the big stuff, but it could be, mom works a lot or works 2 jobs, or mom and dad are having struggles this year because of the financial situation of the world, and having 2 jobs, or heavy feelings with mom, whatever it is. It's so great that the kid has someone who can be in their corner, right? To champion them and say, great job. And, even when mom and dad maybe aren't capable themselves because there's some heaviness going on, I just think that is so great.
That's right. And we have to remember, little people, big emotions. And we have to remember, when you were a teenager, these are emotions that you were experiencing for the first time. It is the biggest deal. We have to listen to the big feelings of our 2-year-olds, our 12-year-olds, our 20-year-olds. You're still developing. It is so important to have those open ears and to recognize these big feelings matter and to hold space for your kids. That is so important.
Oh, that's so great. Anything you want to maybe just talk about, as far as like all the students that are with you now and that you've seen, kind of what's the school take or your take on how to develop their emotional wellness, or maybe just like observations of what you see that the kiddos need today?
Absolutely. So again, every child needs a champion. Every child needs a safe space. We set the tone as the family. We set the tone. If our home is chaos, then it's chaos for the kids. Yes, absolutely. So it's important for us as adults to put on that oxygen mask first. I know we all say that, but it's so important. And I want you as moms and dads to get the support and assistance that you need. Talk space, have a therapist that you can talk to on your phone, Zoom, all of the things. And again, I am bipolar. There's a lot of maintenance that goes into me being healthy and being able to thrive so that I can pour into my community and my kids. So I really want to educate families. If I can do it, you can do it. I promise you that. And again, turning off the social media, especially before bed, turning off the media, the news. The media is set up in such a way that it sells and it brings in more attention the more traumatic events that they show. They're not showing the warm and fuzzy stuff. So we need to set the tone. And I'm going to stand on my soapbox and say that love wins. Love wins. So instead of fighting with your neighbor, instead of being against what everybody else is thinking, we're all our own humans. We all have our own belief systems. Respect it, love your neighbor, and your kids are going to follow your example.
Beautiful. Great soapbox. We're with you. Thank you so much. So awesome to connect with you. And I know we'll see more of you. Mostly because I have a little one and I think your program's so helpful, but even the money one, is that just for kids? Are you doing who's that for?
Everything we offer, we divide up the ages. The money one is for adults also. And I also personally teach how to become a successful entrepreneur. And I have entrepreneurial guests. I have gone from tutoring my friends' kids to a 6-figure business. And I've learned a lot through this process. So I think it's important. And I think that is a way that we are moving as a society. I think that kids need to know that there's a variety of paths and a variety of options. So our money management, our entrepreneurial class, our Shakespearean study, any adults that we have interested, we will offer that to you separately so that you can be with your age group and feel like you are in that safe space. So every camp we offer, we just separate out the ages. So we would have elementary school kids together, middle school kids together, high school kids together, college kids together, and then any adult who wants to take courses from us, we do that too.
Right. Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much. A pleasure as always. And
as always, thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I'm going to bring up our next speaker. Let me just change around the banners. Okay. Let's bring her up. Hi. How are you?
Good. Hi. I'm so glad to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it Karine or?
Karine.
Yeah, Karine. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I said it right. Welcome. And super excited to chat with you today. I mean, trauma is something that you're helping people with. That's part of your business. And I was so grateful to have found you online. And maybe just share with us, what is it that you do? And maybe weave your story into it, kind of how did you get to where you are today?
Yeah, well, I am a licensed acupuncturist and I'm a spiritual wellness coach, and I help people radically love themselves and spread love through their lives by moving past their emotional pain and their physical pain. And I teach them through words and affirmations and just mindset, energetic healing, as well as helping them shift their mindset. And oftentimes it's shifting their perspective and seeing things in a different way. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I had a very traumatic childhood and physically abusive, and I had a lot of health issues. And so my way of finding my way back through my heart was going through my health issues, like figuring out my digestion, figuring out my painful menstrual cycles, my headaches, and chronic fatigue, and understanding that all of that was physical. It was diet, exercise, and mindset and all of that. But it was also how I loved myself and how I showed up in the world, taking responsibility for who I am, not playing the victim. All of those things played a huge part in my health. And I was able to then start to see, okay, these things happened to me, but they're not who I am. They are actually part of the fabric of who I am today. So they happened for a reason. So looking at it, okay, it was painful, it was terrible. Getting sexually assaulted isn't something that anybody wishes for.
Right.
But it happens. And now it's happened, it's in the past. How can I look at that from a different perspective and take bits of that so I can grow forward, and I could use that to fuel my being and my soul, and then to help other people along the way. So it's all about shifting the perspective of what has happened in your life, and instead of thinking about it as a bad thing, but thinking about it as a part of who you are in a positive way, and infusing love into all of those aspects. So that's been my journey for the last 15 years. And now I'm helping other women do the same thing.
So powerful. I love it. And we're matching today too.
I know. Wearing blue.
Twinning. I picked the banner for you for your shirt today. I'm kidding. That is so powerful. And I feel, there definitely are going to be lots of people who can relate to your childhood and to what happened. And, those are, for us at the Healing Soul Schools, those are the kind of people who are finding us, is those who are ready to release that heaviness that they grew up in. And I want to just bring up, one thing. I feel that, what you had said about looking at your, what was happening in your body and fixing, the digestion and other things. I think that is a critical part of your story for people to understand, is that you might not remember what happened to you. I don't remember my childhood. There's a lot of memories I have blocked because the pain was too great. I just didn't feel safe. I didn't feel safe in, mostly, religious and family and there was no conditional, there was lots of conditional love, no unconditional love, growing up. And it was like, you got to fit into this box, or you got to do these things in order to be loved. And so I have blocked a lot of it. And I think that for someone, maybe who's watching this, and you have some kind of digestive things, or you're having migraines and the doctor can't figure out why, that's your medicine. What's happening in your body is the breadcrumb to say, hey, start here, heal me. And then it's going to help you to understand, like, where did it come from? And a lot of things that are happening in our body are simply blocked emotions. It's stuck energy from when we were younger and we didn't have the mind to really understand logically what was happening or how to process it. Now you do. You're an adult and you can learn those things if you didn't, and you can heal yourself, which is really incredible because, for us, we want to teach people you are totally your own best self healer. You know what feels good. You know how to feel your intuition, or, whether to look at this or to look at that. And I think that is a really big part of your story for what we're talking about these 2 days here on healing trauma, because I honestly did not even realize that I had childhood trauma. And that's how I found you. I was searching for people who spoke on childhood trauma until I went into an ex-Jehovah's Witness group 2 months ago, because I had fallen into another depression this past January. And I'm like, what the heck? I teach mindset. How the hell am I back here again in this cycle? And really just starting to piece, okay, what happened to me 0 to 7 years, and understanding, like, oh my gosh, this really strict religion that strips us of our self-worth. And that's where a lot of that crap was hanging out. Now I'm like, okay, cool. I see it. I understand it. And I can heal it a lot faster. So I think, for anyone who's watching and you've got some kind of mystery stuff, or fibromyalgia, I think is really just like a term that doctors put on because they didn't know what to put on. And it's a lot of emotional trauma and baggage and hurt feelings that haven't been dealt with, in my opinion. I'm not a doctor, but I had someone close to me who had it, and just, watching her and knowing her past and just kind of, I'll just let you speak. I feel like I rambled on a lot, but I think knowing, like, that's a good place to start, is where do you hurt inside?
Yeah, I mean, everything you said is absolutely on point, because like you, I also don't remember most of my childhood. And sometimes, honestly, we all have experienced going to therapy. And if you haven't, therapy is a good idea. But sometimes talk therapy can get you to a certain point. And then the rest of it just becomes primal and energetic, and just, it's in our body. So oftentimes when we feel any kind of emotion, it's always physical. We cry, we laugh, it's always a physical reaction. And so when things happen that we haven't really processed, it goes right into the body and it stays in the body, especially when we're little. Look, things happen when we were babies, even in infants coming out the womb, something has happened, but there's no way of processing it, but it goes in the body because the body kind of knows what to do with that. Right. And it stays there. And so as we get older, it's so important to tap into our body, because our body is definitely the gateway to understanding what's happening to us on an emotional level and especially on a spiritual level. It can really help to navigate what's happening.
Mm-hmm. So true. And I'm going to share a little bit more about not having the memories of childhood, because this even followed me into my adult life. Like, I started traveling, and part of it was after divorce, the pain of being in my hometown was too great. So I left for Asia. And I went to go find myself. But, even all of the traveling, like I've traveled the world. I've been to over 38 countries, and I don't remember a lot of it simply because I didn't have those skills as a child. It was the coping method and the shutting down of my brain, of shutting that down. But there's parts that I wish I could remember. And that's why I take a lot of photos. And so friends would make fun of me, wanting to pull out my camera and take photos, but really it was my hurt child. There was a fear in that of me taking so many photos because I wanted to remember. I'm going to start to cry because I knew that I might not remember. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
It goes deep. So it's just like research it, why do you do the things you do now, right? And maybe just chat a little bit more about the energy healing that you do and how important that is, because I think that that's something that's new for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I'd cry.
Oh. Yeah. Well, everything is energy, and emotions are energy, and it travels. It travels to different parts of the body. So I often think about trauma as like almost the imagery is like a cyst. So it's like you have these cysts of pain, and when physically what happens when you have a cyst is essentially your body protecting itself, right? Or it creates a pocket and a fluid because it's having some kind of protection mechanism. So it's doing something for you, right? So when you have an emotion that isn't really serving you, your body energetically creates a little cyst. It's like, okay, we're going to put this pain in this pocket over here. And over time, what happens, like cysts in the body, they become problematic. And I find that a lot of people in their 30s and 40s, things start to get problematic. Things start to wake up as we get older. We're like, okay, wait. And so energetically, it's helping people tap into these painful pockets so we can burst through them and release them. So for a lot of people, I could see where that is happening in their body, and we talk about it, and we're like, okay, this is happening energetically. And most of the time, people feel it too. And they may feel it in terms of tightness or soreness, or it doesn't feel as strong as the other side, or there's a weird rash there, or there's always like something physical that if people really think about, they're like, oh yeah, that doesn't feel quite right. But it's so subtle. It's not necessarily like it's bad enough for me to go to the doctor or get help, but it just doesn't feel right. And oftentimes that's where the stuckness is. And so it's moving that energy along. So I channel a lot of love and using that as a healing tool, and working through breath and different energy techniques that I've learned over time, and teaching that to clients if they're open to it. I'm like, this is something that you can do as well, like doing your meditation and different things that you do on your own to self-heal, and really pouring your own love into these pain pockets.
If we can continue to talk about cysts, that would be great, because it goes hand in hand. Elaine is coming on after you, and she is a fertility shaman, and she is so super cool. She connects the soul of the child to the parents.
Nice.
And she heals the womb of the mom, especially anyone maybe that's having trouble having a baby. Connect them with her. or anyone who had any kind of sexual trauma, because she can help clear that out, and it just releases the energy, and so much more can flow to us by that release. But I think this is really important, because a lot of women that are in our age range do have trouble in the womb area, and I imagine guys too. I just don't know a lot of them or have conversations about that. But I have cysts on my ovaries, and I had fibroids, and I know that is tied to emotions, and I had a hysterectomy for that. But can you speak more to the cysts when they are, because I know they can be all over our body, but using the energetics or even the second chakra, what does that mean for women like that have them in their sacral area or their tummy area?
Well, yeah, I had a cyst on my right ovary, and so cysts can mean different. I mean, cysts could be different for different people, but in general, it's holding in emotion or not. It's repressed emotion, essentially. Both cysts and fibroids. Fibroids tend to have more of the energetic signature of anger and repressed anger and rage. And cysts can as well. It's always how the person manifests things in their body. Some women have both, some women have none, so not every woman that suffers trauma gets these things. But for a majority of women that have had any kind of sexual anything, and I didn't have sexual trauma, like in terms of incest and that kind of thing, but then I also got beat a lot on my bottom. So that was also trauma to the pelvic area, right? And so these are areas in the body that the pelvic bowl, it's a basin, and it collects energy and it collects emotions. It's an area that we repress emotion because it's shameful, guilty. It's really the darkest, deepest aspects of our emotional spectrum that we don't want to share with people because we're so ashamed. And these are the emotions that usually get stuck in the pelvic area. And specifically around anything traumatic, around sexuality, this is all the part that nobody talks about. Nobody wants to deal with it because it's painful, especially when it happens when you're young. And so, an assist can also be a reminder of like, you're not staying true to yourself, or you're not listening to your body. So there's two aspects of it, because I had my cyst when I was in a relationship that wasn't really working. That wasn't the right relationship for me. And the cyst was pretty much saying, this is not the right thing for you. And it was like, and then I broke up with my boyfriend at the time. We ended up getting back together and breaking up again. But still, it was like a reminder of like, you're not paying attention to this area. And it took me a couple of years later to really start to understand that the cyst was kind of like a way to say, okay, you need to stay in tune with your vaginal space, with your womb space, and develop a relationship with her. Because my yoni and I had to become friends, essentially, because it was an area that I wasn't really paying attention to. Like, I was inviting men into my body. I was doing things that were not necessarily of my best interests. And that also was a reminder to be like, hey, this is important. Like, you need to tune in here. You need to really be mindful of what you're putting in and what you're, how you're taking care of it on an energetic scale. Because even if, like, for me, if I would sleep with someone that I didn't really feel that open with, then it created a discord in my body. Like, I wasn't really receptive, and that repressed emotions, because now I'm ashamed. I feel weird about my own decisions, and I'm doubting myself. And I don't want to think that about myself. So then I just push it down in my pelvic area. And then it accumulates over time.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, it's powerful. I'm thinking of the dating community. And it's hard. Each person has to find what feels good for them, because we do receive energy from people. Right. And sexual energy is a two-way or three-way, or however many partners you have at the time, but it's an exchange, an energy exchange.
So it's more than just sex. It's a lot of, it goes very deep. And the deeper you are as a person, the deeper you feel. And so it's like that connection doesn't just go away. Like you are opening up yourself, you're opening up your channels with somebody. And if this isn't the right person for you, or if you get violated in that way, it totally disturbs the whole energy flow. And when energy doesn't flow, it stagnates. And so it stagnates within you. And even because we all want to have those healthy sexual relationships where we can move our energy to this person and they're moving it back to us. And that's that whole tantric energy flow where you're creating that beautiful cosmic energy. And if you're not doing that, even though your soul is wanting to do that, then that can create the discord.
Right.
I mean, that's a little off topic, but
no, very impactful, definitely. What is it for men? That's just my curiosity, you know, because women, we can have cysts in our yoni area. We had a healer on last month. She's like, call it your yoni. It's not the vagina, you know, that we have put one word on one piece of it. She's like, it's the whole thing. What do men have trouble with there energetically? Like they might be giving themselves away to someone just for the pleasure of it, but they know that there's not that connection energetically.
Well, men have prostate issues. I mean, that's kind of their thing because their prostate is essentially their uterus in a lot of ways.
Okay.
And so most men past the age of 40 have inflammation in their prostate. So they have that whole area has their own issue about being able to express itself. Most men have inflammation in their prostate. I mean, of course, it's diet and a lot of other things, but it's also repressed emotions in their own. And they also have ED, and like they have their whole like thinking their whole masculine is around their penis, and when that fails, and it's like, then who am I? Like, you know, so I feel like men have their own issues around that. But I think it's the same for men and women. Like we all repress our emotions. It just manifests differently. So yeah.
What would be your advice to people? Like this year has been so incredible. We're home and, you know, we're not able to maybe engage with others in the way that we want to. Would you have advice?
Yeah.
You know?
For people? I think the biggest thing is to create a deeper connection to yourself and to really start to see what kind of life that you want to create and be the change that you want to be in your own life. And that will spread to your community, to the world, to the people that are touched by you. I think it's been really hard to be alone all the time and not have people around us. Humans, we're so social, and it's been hard. It's hard for everyone, especially the ones that are single, right? It's been really challenging, just like not being able to go out and meet people and all of that. But building a relationship to yourself, building your relationship to God or the universe or whatever you consider your higher power is, tapping into that, you know, your angels, spirit animals, your spiritual team, like really tapping into that and make, just a continuous flow of like, you are not alone. There are people, there's spirits and energies here to support you. Yeah.
That's beautiful. And you hit the nail on the head for sure, is connecting more within and healing ourselves. And I think that this year has been, yes, it's been hard. Definitely. We've been through hard things, we've come out the other side, but what's been the biggest gift is this quiet time that we actually can figure out who we are, what do we want, what needs to be healed, even connecting more to a spirituality versus church, because, churches have been closed, which I'm now a non-religious person based on my background. But if someone still likes going to church, it's the community, right? There's so much power in being able to commune with others. But I think first it comes to ourselves. Like we are the ones that we've been searching for. And, just to share a little bit more of my journey, I was, a heavy drinker, definitely dated a lot. I was looking to fill that void because I didn't love myself, and I didn't even understand that that's, the language or what it was. And it wasn't until this year, being home and grounding more and really understanding what meditation is and learning how to do that, that the alcohol, the need for it, which it was a need, started to go away and fade away. And it was like, oh, I actually don't need it today. Or I didn't drink every day, but what I noticed was that when I was going out to meet people before the lockdown, is I would have this need. It was almost like this desperation of needing to have a shot of alcohol before I left the house.
Yeah.
And was it anxiety or like, I don't know, it was something that was kind of newer for me. It was so interesting. And then being home, you know, I'm not going to sit here and drink by myself. For me, that's not exciting to me. And that desire for it just started to melt away. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. You know, the more that I was working on myself, the more, you know, the harmful things or things I knew I was just using to fill a void just started to melt away. And, you know, I encourage anyone out there, just ask your body, what do you need? It's going to tell you.
Yeah, totally. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, it's been so interesting because even before the shutdown, like I was gone all the time. If I wasn't, you know, driving to school, picking up, or I raised my niece, driving her to her parents. But once I dropped her off at her parents, I didn't want to be home alone. And so I would find friends to go out with, and I was never home. And then when the lockdown happened, I was like, there goes everything, right? The social aspect of it. But it's been really such a gift because I was doing those other things because I wasn't okay being home, like home and, you know, sitting alone with myself, where now I'm like, cool, I'd rather be by myself, right? Super great.
Yeah, it's important to have that self-love and self-acceptance and thinking that you're the most interesting person in the room, because you are. And like being able to entertain yourself and finding yourself interesting, I think is really important. Like there's so much aspects of who we are that we all have to discover within ourselves. Like, I think it's really nice to have that curiosity of like, oh, who am I? Like always questioning, like, who am I? How can I be better? Like, are these choices I'm making coming out of a place of fear, or is it coming out of a place of love? Is this really who I am? Because we've all been conditioned and programmed to grow up a certain way by our parents or by our religion or by our environment, the media. There's so many things that have influenced who we are. Is that truly who we are? Like, do we truly want to do that? Do we truly like these things? Or it's just we've been conditioned to like that because that's what society has like made us believe. So I think, you know, this is a good moment to really start to think about, oh, you know, clean slate. Like, do I like eating ice cream? I don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just eating it because that's what you're supposed to do, you know?
Right.
Because we all do things unconsciously all the time. And it's really nice to have that, to step back and be like, whoa, who am I? Is this me? Is this me? Is this my soul? Is this my soul is this my soul making the decision, or is it my mind?
Right.
Right? Because I think we're all conditioned to make decisions from our mind. Like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But that's not your heart or your soul's desire, not necessarily. I think that voice needs to be listened to, and we also got to train our ears to listen to what our soul truly wants, because it's not necessarily it's not as loud as our ego mind. Our ego mind is like, do this, you know.
Shouldn't.
Right. You know, it's like, exactly. Like, it's the lawyer, you know. You know, sometimes I think of my ego mind as like Johnny Cochran, of like, because it's like the constant like barrage of like information with the defense, and these are the reasons why you should do all of this, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. Meanwhile, the soul and the heart will say one word, and you're like, but should I? But the mind is telling me this whole thing. Like, now what should I do? You know, it's just like, so those are the moments I feel like this is a good time while we're you know, because the world's going to open up in a few weeks. It's like, these are the last few weeks of really being able to tune into yourself and be like, okay, no, my heart's saying to do this. I'm going to trust it. I'm going to go in this direction. And that takes a lot of courage. It does. It really does. It takes courage to step into love and step into healing and step into listening to your soul's desires and not following the mind and not following the beaten path, because most people are doing the mind thing. And here you are talking, here we are talking about love and the soul. Like, this isn't on, the front page of CNN. So it takes a courage to walk down a path that few are walking along with you. Or sometimes it's like you feel like you're by yourself, but you got to remember, you're never by yourself. You're always with, God and your team, your spiritual team.
Right. So true. And something that I have found to be very helpful with just healing trauma, healing, harder feelings from childhood is to learn how to play more. So if, our feminine has been pushed down. We all have feminine and masculine within us. If this is new, as a listener, we all have that energy within us. And when someone else has controlled us, taken away our voice, it's pushed down the feminine energy within us. And so something I encourage you, every weekend or during the week, whenever, how can you play? What's one thing you can do that you can play? And what comes to mind is finger painting. When we were kids, and if you don't have paints, use condiments, ketchup, whatever. Maybe not mayonnaise, but like mustard. It's a bright color. And just play and let your inner child, just feel what that's like, because what that also does is it opens you up to receive. For those of us who've had our voices taken away or we've been shut down, we also have a very hard time receiving compliments, receiving money, receiving love, all of that. And it's just simply being curious on how to open that back up.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Play is fun. That's always one of my prescriptions for some of my clients. It's like, you need to play more or find joy. I think the heart and the soul, that's like their expression is joy. Like, in Chinese medicine, the sound of the heart is laughter.
Oh.
So it's really like finding those moments of joyfulness and sharing and laughter is definitely medicine for sure.
One of the things, so I raise an 8-year-old, and no pools are open or anywhere, right, because of this, but we have a river that's near us. So I've been taking her and her little friend to the river, put them in, life jackets and stuff, and then they go, and they've been learning how to float, but their giggles, it's so contagious. Like, it's so beautiful. And I thought, you know what, like, another gift for us is that nature and getting into nature, but allowing them to experience it as little kids and not being in a chlorinated pool all the time, but go and play with the tadpoles and the crabs and all of that. And just they're so excited, she'll wake up in the morning. She's like, oh, can we go to the river again? And I'm like, this is so amazing. Just being out in nature. We're teaching them younger to how to really, go and play, but also to be a part of all that beautiful creation that's around us, because we all feel it on that soul level. And it's how much more play can we introduce into our lives.
Right. Yeah. Totally.
Awesome. From what you've studied and kind of what's your favorite thing when you're helping someone through moving their energies? Is there a process that you use, or is it kind of you just talk and ask some questions to gain an idea and using your intuition of what they're needing? How does that work for you as an energy healer?
It's a good question. I feel like it depends on the person. Like, everyone's a little different. And so for me, my intention is always to send love and making sure that people feel accepted, seen, heard, appreciated, and nourished, and allowing their energy body to relax. Because most of us are hypervigilant, especially if we're coming from a place of trauma and fear. So a large part of what I do is to help people relax into themselves. Like, not just relax for relaxing's sake, but it's really relaxing your nervous system. Relaxing your hold on your body. If you're physically tight, then energy doesn't really flow. So that's actually the biggest part of what I do with people, is to help them relax. And the more that we work together, the more naturally they start to relax around me, because they start to feel safe. And this is something that's not necessarily spoken. It's not like I'm telling people any of this. It's not, it's not even communicated. It's just this natural thing that happens. Like when you're around someone that you feel loves you, you slowly and slowly start to relax.
Right.
Right. Because
Yep.
I mean, that's just natural. I mean, we all are where we can all think of somebody that we really love, and we think about going to their house, and if they make us food, like if we love their grandma, we know like, okay, we're gonna go over there. She's gonna feed me. It's gonna be great. You know, like this unconditional love where somebody just loves you, no judgment, no conditions. It's just pure, like they're here for you. Right. And I think I wish everyone was like that all the time. But, you know, we're in a place in the world where you have to pay to feel that way.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I have people that I go to that make me feel that way. You know what I mean? So I know, so that's how I was able to give it to someone else. Right. It's because I know that how healing that is, you know, even if nobody says anything to you, if you sit by them, there's something that happens to you. Like your body starts to just slowly like, oh, your soul can like settle in your body. So many of us are out of our body. We're so like disassociated from our body because we had so much pain and so much suffering. So we're like zombies. We're like here, but we're not here.
Right.
We're like totally numb, especially if we're empathic and sensitive. It's just like, we're just kind of, you know, doing drugs, alcohol, we're doing whatever so that we don't have to feel the pain. And so when we come back into our body, it's really uncomfortable. So being around someone that loves you and kind of creates that space where your spirit can like settle in your body, and then you can slowly and slowly start to unravel the pain of why you can't be in your body. Right. So then that becomes a process where the longer we work together, the more the relaxation starts to happen. And then we can start to see what's going on energetically, what's holding you here. And oftentimes the energetic, emotional stuff is very much linked to a physical something, you know, and sometimes the emotional pain is too much. So we focus on the physical one, right? So if you got molested as a child and now you have pelvic pain, the molestation might be too much to handle, but we can talk about the pelvic pain. Right. And we can do the things to get you from out of that place of pain and move into the pelvic pain part. Right. You know, we can move into the molestation pain. You know what I mean? So, and in those cases, if I see them physically, it's a little easier because then we could do the acupuncture part and the lifestyle stuff. But over the phone or over Zoom, we're really talking about lifestyle, mindset, exercises, all of those lifestyle changes that need to also happen. And then the energetic, the love, and also the whatever modality is needed in the moment. Like if I needed to clear a chakra, of course, I can do that. Or if you have an astral object, we can do that. If you needed some ancestral healing to support what's happening, that will happen. It really just depends on what the person needs. If the person needs an angelic healing, the angelic healing will happen. Like, I'm really guided by divine guidance. And so every time I sit in front of someone, it's really about asking God to work through me. And whatever this person needs, then that will be provided. So it's hard for me to say, this is what I do, this is what I do. It really depends on the person. And even when I work with the same person, I ask the same question every time, because you're different than I saw you last week, right? So if I saw you this week, same prayer. Okay, God, how can we help this person today? And, and see where it goes from there.
Right. That's beautiful. And I like that because I feel where the world is shifting, right? We all have different tools in our toolbox within us, and it's what is needed in the moment, and to trust that we are going to get it, that God will guide us in that direction. But I think it comes down to us calming our own nervous systems down so we can actually hear what those messages are. That's so beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, the healer has to be somewhat healed to heal others.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
And have their own healer. I think that's really important. If anyone's looking for someone, right? Who do you go see? Because who heals the healer? We all need to have somebody.
I have a team. Like,
right?
I can't. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yep, totally. Can you talk a little bit about dissociation and, the pain and how people leave their bodies and then also the coming back in?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the leaving our body thing is just a childhood self-preservation mechanism that it just happened. I mean, I didn't even know I was disassociated until I was like 25. So it took me years to even know. I didn't know. Because, you know, when I was
found out at 46.
Right, I didn't know. Because when I was little, I grew up in New York City. I'm a super sensitive person. I got physically having all this stuff happen to me. I was checked out. Literally, I don't remember my childhood. Like, I only remember key moments, but my brothers tell me things that happened that I have no recollection of. So, and I don't necessarily want to go back and remember them. I think it's, it's done. It's over.
Right.
So I jumped out. So I was out of my body most of my childhood. It's just why I don't remember anything, because I was just like, this planet. I mean, I literally went to Catholic school, and there was a conversation. We had like a little baby Bible, children Bible, and they were talking about heaven and hell and all of this stuff. And I literally was like convinced that the earth was hell, that I had killed a massive amount of people, that God was punishing me, and this is my punishment. Like, I have my parents that like abuse me. Nothing. I literally thought I was in hell. I was like, this is hell. I remember, so the teacher asked us, like, where do you think hell is? Everyone's like, it's fire and demons. And then I was just like, here, this is hell. And the teacher didn't even know what to do with me. The teacher was like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Because Jesus was talking about heaven on, creating heaven. And I was like, where is that? Because my life is hell. And of course, as you get older, you understand that he's talking about the heaven within your heart and your being. It's not like the physical plane, but so I was not here. I was not here. And so when I got older and I had my healers tell me you're disassociated, I was like, huh. And I started going to acupuncture school. I started doing energy healing, all of that. And I slowly started to pull my spirit back. Really, it was a lot of intention. It was a lot of prayer. I did a bunch of, woo-woo energy healing, soul retrieval things.
Right.
I had a few sessions of those, which were helpful, totally helpful.
Call back pieces of yourself if no one's done that.
Right. All of those. I've done all of those things. But I think the biggest thing for me that really solidified me into my body was opening up my heart and then walking through my darkness. That really, because I was so afraid, and and I'm still a work in progress, right? There's still way more that I haven't gone through, right? But I have to say, coming to my heart and actually walking through my darkness and seeing my pain points, seeing the places that I did not forgive people, seeing my anger towards my father, my anger towards my mom, and all of these things, like I had to really go through them and be like, really start to unpack like all the sexual assaults, all of this stuff. Like I had to find a way to forgive these people that I thought did something to me, and to really take responsibility for who I am and how I want to show up in the world. Do I want to show up in the world holding on to all this pain and projecting this anger on other people? Or do I want to like let it go and forgive and be a loving human being and move into that level of grace and create my own kingdom of heaven in my life and in my world, right? So once I made that shift, then I was able to come back in my body because I experienced less pain. Like, it's interesting because it's counterintuitive. We're like, okay, like it's almost selfish to be more loving because you feel better. Like, I feel better being like a more loving human being. It was hard, and it is hard. It's not easy forgiving people for doing crazy shit. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you're the person.
You're good. It was crazy shit.
It's so hard for me to like even watch the news. Like, what's happening in Palestine and Israel makes me want to cry every time I watch it, because I'm just like, this is the planet we live in. And I could either be mad about it or forgive those who have trespassed against us, and move forward. And so when I decided to do that, then my soul, I integrated. Right? I was able to integrate. And of course, all those woo-woo things helped. but it was really that decision of like, I'm going to walk through my darkness. And of course I had help. I had mentors and spiritual teachers and lots of support. Otherwise I probably would have never been able to do it. I mean, it's really hard to open up those Pandora's box.
Yeah.
So without support, it's really difficult. But people do it. So, you know, you could do it.
The right people come for what you need, you know,
right.
They're there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so I did everything. You know, I saw, you know, shamans, energy healers, because I wanted it. I wanted to be integrated.
Right.
You know, so it wasn't just like, okay, I'm disassociated, but I was like, I disassociated because I was in a place of fear and I was protecting myself. So now I was like, well, I want it back. I want my soul back. Like, I want my soul back. I want to be a fully integrated person. So I did whatever it took to get to that place. Like I took the classes, studied the people, you know, God helps you. Like the minute I started saying that, of course, you know, all these people showed up. You know, I'd get a like email from some random person that's like offering some healing. And I'm like, oh, I'll try it. Right? Like, I'll be okay, I'll try it.
I'm like, how'd this get in my inbox? And,
right. Yeah. You know, or you go on some random website and you find somebody, you know, we all do that online. We're like online doing something. All of a sudden we'll get a pop of somebody. We're like, oh, that's exactly what I need today. So that's kind of what happened. I think it's that desire to just want to feel whole and just moving forward with that intention and allowing life to support you.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned something earlier about the energetic body. What does that mean for someone who's never heard that before?
Yeah, so we have different levels of our bodies. We have the energetic body that's like our chakra system, the meridian system, the auras. We have 7 auras, and so our energy body. We have our physical body, and then we have the astral body, the etheric body, the spiritual plane. So there's different energetic planes of our existence. And the physical plane is what we see. And our energetic field goes out about 7 feet around us. And so this is why it's so interesting that we all have this illusion that we're separate, which is not the case. Because if our energy bodies is 7 feet, so even 6 feet apart with COVID, that'll make no difference. I can still feel you.
My energy can still feel you.
I can still feel you.
I never thought of that.
Like, and it probably goes out further. I mean, the heart's energy moves probably more than 7 feet, or you know, it's probably like 10, maybe 10 to 12. Who knows? But either way, we are pushing out our energy for more than our physical space. So we are all connected. You walk into a supermarket, you're feeling everyone around you. I mean, that's kind of the nature of humans. Like we just feel each other all the time. The more sensitive you are, the more you feel. And so there's different levels of energy. I mean, there's great books on like hands-on healing, where Barbara Brennan has a great book on the different energy bodies, if you want to get more technical and learn the specifics of that. And there's the 7 chakras, and then there's even 7 more chakras, it's 12. I mean, this is so much energy stuff that our minds can play with and understand and all of that. But honestly, it just comes down to the heart energy, really, because that's the strongest frequency of the universe. That's the thing that ties us all together is love, really. And so you focus on love and all your energy systems will be fine. You know, because that's the energy that can clean out your energy. That's the energy that can connect you to other people. That's the energy that heals, that connects, that liberates, accepts. Love is powerful.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I was trying to find a photo of the energy bodies. That would be, maybe I can find this one. I'll share the screen. Here's a few examples of it, but this is something that's new for me. And one of our healers tomorrow, she actually talks about 40 rings out or layers out from our bodies, and I find it so interesting, especially like growing up. Jehovah's Witnesses, we're not allowed to talk about any of this, so this has been something that's been so cool for me to learn this year. Yeah, because I stayed away from it. Just what I was taught, right, growing up. Now I'm like, no, what do I, let me figure out what I'm meant to be here for and to believe. So I've been learning about the energies, and it's so super cool. Mm-hmm. So even just, I think it's so important as the electromagnetic field, or our Taurus energy field. If anyone wants to look it up, this is a good photo of it here. Is this one, kind of like, imagine us in a donut. So we're in the middle of a donut, and the energy goes out and it comes back in, and it's moving. And this is science. It's not this woo weirdness out there, like atoms and everything has energy and moves. And so if we're giving out that energy of I'm not worthy, or something from our childhood that we believed as a child. Even I heard an example, a coach had said, if there were 3 kids and the mom pulled the sucker from one kid and not the other 2 because the kid was jumping with the sucker, the jumping kid is going to think that the mom doesn't love them as much because the other 2 get to keep their sucker. Like something is, to us, would be like, from our adult mind, would be like, no, the mother was protecting the child because the child was jumping with a stick in its mouth, right? But it's just all our perception of how we view that as a child. And so I think that this is so interesting, because what our electromagnetic signature is, what we're giving out, that actually goes before us, before a phone call, before you're meeting with someone, all of that. And I just, I think that that all of these energetic bodies are really cool. What was the name of the book? Oh, good. Kimberly's watching. I was talking about her. She's going to be on tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Hands on. It's Barbara Brennan. I think it's called Hands of Light, or Hands on Healing, something like that.
I'll look it up.
But Barbara Brennan, she has a huge school in Florida. Her book is like, I love just how clear her book. I have like all her books, but it's a really good way of like learning about energy medicine.
Light Emerging, or Hands of Light.
Hands of Light's the first one. Light Emerging is the second one, and then the third one is Core Light
Healing. Yeah.
So those are great books, and she has great diagrams.
Oh, good. Kimberly, no, she put it in the comment there. Super cool. And Kimberly has a book too. She wrote, super fascinating, all about our spiritual bodies and the energies. And again, our auras and the 4D. Come back tomorrow for her session, because you'll learn similar things here that we're talking about. And I think it's so important that all of us know about it, because if I'm walking around and I have this feeling of I'm not worthy, then, good luck trying to get new clients. Good luck trying to get someone, well, you can find a love out there, but they probably have that I'm not worthy either. And so the 2 of you get together, and to me, it reminds me of like having garbage bags on the front of you, and you're just looking for someone who's got similar garbage to what you have on, and matching up. But it's clearing all of that away.
But yeah, but there's also like, you're walking around, if somebody's walking around with that energy of unworthiness, they may not know. But I think the key is, if you are attracting a relationship that makes you feel unworthy, then that's an indication that this is an opportunity to heal, because this person is brought to you for you to see aspects of your psyche that needs healing. So it's not necessarily that you're unworthy, it's that you have this false belief, and now this person is triggering this false belief. And then we want to blame this person for treating us a certain way, where in actuality, you should think about them as a gift. Or like, this person is helping me see this negative aspect of myself that I need to change. He can go, and I could take that lesson and shift so that I can meet a man that can see the goodness that I see about myself.
Right.
Because it's always about having that reflection. So feeling these negative thoughts is always going to bring a situation where life is pointing them out in a more intense way, until we can wake up and say, hey, like, I need to shift what I'm doing and bring more love into this space. Otherwise, life is going to keep doing it until you learn the lesson, or until you figure it out.
Right. Yeah, that's so true. And what I even learned this year, one of the things was that, like, what triggers are, and just like you said, it's that mirror. It's something within me that's wanting to be healed now, instead of getting pissed off or flying off the handle, or the opposite, right? Silent treatment. It's just simply say, okay, let me take a step back. What the heck is this here for? What is it here to show me? And come at it from that place of love. And when we can see each other from our soul beings, and we're here having this human experience, there is no division. We all are souls and all connected. And I think it's just such a more beautiful way to live, that, there aren't these rules and certain things that kind of peg us into a box. It's just simply, hey, I like you. I think, your energy's great, or what you're sharing, or just being around you makes me feel better. Who doesn't want to have that said about them, right? Where we're just so in love with who we are inside that, we go here first instead of, blaming or looking outside for any kind of happiness, because they're not going to find it. Not like you can going within.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like, it's all about finding the love within yourself to help heal yourself, but also heal the people around you.
Right.
And once you're coming from that place, it just makes things easier, and it also makes it makes life more rich, because the situations become a totally different the situations become more rich because they become something that you can utilize to fuel your love. I'm like, oh, this is going to fuel me to make me better. Right? It's make me have greater depths of understanding, because honestly, like, even as healers, I feel like go through the most in life, and I feel like we have to. Otherwise, how are we going to help other people? Like, it's hard to like have compassion for someone if you haven't really gone through it. And I think if we go through something really intensely, we can, poo-poo it and like be victimized by it. But at the same time, it's like our greatest gift, because it gives you that level of compassion that you would be able to have. Like your experience with being in a religion, like now you can talk to people that were in cults and all of these things from different religions. It doesn't matter, because it's the same kind of feeling that everyone that has that life experiences, right? And you would be able to talk to that better than I could, because you've gone through it. So there's so many people that you're helping and that you can help in the world, and I feel like if we start to think about our pain as our like superpowers, then it becomes like, oh wow, I survived that.
Right.
I survived that, and I could help other people survive it faster. Like you don't have to go through 15 years to go through what I went through. I could, I went through it so I could help you, and so you can go faster. You don't have to live your life in this pain, in the struggle bus for so long,
Yep. No, forget the struggle bus. And I would say, like, someone had said, I'm trying to think if it was you, for someone who's been down in the hole, right? And you've been in the hole, you've been in the hole. And it's simply what we taught ourselves how to get up out of that hole. Then we can turn around and we can help someone else who's in the hole. And it's not, the doctor coming by and writing the prescription and throwing it in the hole, or a priest or someone coming by and doing some Hail Marys and then, throwing that into the hole. It's simply, we can get down in that hole with that person and bring them up out of it, because we've been there. We know how it feels. And there's something really special about that, because I think the connection is just on a different level. It's not like, oh, this person went to school and there's some things that can help me. It's simply, this person has been in that same hole or in that trench and knows exactly, what my pain is. And it's just a totally different level of feeling. And I love that this is where the world is going.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. I think it's like there's millions of people, and there's, I think a lot of times, we're all taught this scarcity thing. Like, there's not enough patients, there's not enough clients. And I'm like, how could there not be? Like, what am I talking about? Everyone has gone through and everyone is looking for the healer that, if you're listening, that you are. Like, everyone is looking for something specific to what their soul needs. And I really believe that we have a select group of people that are waiting for us to kind of wake up, so we can help those people. Like, there are millions of people that are probably waiting right now for that special ad that you'll probably put up that you're like, oh, that's the person I need right now. Because for some reason there's a resonance. And I really believe in that, because we all have a resonance. We all resonate to certain frequencies and certain people. And that's a person that could help take you to the next level. And so, for me, I feel like everyone on a certain level is a healer. They may not necessarily, it may not be their trade,
right? But
it's like, your grandma's cookies, or your friend's hugs, or a smile from the cashier. There's all these little things that happen all day that people are sending love in their own way that can be super healing. Because you just never know. You meet someone, they're having a bad day, you smile at them, and you could totally change their whole perspective on life that day.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's so beautiful. And so I just want to put that out there. If someone's watching and you have this desire to help people, reach out to us. That's what we're doing. We're teaching people how to heal themselves, how to wash off, I say the shit, it's like at a car wash off, the old programming or the old stuff from, that might be holding you down, and bring you back into your power, and what are you here for? This is the remembering, right? The Great Awakening is the remembering of why is our soul here? What is our piece of the puzzle in this, great time to be alive? That's within you. And I feel that, it's that calming down the nervous system and really trusting why we're here and how to help others. And that there are people who can help you get your message out there. That if you've got that inner desire to help people, or whatever it is, right? Step into that, because the collective needs you. We need the leaders right now to stand up, because there is such a shift. And I think that there's going to be more stuff happening even this next year, where imagine religions are crumbling because people they're realizing I can go into nature and get that same feeling, or I can connect within, I can meditate, and I'm getting this different experience than sitting in a pew and listening to someone else, or having an intermediate person, between me and God. It's just simply, no, we can connect. And, we definitely need people who are doing energy healing, or just helping people understand the stuff that they went through, how to unpack it and release it, because it is hard to go through, so that, they're not having to do it on their own. But it's just, I just think it's such an exciting time to be alive, for sure.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. It's been awesome having you and getting to know you. I'm so grateful that, honestly, Source brought you to me. I had, for real, only 2 months ago realized that I had any kind of childhood trauma, and it was just like bang, bang, bang. These beautiful healers were coming forward, and I know that you specialize, in part of that. And I was like, wow, so cool. So thank you for being here today and for sharing who you are.
Thank you.
I want to say I love your wall, the saying behind you, and that you are so loved. Let me say that back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, so lovely. All right. Kimberly, so cool that you're here in the audience. Thank you. As I was talking about you coming on tomorrow, you're like, I'm here. All right. Next, we have a special guest to Virginia and I. I'm going to bring her up. This is Elaine Lopez Bogard, and she is a fertility shaman. Hi, how are you?
Aloha, I am fine. How are you?
Aloha, Miss Hawaii. I love seeing your photos online. I know, so beautiful.
Oh, yes. I'm so grateful to live here.
Yeah, right on, right on. I want to share, so how I found Elaine was through another friend in a business mastermind that I was in, and I was telling her what we do here at the Healing Soul School and the energy healing, and she said, oh, you got to meet Elaine. Elaine actually helps women who want to get pregnant or have had any kind of trauma, and she connects the soul of the baby to the mom. And I was like, what? I want to talk to her. Like, I find this so fascinating. And so we've actually had, this is her second time on the show. We're having her back, and you were on our show in January. So if anyone wants to go back and watch that session after, that will be our January showcase. She was there as in the healing section, which is always the last 2 hours. And so I just want to say welcome and share with us a little bit about your story. How did you become a fertility shaman?
Well, thank you again for having me. I had so much fun last time and was so grateful that you invited me back. I love talking about all of the things related to the womb and trauma related to the womb, because it's just a topic I feel like a lot of people aren't talking about. And so I'm just always grateful for the opportunity. So how I got started doing this work, I feel like becoming a shaman found me, and it was through my challenges. I had gotten pregnant when I was just about 40. I was 39 years old, and got pregnant and was so excited. My husband didn't have children, and so I was so excited to share that with him. And then about 12 weeks in, I started bleeding and had a miscarriage, and it was just devastating. And I didn't really understand that. I had many friends that had had miscarriages, but I never really understand the impact a miscarriage had until it happened to me. And so I didn't really tell anybody that I was pregnant. So then I didn't tell anybody I had the miscarriage. And so it created this like isolation for myself. And I just held it in, right? And didn't really talk about it. And I started doing things for self-healing because I was so like sad and depressed. And, I was changing my exercising and eating. I knew I needed something to help myself to feel better. And then I was able to get pregnant after that. And then I did start kinesiology school a couple of years later. And during kinesiology school, we learned about the emotional root causes of physical ailments. And that was when like everything I had stuffed away related to my loss came out into the surface. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to help other women heal through their grief and loss of their pregnancies and losing their babies. And so that's what I did when I finished kinesiology school. I was focused on that type of work. I was still on my path of personal healing. And then I went to go see a hypnotherapist. And then she says, can we start with opening sacred space? And I was like, okay, I don't really know what that means, but okay. So she says, I'm going to give you a rattle and you just follow me and we'll open up the 4 directions. And I was like, okay, I was open to try anything because I was already feeling better and I knew that there was more. So she hands the rattle to me, and I kid you not, and I think I told you this story last time, the moment she put the rattle in my hand, it was like just this instant awakening. I had tears. I instantly had memories. Like I could see myself as a shaman, as a medicine man, as a medicine woman, as a priestess. Like all of these past lives started flashing in my mind. And I was just like overwhelmed. And I open my eyes and I look at this woman and I point to the rattle and I say, this is me. And she said, yes. So I didn't know at the time I scheduled the appointment that she was also a shamanic practitioner. So needless to say, she kind of, she led me to her shamanic mentor, and I trained with her and studied the medicine wheel and the 4 directions, the traditional Peruvian shamanism. And then from there, I also studied, traditional Mexican healing, as well as different energy healing modalities. So, my loss, my baby, and it was a boy. His name is James. He has since come to me. And I just feel that he is the one who led me to do this work. If I hadn't experienced that miscarriage, I, number one, wouldn't understand what that feels like. And I would be on a completely different path. And because at the time I was, a web and graphic designer and doing completely different work. And so after experiencing that loss and going down that road of self-healing, I do feel like Spirit puts the right people in front of us at the right time. And that's how becoming a shamanic practitioner found me. And so since then, and that was back in 2014. So since then, I have been focused on helping women heal their womb from pregnancy, loss, sexual abuse, any type of trauma, as well as, including birth trauma as well. And then all the spirit babies started coming to me. And so now my focus is kind of shifted, and now I help women that are struggling to conceive to finally get pregnant.
So incredible. And maybe just share, what does that look like in case anyone watching, either they're having trouble or they know someone. What does that practice look like to help them to get pregnant?
Yeah, so I incorporate holistic kinesiology. So I use muscle testing to work with the physical body and specifically the endocrine system, figure out what their body might need, herbs or minerals or vitamins to strengthen their physical body. And then from there, we work with the soul of the unborn baby, and we call that soul in, and we ask for specific guidance about what he or she may need to come into this lifetime right here and right now. And then there's also, deeper work, going deeper into ancestral healing. Where could any of these blockages be passed down from any of the ancestors? So the ancestors come forward very frequently to offer assistance in healing, as well as past lives. There's just like a plethora of things that happen during sessions, but I find that the real magic is connecting with the soul of the unborn baby. Because I find that women, especially women that have experienced loss before, there's so much fear, so much anxiety, so much uncertainty, right? And then women that have been struggling to get pregnant, there's this lack of trust in their own body, that their body will hold a baby. So when we can connect with that soul of the unborn baby, their focus shifts to that knowing that this soul is here. I can actually feel the presence of that soul when it's around me. I trust in that. And that helps just kind of guide the path for these women to successfully conceive.
Oh, so awesome. How many babies have you born? Have you helped?
Oh my gosh. I think I am, let's see, where am I? I think I'm close to like 50.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it really is. Particularly because so many of these women come to me and tell me, my doctor has told me I have less than 5% chance of conceiving, or my doctor has told me I have this condition. And so I oftentimes have to say, we're just going to check that at the door, because when we work with spirit, we know that anything is possible. And so helping people, women, get beyond what they know to be true for them, getting into that space, that quantum space of infinite possibilities, so that they can just trust and be open to not knowing how, but trusting in the outcome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so beautiful. And anyone who's had any trouble having babies like that, it's an all-consuming kind of a stress, right? Because you're like, what's wrong with me? Or you're trying all these things, or it's costing all the money for the in vitro. And my heart just goes out to those that are in that space, because it's a very hard and can be lonely place. Thankfully there's more support groups and stuff now, but very incredible.
Yes.
Virginia saying that her doctor told her, they're taking ownership of what that doctor says rather than choosing the truth within them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. And there's just, I feel so much more outside of traditional, or not even traditional Western medicine, I'll say, of what's possible out there. And the energy is just, I'm so glad the energy world is waking up, and it's something that's more common now, because man, we can do so many really cool things. I mean, I never thought I'd be chatting with, a fertility shaman who talks to the soul of babies. Like, I just think that's so super cool. Do you want to do some healing today for those in the audience?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm happy to do that. I did want to, before I got on, there was one message that wanted to come through, and I wanted to share that, because I feel like sometimes people don't always think about this, but one of the things that comes up a lot during my sessions is our moment of conception. And when we journey back to our moment of conception, there's so much power in that moment, right? Because if you think about it, if you think about the sperm and the egg connecting, and there are actually even videos, I had to look them up because when I first started seeing it, I would see it and then I would see this bright light and I would be like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. And there's actually like this phenomena that happens when the sperm meets the egg and it creates this light. If you think about like the perfection in that moment of conception, and then we are born and we have experiences, and so often we have childhood trauma, sexual trauma, just all of these different experiences that create like densities and have us believe that we are not whole or we are not worthy or even, so much shame. But journeying back to the moment of conception is so powerful. And that helps like to reconnect this wholeness for my clients and for all of them, right? Because if you think about the moment of conception and then also thinking back to how we are, right? Our mom, when we are conceived, if we have a girl, the embryo has all of the eggs that it's going to have, right? So if you think about your mom, you were actually part of your grandmother's womb.
Yeah.
Right. And so that is a powerful line to trace back for integrating healing. And so that just came in really strongly about sharing about the power of the moment of conception, because also that is what like ignites the creation energy. And our womb is all about creation energy, whether you're creating a baby or a business or a book, it's all about that creation energy. And so often we just become very disconnected from that. And so, thinking about our moment of conception and how powerful that really is, it really can help change and transmute lots of beliefs very quickly.
That's really beautiful because it's a 1 in 400,000 chance of being born. So if someone's here and they're feeling like maybe they're not worthy or any of those heavier emotions, you're meant to be here. 1 in 400,000 chance of that perfect moment. And I like how you said that, right? Where there was perfection and a little proof of I want to say foresight energy, or I don't, that definitely is really cool. I'm going to look up those videos.
Yes.
Virginia said that she wants to journey back to the time of conception just because it sounds super cool. Maybe Virginia can do a meditation on that one time. Cool. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That's really neat. And I think even in whatever heaviness someone might be feeling or during their healing process, that really goes hand in hand with what are we here for? What are you listening, sweet soul? What did you come here for? There was that perfect moment when the world created you and you're here. I feel we're all a piece of the puzzle. And, it's just simply what feels good to you inside. That's what you're here for. It's not like it's one specific thing.
Right.
And that the world needs all of us, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I would say if anyone does want a womb healing, just pop in, I don't know, like we'll just do #healing in the comments and then we'll go through one by one and we'll see how many we can get through today. And then I was thinking, at the end, maybe before we go, if you'd mind doing like a collective, could you do like a collective, it could be a healing or a meditation, and maybe let's go back to that time of conception.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And just kind of close our eyes and take a couple deep breaths and go back and just see if anyone gets any messages or any feelings of love. That would be so beautiful. Our intention is that they just feel so loved in that time. Cool.
Yes, because we know that love heals all.
Yes, love wins. Absolutely. I have a question for you, if I can ask. So I know that I had 2 miscarriages. I didn't have any of my own children, but I had 2 miscarriages, and I wonder if you tap in, is there a message there from maybe the soul of them, or any left energy that might be stuck in my womb, maybe that could be released? Because I feel that there may be a lot of women watching that maybe had a miscarriage and could benefit from that information, or even how to go in and clear their own, or to contact you through that.
Okay, yeah, let me definitely tune in. And of course, anyone is free to contact me for the womb healing for miscarriage. Okay, so give me just a moment. So just a question, the 2 miscarriages, were they with the same partner or not?
I believe so, but okay. I don't know.
I'm just seeing an image of like the womb, and then like 2 different sections of the womb that are like kind of like okay, so it does kind of look like 2 different like placentas, but they're kind of like they're not, the placentas were not whole, like they're like they were I keep seeing a zigzag of energy, so I feel like there was something something going on with the placenta. And it's interesting that it's like the same for both of them. So there's this.
If I tap in, I can tell you, like, the message I'm getting right now is that it was the zigzag is my feeling of wanting to have kids and not wanting to have kids.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
That's what I'm feeling, or the message I'm getting.
Good. Yeah, that makes total sense. And so there's this this energy coming in, and kind of, it's like it's almost like this hand coming into the womb space, and it's like this gentleness coming in to just kind of clear that out. And it's like, it also feels like there was a lack of trusting men. And so this hand it's distinctly a man's hand coming in, and it's like strong, but it's also nurturing and nourishing, and it's just kind of cleaning some of that energy up to help kind of remove that out of the way. And as it's doing that, it's just kind of, so like when you move fast, you could see like the like energy kind of lag, right? Like it's like this kind of little residual energy in there that's kind of helping embed just a little more sense of trust related to men. So that's what I'm seeing coming in for that.
Cool. Is that, I'm going to ask, I never thought of this before, is that lack of trust in men from past life?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll go further into that. Thank you.
Yes. Dig a little deeper into that.
So for those who maybe are new to energy healing, so what I'll do later is I'll go into a meditation, and I'll take the information I learned here, and I'll tap into myself and ask for any messages or further understanding of where that could have come from, and then clear out anything that is not meant for me in this lifetime, or that I've been carrying, and just release that. And it's so powerful because, you know, when you can be aware of those things or the energies and can clear them, we are all our own healers, and you can learn how to do that. And it's really great because you could be at the supermarket or driving, and an emotion comes up or something, or a trigger, you can heal yourself right there in the moment. You can clear it, which is really beautiful. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. We do have a couple healings in the comments. So Cyndi would like a healing, please.
Okay, sure. So let me just connect with Cyndi.
22, Cyndi, good number.
So for Cyndi, I'm getting the sense of like that there's a lot of stuff going on, like, and I feel like her entire body is like just kind of really stressed. So what's coming in is this, it's like literally the shower head of like golden water coming in, and it's just showering her from from her crown chakra all the way down, just to cleanse her entire energy field, her auric field, like just helping to like cleanse and rinse off whatever is making her feel like this. And then in the womb space, I'm seeing some cleansing, but I'm also seeing it's almost like crystalline acupuncture coming in, and just a couple of like, instead of acupuncture needles, they're like crystalline, and that's just bringing peace. It just feels like there's been a lot of like knots and twists and turns. So yeah, I'm not sure what type of, I'm presuming that there's some womb trauma there that has created this like real like bunch of knots in there. So the acupuncture needles are in there just helping to create a little more flow coming down. And I'm wondering if she's had heavy periods, because I'm getting the sense of like lots of big clots happening. And it could be related to maybe even PCOS or endometriosis, you know, something creating this heaviness. So those needles are helping to bring in balance. And then a little bit more on the right side, like on the right ovary, there's some a little more needles coming in on that space.
Okay, super. That's really beautiful. And I want to say, anyone listening, like the shower head, that's a really great visual for people. You could even be in the shower, and you could just, with the intent, you have, you know, God source light within you, is to take that shower water and just stand under it and let anything that's not serving you anymore, any pain, allow that to just roll off you. You can imagine the water as, you know, golden light, and just allow that to run off you and go down the drain, right? Taking with it anything that's not meant for you or isn't in your highest good. And you can clear some of that out yourself as well. For Cyndi, if there's any comments you want to share, Cyndi, then please go ahead. I think that's really beautiful. And she's studying crystals. And I was thinking,
awesome.
You know, yeah, as you were doing that for her, I'm like, wow, so cool, because she could actually, instead of acupuncture needles, if this feels good to her, she could take, you know, crystals and use that for healing for people in the same manner that you just shared with her. I think that was really beautiful.
Yeah, I wanted to share one thing about the shower head. And like you were suggesting, everybody could use that visualization. And like, that's one of the things I do every day when I'm in the shower. Like, I thank the water and thank it for cleansing. And then I ask for additional cleansing, deeper spiritual cleansing any non-beneficial energies or entities or thought forms. And then also asking the water near the end for protection. So that's something other people can try and see how you feel a difference after getting out of the shower.
Oh, nice. Beautiful. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Next up, Jane would like a healing, please.
Okay, sure. So for Jane, the biggest sense, like the loudest thing that is coming in, is around like a feeling of being constrained and being tied down, like not being able to do what you want to do. There's just this strong sense of just being like tied down. It's affecting like the throat chakra and the womb chakra. And the throat and the womb are very much connected, right? Because they both have creation. Well, all of our chakras have creation energy. But if you think about our throat chakra and our ability to create as we speak, which is so true. It's for her, it's primarily in the throat chakra that the energy healing is coming to. It's a little bit in the womb space, but so much more in the throat. And there's almost the sense of like maybe like choking or just something being restrictive around the throat. I do feel like it's partially this lifetime, but certainly prior lifetimes as well. And so there's healing coming in for that. And what's coming in is it's like this cozy feeling, this coziness, this energy of coziness that creates safety. So there's been like a lack of feeling safe. So this, if you could think of it, it's almost like this giant fluffy robe, and it's warm, and she's putting it on, and as she puts it on, she just feels so cozy and so safe. So if you think about just like, how do you feel when you have a nice, cozy, warm, like right out of the dryer robe, like that just feels so amazing. And so that's helping to bring in a sense of safety for her, like being like restrained and restricted, constrained was kind of the big energy being released, and then bringing in this energy of safety for her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd love to know what either of them have to say. So if they comment, I'd love to know.
Cool. Cyndi has already. So Cyndi said, "Thank you so much. I know exactly what it means for Cyndi." And Jane, I know we've had a couple conversations, and her work. I wonder, Jane, if this is for your work, you know, just feeling strangled at work and working so much, doing way more than one person should be. I know that she's had some changes at work, but her, if this is true, Jane, you know, she wants to get into energy healing more and doing that as more of her business than her current position. But there's obviously a time of transition. So that's interesting. Jane, let us know if that resonates or the past life stuff feels a resonation. I'm wondering, were you hung as a witch? You know, and that could be part of what is around the neck. And she's saying, yes, past life experience. And I love the part about the cozy robe. I was just sitting here going, oh, I feel so cozy too. And, and Rebecca's here, and she said that your words are soothing, and I agree.
Oh, well, thank you.
Super cool. Yeah. Cool. Well, we have a couple more here. If anyone else wants a womb healing, then please just let us know in the comments. So the next one up is June, and that's my mom.
Okay, great. One more thing going back to, was it Jane before?
Jane, yes.
So about this sense of safety, that definitely could be related to this transition time of wanting to leave, but not feeling safe to start her own business and her own work. But I just want to say that it's like, it's closer than she realizes. So just trust it. And it's like, so the next image I saw was that cozy robe coming off, and then her just looking so strong and confident, and then taking that step forward. So my encouragement for her is just to do it. Take that one step. Like, you don't have to know everything, but take the one step toward that goal and see how things just really unfold.
So beautiful. She said she was put to death in Salem as a witch.
Yeah, not surprising.
Yeah.
What I saw for her neck.
Right. Thank you.
Cool. Sure. Okay, so you said June is next?
June, yeah.
Okay. And okay, so did she have a miscarriage?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the loudest thing coming in is the miscarriage. Now, did she have more than one miscarriage?
She can comment.
Yeah. So there's so much related to miscarriage. Okay, let's see what else is coming in. There is energy coming in from like planetary energy coming in for her. I'm seeing like Saturn specifically coming in for her. I don't know a lot about the planets. I don't even know a lot about like astrology or the astrological signs, but the energy from Saturn is coming in, and it's like coming into her womb space, and it's like helping to balance out this just looked like there was a little imbalance left from the miscarriage. So it's like if the energy was teetering, so it kind of just it's just bringing in this balance. Just feels like there was some imbalance remaining from the miscarriage. And so I'm wondering if she has ever like really like looked at all of her feelings related to the miscarriage. I feel like that's important, like almost like writing a letter to the baby, as well as like writing a letter to herself at that time to just acknowledge her feelings and what she was feeling at that time to help release whatever is remaining. There's an aspect of like disconnection, like there was a disconnection that happened with her and with the miscarriage. And so it's like I'm just seeing an image and the encouragement for her to write like the 2 letters, one to the baby and one to herself, and just writing out all of her feelings and her emotions. And then that's going to help to kind of finally balance out whatever was remaining in there related to the miscarriage.
Super. She wrote in Saturn double rainbows. So yeah, she knows a little bit about astrology. I have a question though. We were wondering, so my mom's granddaughter, when she was born, my mom heard, "I'm back." So we're wondering if it was one of her miscarriages, the soul of the baby coming now to her granddaughter, Ruth Ann.
Oh yeah. How many miscarriages did she have? Do you know?
It's more than one, but she's here in the comments. Mom, how many did you have? Someone's asking if you use crystals.
I do.
Sorry, there's a bit of a delay.
Oh, that's okay. So yes, I do feel like it is one of the same souls, and it's almost like I'm getting this feeling of, well, of course it is. Like, how could you even doubt it? And it's like this super playful and silly. So I don't know how the granddaughter is, if she's really silly, really playful, like it feels like she's super giggly. And so, yeah, just like a lot of fun. So
my mom says she doesn't know how many she had, and someone said it was another soul that came in through her granddaughters. Athera or Rebecca, I wonder if you channel and know, but that's exactly how Ruth Ann is. She's like, I'm here, I'm loud, everyone pay attention to me. I'm going to do a little dance and everyone pay attention right here.
Yeah.
Funny.
And I do find a lot of times, particularly, it's really interesting, particularly with women that have had abortions, the soul does come back at a later time to the woman, not necessarily to a grandchild, but to the woman. A lot of times that soul does come back.
All right.
With miscarriage as well.
All right. Good to know. I'm going to go back up, see who was next. Christine would like, sorry, before that was Virginia. And then next is Christine.
Okay. So for Virginia, it just feels like everything feels really calm. What's coming in is this rocking. It's like I see a rocking chair, and I feel like it's just it's like taking her back to her when she was an infant, and there's this energy of rocking, and it just feels like there's the soothing that is happening, that I'm not sure if maybe she was a colicky baby, and there was some, this is what it feels like, if maybe she was a colicky baby and there was some frustration from her mom. So what's coming in is this rocking. It's like this rocking chair, and this calmness to soothe her, and just that soothing, this rocking, this soothing is just like, it's like I see it going forward and backward. So it's going forward to her and to her children, and then going backward to her mom, her grandma. So this beautiful rocking, the soothing is just coming in, this sense of soothing coming in for her. And that's, yeah, everything else feels really calm. And yeah, so it's just this sense of soothing from her infancy. So yeah. Does she have a baby?
She has two grandbabies.
Oh,
she has 3 boys, adult boys, and then 2 grandbabies that are, I think, 2 and 4 years old. And I feel that rocking is her, like she's calmer in her life. And Virginia, you could speak for yourself, but she's saying she loved that. Thank you. But it's like she's this rocking grandma, this calm in those kids' lives right now. And she's just holding space for them, right? To love them.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, I saw the rocking going forward to her kid going forward. So I feel like it's an extension energetically, just going forward energetically. She's rocking them.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh my gosh, they are the cutest kids. All right, cool. Next is Christine.
Okay.
And I'm just going to throw this in there. Christine has had, what is it when you've had head trauma?
Concussion?
Yeah. Not that necessarily it's connected to the womb, but if anything comes in for that too, on how to help her.
Okay. The first thing I'm picking up is like this sense of impatience. And it's like my hands started going like this, like, you're just impatient, like, okay, any day now, like what's happening? Nothing's moving, nothing's happening. And so the encouragement for her is to take a step out, take a step back. And then like I'm seeing her go outside, sitting near a tree. That's really important for her to connect with nature, to connect, especially like asking trees for help. It's like the oxygen that the trees create will help her. And as she goes and sits near a tree and asks for assistance, like the tree is going to, like literally I'm seeing almost like a hyperbaric chamber, but the tree is creating this energetically so it will create even more dense oxygen for her to receive. And that is going to help with her brain healing. And then I'm just checking in to see about the womb space, but the trees are coming in the strongest, and the trees are almost like, come to us, come here, we want to help. I also feel she has a really strong connection to nature and to the trees, and I'm not sure if she's doing anything with it, but she should look into working with the elementals, because they're like all right there ready. I'm also seeing fairies come in now with her around the tree. There's even one little leprechaun kind of behind the tree, kind of peeking in, trying to see if he can step out or not. But there's like all of this support, super fun. And yeah, she just needs to get out into nature a little bit more.
Cool.
Yeah, and nothing specific coming in for the womb space. The biggest encouragement is for her to be outside, and the trees are going to help her.
Beautiful. That's so nice. And I feel, so I've had a couple conversations with her, and I don't know her super well. We were both ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, so she's releasing it in all of the hurt and programming from there. But when I speak to her, I sense that same impatience, like, when can I feel better? When can it's a brain injury, when can this be healed and I can go back to my normal life? And I think it also could be part of, like, when you have an injury and you aren't able to do the things for yourself that you could have before, there is a little bit of that hurrying, because you want to, maybe not asking people for help could be part of that impatience, is wanting to do everything herself, but just opening up to allow others to help you. And yeah, I sense that too with that patient energy, or having more patience in that. You're going to heal yourself, Christine. It's so beautiful. It looks like the elementals are ready to drop in. And the more we can calm our nervous system, we're all healers. We're all psychic. We're all intuitive. And the more you calm and heal yourself, then more of this drops in. And it's really beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. That's awesome. We just have a couple more. So Rebecca would be next.
Okay. So for Rebecca, the thing that is coming in first and the loudest is the sense of almost being like punched in the gut, like, oh, getting the air knocked out of you. And so with that, there is energy coming in to kind of help like refill that, all of that oxygen, like the air that was knocked out of her. It could be like some either bad news or an experience. Yeah, you know what I mean when you get like shocking news, something that was like shocking to her happened. And then in the womb space, there is, I'm almost wondering if she has had some procedures done in the womb space, because like I wondered, like I want to say like biopsies or something. Yeah, it's really interesting energy in that space. So there's cleansing coming in, but then there's also this, it's like this golden gauze coming in to wrap not only around the womb space, but internally to help heal the inside of the womb, inside of the uterus, of the physical body. So that's what's coming in. And those.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
She said she had surgery on her stomach 5 weeks ago, and 4 feet of colon were removed. And she had 2 CTs today. Not great news. I think there's also another piece of kind of what's going on for her is she hasn't talked to her son in 2 years, and she's not able to get through to him. So I think that could be part of the energy too, or maybe the shock of the news.
Right. All of it, right? Because that's all kind of shocking. That could take take the air out of you. Yeah, that's interesting about this surgery. I saw it more towards the womb, but I mean, it's all there, right? It's all there. So let me see what else coming in. And so this is like a reminder, like the gauze, the golden gauze coming in. This is a reminder for her. There's this mending happening, but it's also around reminding her about her ability to create. Like, what is it that she wants to create? Optimal health. So what can she do to like envision and visualize and focus on the optimal health? And I know it's so challenging, especially when there's so many things happening right now. But just trying to visualize, like, and a good thing for her to visualize would be like this golden gauze going around her intestines, in her stomach, like everywhere that there was injury or a scalpel, just visualizing this golden gauze coming in to help her to heal her physical body and her energetic body. And then with her son, what I keep seeing is her to go back in her mind, like her memories of holding him as an infant, and just like bringing back that immense love during that time, and then just intending that to push that forward and offer that to the son. And so energetically, it's just an offering of love to him, and just allowing that to energetically be there. So it's an opportunity for him to choose to receive it energetically, right? So it's an offering, not sending, not forcing. It's an offering that love, offering the remembrance of that connection of a mom and an infant, and him as an infant looking up to her, loving her back.
That's really beautiful. She said she's very scared about what's going on, and she's missing her son greatly. And thank you.
Yeah, I bet.
She's on the way to creating, she says, I'm on my way with creating to make myself better. And I talked to her about, everything that she's been through. She has an incredible story, and such a gift for being able to talk to people and kind of being the hostess with the mostest sort of thing, and really showing people love. And I said to her, like, you have such powerful gifts, like what can you create from that and help others? Because once we have purpose and we're helping, others, and there's we have a greater sense of love for ourselves and the world, because we're also giving back, right? And I think that's really beautiful. She says she calls him every day, whether he gets it or not, but I will be here when he's ready, that she'll never let him go. And I think that is so great. Like, just go back to when he was a baby. That energetic connection will never go away. He feels that when you're sending him that gift of love for him to accept, he feels that, just like when we say, oh, I haven't heard from John in a while, and he calls you the next day, or whatever, whatever that energetic connection is, they feel it. And if you're watching and you've got any kind of a constraint with someone, or tension in a relationship, send loving energy energetically, to them. They'll accept that if that's what's meant to be, but you can, for yourself, still be able to communicate and give love. Just like the trees and the roots communicate, so do we energetically with each other. And so it's just a beautiful way to still stay connected to someone that maybe you're not able to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, awesome. So beautiful. Oh, this is great. Christine did have a comment. She said that, I just want to go back, that she lost 2 babies. She does get out daily, but needs to get out more or longer. And when I read that, Christine, what I was getting is you might go outside, but do you connect outside? So connect to the trees, even if it's putting your hand on one. You don't have to look crazy out there, like hugging a tree, but even just putting your hand, or rest your back and put your hand on, right? So it just looks like you're resting. But connect with the nature instead of just being outside. It's really getting in it and connecting on that conscious level and being present of, okay, this is God's creation, so am I, and let the tree and the energies heal you and heal that brain. And she said, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, and ask the tree to connect, right? Trees, they all have their own energy, their own essence. So ask the tree to connect. If you can connect and ask the tree for assistance, and you'll be pleasantly surprised to feel that. It's so much more potent when we ask.
Yeah, she'll do that this afternoon. She lost 2 babies as well. That was just the last part of her comments. I just wanted to address and honor her.
Yes. Yes.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you. That's all the healings for now. We'll just stop there, and maybe we could do that, a little meditation, and take us back to the point of conception for all of us.
Sure. Yeah.
And just maybe one last thing, or if you want to incorporate it in there, but for anything that anyone that's watching wants to create going forward. So maybe, you're done having your babies, or, that's not something that is what you're wanting to call in, but how do you want to create, or what do you want to create in your life? That could be something as well as the intention in this time, because it's not just about having babies. The womb or the sacral is also about anything you want to create, a business. Do you want to write a book? Whatever it is, that is also in that space. So it's a great opportunity to intend there and see what messages you get.
Exactly. And, we'll just intend that this helps ignite all of our creation energies.
Cool.
Okay, so you can just close your eyes for a moment and take a few slow, deep breaths in and out, and just setting your intention to be open to go back to this sacred moment in time, your moment of conception. And as you do this, you can just breathe in love and exhale love. And then focusing your awareness on your womb space. You can even place your hands there if you'd like. And then from there, you can just visualize that you are in your womb space right now. And being in this sacred center, you see a door in front of you. And now just open that door and walk through that door. As you walk through that door, you feel more and more safe and more secure. As you're walking through this hallway, you walk to what you see is almost like a platform. And at the the other end of the platform it's almost like a movie screen. And so you're just watching this screen. And on the screen, this is where you will see your moment of conception. And you're going to start as an observer. And you can see an egg, and you can see the sperm. And as you see the sperm coming along the edge of the egg, it finally cracks in, and you see this bright light. And now you are in that screen, you are in that space. And just breathing in this beautiful, amazing light that you see as you're surrounded by this light, as you're in this space. You feel the perfection all around you. You feel the perfection of all of who you are in this space. You feel amazing and whole and confident and strong. And here you may even get a glimpse of the future. You may get a glimpse of what your calling is. The greatest gifts that you have are being revealed to you. And you can simply just watch that, just feel that, just know that, allowing that to flow through all of who you are. And we'll stay here for just a moment. Really anchoring in the infinite possibilities of this moment into your field. You can now just offer gratitude for this time, for being able to experience this. And as you do that, you then move from being within that moment of conception to being back on the platform, looking at the conception, looking at the fertilized egg on the screen. Again, being on this platform, you can offer thanks and gratitude for this experience. And now it's time to turn and walk the other way. So you'll turn and walk back out of this hallway, walking all the way down until you reach that doorway, opening the door, closing it behind you, and then being back in your womb space, just offering gratitude to your womb, to yourself, to your soul, knowing that you have just ignited your creation energy, remembering all of your greatness right here, right now. And just taking a few slow, deep breaths in and out that will help you to remember and help all of this to infuse into your field right here, right now, in the present moment. And you can finish with a few more slow, deep breaths in and out. And then whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Oh, that was so beautiful. You have such a calm, mothering voice. It's like, come on, come on. I love it. That was so beautiful. My heart is just so full of love for you. And I want to say, like, just imagine all of us who are here, who are watching, and even later, just standing in a circle around you on the beach. And we're just, showering you back so much love, Elaine, and
thank you so
how
much.
powerful you are. It's just such a joy and an honor. And I am so grateful that the universe brought you to us. And our time is up. It goes so fast.
It does go so fast. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would recommend, hi Stevie, welcome. For anyone who wants to go back and do that meditation again, it was around say 5 hours in, like 5:53. You can go back, or 5:50. We were already in at 5:55, so it was just a couple minutes before that, and you can do the meditation again. I think that's really beautiful. I'm going to do it again. And Jane says, thank you. That was so peaceful. Much love to you both. June says, awesome. Thank you for sharing. Cyndi says, wow, that was amazing. Thank you, and sending you love. And Virginia, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. We love you. We love you. We love you. And I can't wait. I honestly will come to Hawaii just to visit you one day.
I'm working on putting together a retreat. So as soon as I do, I'll let you know.
Super. We would love that. Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say, enjoy the rest of your day. And we just love your light and for all that you do. If anyone has any issues with the womb or a miscarriage or getting pregnant, or someone, please connect them to Elaine, healingthewomb.com. And she is just so powerful beyond what we can understand here on earth. So thank you for being that bridge between the physical and the spiritual, and just the beautiful way that I think of it, like beautiful flowers of Hawaii. Just the way that it all unfolds when you're with us.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the opportunity. I just love being part of it and love connecting with you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. All right. So Virginia, I know you're back. I know you're in the comments, but if you want to come back on stage, Virginia, we'll just wrap up today. What a powerful, powerful day. Oh, sorry. My cat is, she wants to play. She's like that little toddler who's like, pay me attention. Here we go. Oh,
we're pushing buttons.
We're both pushing buttons.
All right, and the dog's here in the room.
Yeah, real live TV here. My cat, your dogs.
Tucker, it's okay. Tucker. And it's not like he hasn't heard you talking. It's just he's heard me talk. So he's like, who's she talking to?
Right.
Oh, dear. Wow, what a great day. I'm ready for nap now. That was such a beautiful meditation. What a great way to end an awesome day. Absolutely loved it today.
Yes. So thank you to everyone who's here with us live. We love you all so much. If you catch the replay, #replay, if you want to reach out to us for anything. If you yourself or of another healer or soul-led or a conscious-based business who maybe would want to share what they're doing and how they're sharing their light in the world, please get them in touch with us. Healing Soul School, or they can DM myself directly and I'll set up a call. And, we do these monthly. So it's always the last Friday and Saturday of the month. Good news is we still have a day again tomorrow. We have a lineup of speakers that are going to knock your socks off. I'm really excited. There's a group that I've been in the last 2 months of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. So we have that in common. That was part of our childhood, or maybe some in adults, but we all got out and we've all, been able to move on and heal. And I'm going to share their stories tomorrow on how they are helping others. Stevie, I know you're here. Maybe Kimberly, you're still in the comments. They're going to speak tomorrow and just share kind of like that metamorphosis, how they took what happened to them in their childhood. We've all had traumas, whatever, it looks like. We all have similar symptoms of what it looks like now. And so they're just going to share how they were able to turn what had happened to them into something really beautiful, and how they're helping empower others as well. So their stories are going to be really powerful and impactful tomorrow as well. So back tomorrow, 9 to 3 Eastern. Actually, we're going to go a little bit later because I squeezed in some extra speakers.
I was just going to say that. I was like, we have a couple of additions that we just didn't have enough time. So we're just going a little bit longer. So that's okay.
We could have gone 10 hours tomorrow, but I'm like, no, I got to cut it off. Just so many great people that I've been meeting and healing just through this healing journey. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here with us. We're sending you so much love. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 Eastern.
Bye, everyone.